Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. It's January 12th, 2021. I need to start the show on the platform that has a chat feature. So I'm going to once again say good morning to all of you just joining us. We really appreciate you tuning in right here on News Now from Fox. We're taking a live look at the White House in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., just past 6 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. President Donald Trump, he's going to be heading on over to South Texas in a town called Alamo to tour the U.S.-Mexico border. If you are unfamiliar with South Texas or the news market that it's in Harlingen, Texas. We suspect that our sister stations in at least Houston, maybe Austin, maybe Dallas, will be traveling down to Texas for the coverage. So we are reaching out to them to see if we might be able to get a live picture. In the meantime, we are staying on top of all developments from our nation's capital, and we'll bring them to you here on News Now from Fox, as well as President Trump's travels, again, to South Texas to visit the U.S.-Mexico border in Alamo, Texas. The live pictures are expected to be coming in at 2 o'clock this afternoon. But again, good morning, everybody. My name is Pilar Arias. Happy to be here with you from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. We are ready to get your morning brief underway. That's the top stories from across the country that you may have missed overnight into this morning, even yesterday. Kind of get you up to speed with news that you want and need to know. Who are we here at News Now? We like to bring you live, raw, unfiltered events in their entirety, provide very little commentary so that way you can watch and make your own decisions that impact your lives, your family's lives, and your friends' lives as well. So again, while I have a moment, I would like to invite you all to please join me on social media. All you have to do is search for Pilar News Now. I'm on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I would be happy to connect with you. So again, we've got that morning brief ready to go for you. The reason I started in DC was to not just talk about President Trump's travels, but also to talk about the Biden transition.
Isn't impeachment.
My priority is to get first and foremost the stimulus bill passed.
But his first act, maybe a balancing act. Here's one idea he's got to keep the Senate advancing his agenda during an impeachment trial.
A half day on dealing with the impeachment and half day getting my people nominated and confirmed in the Senate.
There's just one problem. Senate rules might prohibit that kind of multitasking.
I don't know. I haven't gotten an answer from the parliamentarian yet.
The president-elect got his second dose of the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine today. And at a Delaware hospital, he was asked about a report in Politico that the team he's got in place to vaccinate 50 million people in 100 days, led by Jeff Zients, is underperforming.
Do you still have confidence in your COVID team that they'll be able to vaccinate 50 million Americans in the first 100 days?
I do. My number one priority is getting vaccine in people's arms, like we just did today, as rapidly as we can.
He's hoping to rapidly confirm critical national security nominees, too, including the latest pick to lead the CIA, William Burns, a career diplomat with 33 years of experience at State.
It's time to restore the independence of our intelligence community, and equally critical, to restore trust and confidence in our career officials, including those at the CIA.
Intel suggests possible terror threats to Biden's inauguration, but despite that danger and COVID-19 concerns, he plans to put his hand on the Bible in the same spot as his predecessors.
I'm not afraid of taking the oath outside.
That's even though Biden is leery of the Capitol Police. He says he wants a thorough investigation of the officer who was caught taking selfies with rioters and has since been suspended, but that he feels better about swearing in security because that is run by the Secret Service. In Wilmington, Delaware, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Peter, thank you so much for filing that update for us last night. We always like to air your political headline stories right here on News Now from Fox. We are expecting remarks from President Trump sometime this week as he attempts to highlight some of his legacy issues in the final days of his administration. Fox News Chief White House correspondent John Roberts takes a look.
Muzzled on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, President Trump was silent today, but aides say angry over big tech taking away his megaphone.
I think the president's frustrated with what's going on with these censorship tactics. He's definitely upset with the Democrats.
upset with Democrats for again going down the road of impeachment, a road that will almost certainly dead end at the Senate. Little chance there could be a trial before President Trump leaves office next Wednesday, a move the president's colleagues say will only further divide a fractured nation.
I think this is just going to pour fuel on the fire. The president himself has come out repeatedly now and said he intends to peacefully transfer power. He intends to leave the White House.
White House staff is trying to keep the temperature down, keep President Trump focused on the accomplishments of his administration, and bring the train into the station next Wednesday. Tomorrow, the president will travel to the southern border to inspect new border wall that has replaced old fencing. The White House wants to arrange other events on Operation Warp Speed, rebuilding the military, and economic growth.
Let's figure out what we can do to help get this economy going again, make sure we get continue to get the vaccine out, make sure we help our schools, help our law enforcement. Those are things that Americans care about. Make sure we have a strong military.
For the first time, First Lady Melania Trump weighing in on the events of last Wednesday, a statement that drew some criticism for sounding like a complaint. I find it shameful, she wrote, that surrounding these tragic events, there has been salacious gossip, unwarranted personal attacks, and false misleading accusations on me. But the First Lady going on to say, our nation must heal in a civil manner. We must listen to one another, focus on what unites us, and rise above what divides us. As Democrats try to punish the president politically, corporate America is hitting him in the pocketbook. The PGA canceling next year's PGA championship at the President's Golf Club in Bedminster, New Jersey.
It has become clear that conducting the PGA championship at Trump Bedminster would be detrimental to the PGA of America brand and would put at risk the PGA's ability to deliver our many programs and sustain the longevity of our mission.
Other corporations have either suspended campaign contributions to lawmakers who opposed the certification of electors or are just taking a temporary pause in political spending. White House officials acknowledge there has been a serious falling out between Vice President Pence and President Trump. Pence was at the White House today chairing a coronavirus task force meeting. Officials tell Fox News that he spoke for the first time since Wednesday morning to the president. At the White House, John Roberts, Fox News.
John, thank you so much for that update. We are taking a live look at my hometown, Phoenix, Arizona, from the South Mountain Tower Cam. Definitely still the early morning hours out there. They are 2 hours behind us here on the East Coast. So just past 4 a.m., the sun is not rising just yet in Phoenix, Arizona, and it's slowly coming up here on the East Coast as well. We're heading on over to Texas next on the morning brief here on News Now from Fox. Some tragic news. A Texas couple is behind bars after police say they're responsible for the abuse and murder of an 8-year-old child. Fox's Lenan Wynn has more on the horrific crime and what law enforcement say you can do to help protect a child you suspect may be in danger. This happened in North Texas. Unfortunately, everybody, it doesn't appear there's any audio with this story, but we are learning Friday evening Irving police were called to the Magnuson Hotel off Highway 183 and found 8-year-old Delmore Best Curtis unresponsive, laying on the bed with noticeable injuries. They were saying the injuries range from bite marks to burn marks, fingernail marks. You could tell that possibly he was trying to be choked before there because there's fingernail marks around his neck, and some are so graphic that it's just kind of disgusting to even try to talk about them. That's according to the Irving police. According to the arrest warrant affidavit, the little boy also, quote, had blood on his head, facial swelling, and an obviously broken left arm. Less than 30 minutes later, he was pronounced dead at Children's Medical Center in Dallas. The medical examiner ruled his death was caused by blunt force trauma. Police say the little boy lived with his mother, Leslie Curtis, and her boyfriend, Cody McRory, at the hotel since last November. So absolutely positively tragic news out there in North Texas. If I'm able to get the audio of this story working, I'll bring it to you a little bit later right here on News Now from Fox. A lot of people, especially here in Florida, are waiting to get the COVID-19 vaccine, but unfortunately we just keep hearing about distribution issues. There is heavy criticism in New York State over the vaccination program there. The government is responding by opening immunization sites and adjusting eligibility requirements to allow shots for the elderly, teachers, police officers, and transit workers. And New York is not the only state with problems. Fox News correspondent Brian Yennis has more from Brooklyn.
It was painless. She did a great job.
State by state, efforts are underway to speed up a painfully slow vaccine rollout. Nationally, a whopping 65% of the 25 million distributed vaccines remain unused. In Oregon, the National Guard held a mass vaccination event at the state fairgrounds. In Florida, senior citizens are camping out overnight in long lines of cars for a chance to be vaccinated. And Arizona transformed the State Farm Stadium in Phoenix into a 24/7 vaccination site.
Feeling great, nothing different.
And New York City opened 2 mass vaccination sites Sunday, administering shots 24 hours a day by online appointment only. Nationwide, hospitals have been accused of working too slowly and vaccinating ineligible hospital workers. Clinics say they've been forced to throw away life-saving vaccine doses in New York because they were unable to find patients under Governor Andrew Cuomo's strict guidelines.
We fought hard for the freedom to vaccinate. Now we have it.
Meantime, a national association representing long-term care centers says 40 to 60% of nursing home staffs are refusing to get the shot.
What we're noticing is that there's a lot of misinformation on social media. And when that starts to spread in a facility, we can see the vaccination rates really drop.
On Monday, New York expanded vaccine eligibility to include people aged 75 years or older and essential workers.
The most important thing we need right now is for the federal government, state government, and manufacturers to help us to get the doses we need.
The U.S. will have to vaccinate 1 million people per day to reach 3/4 of the population needed to achieve herd immunity by fall. In Brooklyn, New York, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
Brian, thank you so much for that update. Well, I've been a host of News Now from Fox for years, and we've had to cover some devastating wildfires, in particular the Pacific Northwest and in California. Now, a new study says that wildfire smoke accounts for half of Western air pollution.
Pollution from wildfire smoke may be worse than previously thought. According to a new study from Stanford University and the University of California, San Diego, wildfires have produced up to 25% of small particle pollution in recent years across the country and up to half in some western states.
The problem with these particulate matter is that they are well adept to getting into the deeper parts of the lung and cause a certain degree of inflammation.
Researchers looked at satellite images and air quality data to determine how much pollution was attributable to wildfire smoke from 2016 to 2018, compared with 2006 to 2008. They found even as other sources of pollution decreased, the amount from wildfires increased dramatically, fueled mostly by a warming climate. Evidence of this change was seen throughout last year's record-breaking wildfire season. As deadly fires raged across California, Oregon, and Washington, major cities were covered with an orange-tinted fog, prompting air quality alerts. One analysis found about 1 in 7 Americans experienced at least one day of unhealthy air conditions during 2020.
My child's more prone to asthma, so I have to make sure that, he's okay. But yeah, no, I've never seen anything like it.
Much is unknown about the long-term health impacts of inhaling wildfire smoke. But some studies have found links to slowed lung function, increased risk of heart attacks, and development of asthma. Experts say more research is also needed to determine whether wildfire smoke has different health effects than other forms of pollution. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
Jackie, thank you so much for that update. We are taking a live look at the Port Cam right here at Port Canaveral, Florida. Not too far from us in Orlando. I cannot wait until the sun rises. This live picture is one of the most gorgeous that we can bring you here each and every morning on News Now from Fox. So when it does, I will definitely showcase it. We are continuing on with your morning brief, getting you all up to speed with some top stories from across the country. Next, we're going to head on over to the state of Kentucky. The November election is still sparking fiery, heated language by those who claim it was stolen by Democrats and President-elect Joe Biden. One Kentucky pastor is now defending his extreme rhetoric delivered during a sermon this past weekend. Fox's Kristen Shanahan has the initial reaction and the pastor's response. All right, again, no audio with this story, everybody. We will try to get that fixed, but we are learning. This is Pastor Bob Rogers of Evangel Word Prayer Center praying during a service this past Sunday. He said, quote, "If you're going to fight, learn to fight. If you're going to kick, learn to kick somebody hard. If you're going to bite, bite somebody's ear off," end quote. Reverend Damian Thompson of Emmanuel Baptist Church shares his reaction after hearing what was said to the televised audience, saying, quote, "Promoting a narrative that's not true, that's false in our country, and undermining the overall effects and using Christianity to do that. It's a problem for me as a leader. It's a problem as a faith leader," end quote. Thompson is the only pastor speaking out about the sermon. Pastor Rogers is defending his message by saying, quote, "This is praying for a nation that Satan's trying to destroy it. Satan is using people, and God gives us great power and authority, and I'm using that power and authority in Jesus' name," end quote. Rogers says his prayer wasn't aimed at voters, but at what he calls crooked politicians and traitors. Continuing on to say, quote, "It's a biblical prayer. It's a prayer that we as Christians have a right to pray. And when you fast, there's a greater anointing to pray and seek God than at other times. So I'm proud to be an American. I love everybody. I'm not mad at anybody except the devil," end quote. So that is the latest there out of Kentucky. Again, apologies for the couple audio issues we had this morning, everybody. When and if we are able to fix those for you, we'll bring them to you here a little bit later on News Now from Fox. But meanwhile, let's get the latest Fox Business Report with Connell McShane, one of my favorite stories to bring you each and every day in the morning brief.
We'll call it a savings emergency. According to a new survey that is out from the personal finance website Bankrate.com, only 4 out of 10 Americans could cover an unexpected expense of $1,000 from their savings. Over half would turn to borrowing money or using a credit card to pay up. Meantime, drivers are starting to feel more pain at the pump. The national average now for regular unleaded gasoline is up for 7 days in a row. Gallon now costing $2.32. Now, keep in mind that is also 20 cents higher than we were just 1 month ago. And to Wall Street, we had a tough start to the week. The Dow dropping 89 points on Monday. That was off the session lows, however. And forget the flowers and the chocolates for mom this year. According to the online retailer Zulily, 55% of moms would like me time for Valentine's Day in 2021. After spending months cooped up or locked down from the pandemic, some peace and quiet will take the place of roses, at least for now. That's a look at business. I'm Connell McShane.
Already talking about Valentine's Day. We just barely got into the new year. I'm one of those who likes to soak up the present moment instead of kind of rushing from one holiday to the next. That's just me, though. Feel free to let me know what your preference is if you are watching on the platform that has a chat feature. Again, our sister station, Fox 5 in D.C., they have been covering extensively the Capitol chaos and everything that has followed suit since what happened almost a week ago there in Washington, D.C. Now they're providing us this story about the FBI's search for suspects.
The FBI says the work to track down these suspects is happening around the clock. We are here in front of the D.C. field office, and you can see there is a mobile command center that's been set up. Tonight I spoke to the head of this office, who says investigators are looking at a wide range of charges to include sedition.
This line that they crossed will not be tolerated.
The FBI says so far 50,000 tips have come in, and investigators are pouring through every one. They got this guy posing with Speaker Nancy Pelosi's lectern. Also the man photographed with his feet up in her office, and the guy with the face paint and horns.
There are a lot more to come, too. This is just the tip of the iceberg with this investigation, I'll tell you.
Stephen D'Antuono heads the FBI Washington field office. He says investigators are looking for every person in the mob inside the Capitol. Fox 5 obtaining new video tonight of the destruction they left behind.
What could be the worst charges that someone would be facing?
We're looking at all charges, everything that we can possibly look at. I know there's been a lot of information about the Sedition Act out there. That's probably why you're asking the question. We are not closing the book on anything.
U.S. Code defines sedition as conspiring to overthrow the U.S. government, and it's punishable by up to 20 years in prison. Of course, there could also be murder charges for some after the death of Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, and major penalties for the person who planted pipe bombs at the RNC and DNC. Those who walked away Wednesday thinking they were free and clear may now be talking legal strategy with attorneys.
How do you defend them?
Criminal defense lawyer Adam Sostrin says he doesn't believe people will be able to take cover in the president's rhetoric.
And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Or in the videos that appear to show Capitol Police standing down. He says the best strategy he sees, plead guilty and try to get a deal.
The consequences for going to trial, especially in federal cases, they're tough, they're severe, they're harsher than in state courts.
The FBI says there is still no evidence that Antifa was involved in this, as some have continued to claim. Thus far, dozens have been arrested, but a small fraction of those who entered the Capitol. If you do think you have information, the FBI wants to hear from you. Back to you.
All right, continuing on with some coverage from our sister station Fox 5 in D.C. The now former Capitol Police Chief is speaking out after Wednesday's deadly Capitol attack. In his first on-camera interview since the attack, former Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sun fought back tears when recalling what his officers went through during Wednesday's Capitol siege. And while he does take partial responsibility for what happened, he did not hold back when placing the blame on the federal government for failure to launch the National Guard.
My officers were out there, they were battling hard, they were doing everything they could to protect the Capitol, and we had to go through that. And that's what's concerning.
Sun says after he was denied permission by the Senate and House Sergeant of Arms to request the National Guard Monday, he followed up with the Army 5 times on Wednesday as rioters stormed the Capitol.
I needed boots on the ground, immediate assistance right then and there, helping to form police lines to help secure up the foundation of the United States Capitol building. They were more concerned with the optics.
The National Guard did not show up until 3 hours later, and by then the attack had already become deadly.
These officers were fighting. They were fighting for hours to protect that Capitol. I saw officers get hit with fire extinguishers being thrown at them, poles, these people came with baseball bats, metal poles that they were throwing, over and over at the officers.
Why weren't there any more Capitol Police officers when we knew we couldn't get the National Guard?
There was, we had as many Capitol Police officers as we can put on it.
Sun said about 1,400 Capitol Police officers were working that day, and even with other agencies providing backup, it still wasn't enough.
But is this something that you prepare for as a force, guarding the nation's capital?
Absolutely. We prepare for it all the time. We prepare for, various events. Again, this was something like I've never seen.
Do you feel you're unfairly taking the blame for this?
As a chief, I wish I could do better. I take responsibility. I really feel bad that my officers had to go through that. I really feel for the men and women of the department because they're going through a lot right now. You just had the death of Brian Sicknick, Howard, he was a close friend of mine. I really feel for him.
2 Capitol Police officers and 4 protesters died following Wednesday's riot. I did ask Sun about the video of police officers opening gates for protesters. He said that's under investigation. Back to you.
We will continue to cover everything that is related to the Capitol chaos that happened nearly 1 week ago, right here on News Now from Fox. Again, good morning, everyone. My name is Pilar Arias. Happy Tuesday. There's thousands of you watching on the platform that has a chat feature. Thank you so much for joining us and trusting us each and every morning to bring you the news that you want and need to know. Again, President Donald Trump is going to be in South Texas visiting the new portion of the border wall, actually in the area of Alamo, Texas, which is in the Harlingen, Texas news market. I happen to live and work as a news reporter in Texas for 5 years. We are reaching out to our sister stations in Texas. That's Houston, Austin, maybe even Dallas, to see if they are out there covering it for us, and we will bring you a live report if that is possible. Meanwhile, though, we are expecting the live images at the U.S.-Mexico border at 2 o'clock Eastern this afternoon, and we will cover it for you right here on NewsNOW from Fox. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will be in Houston, Texas, with Mayor Sylvester Turner, who has their city's latest COVID-19 updates.
Exceeded our initial goal. We set up to 3,600, but in actuality, they gave vaccination shots to 3,852 people. So I certainly want to thank Director Williams and his entire staff for their efficient operation at Minute Maid Park, and heard from a number of people who found the process to be quite highly efficient, and that the people out there were very, very nice and accommodating. I also want to thank Houston Fire EMS personnel, Chief Pena. Thank all of your personnel for the work that they did out there at Minute Maid. The Houston Police and the Rodeo Houston volunteers, who also worked together to get people through the process, from parking, getting inside the ball stadium, making sure paperwork was completed, to getting the vaccine. And last Friday, the state sent the city of Houston 8,000 doses of the Moderna vaccine. If you can recall, when we met on Thursday, we said that we did not know whether did not know whether or not we were going to get a shipment for Saturday, but on Friday morning that shipment came in, 8,000 doses, and on Saturday we used some of that allotment to increase the number of people who could get vaccinated at Minute Maid Park, and we were able to go up to 3,852. In fact, once we opened the registration line, 1,000 people, for example, signed up in less than a half hour. So in a few minutes, Houston Health Director Stephen Williams will discuss more of our plans for a future COVID-19 vaccination program. It's our hope to continue what we did last Saturday, and then depending on the availability of the vaccines, to even open up a north site. That's my hope, that we could do both a north and a south site, but that will depend on the availability of the vaccine. So for example, if that 8,000 shipment that we received on Friday was the advance for this week, then it's kind of going to put us behind the ball. So, and that's what we're seeking clarification, whether or not the 8,000 we got on Friday was the advance of shipment for this week. If that's the case, then we'll use some of that shipment for last Saturday, because we don't want these vaccines sitting on the shelf. So it's my hope that there's another shipment that's coming, and if that's the case, then there can be a north and a south site. We'll plan accordingly, and then we will see what happens. The reality is that there's a huge demand, and we just need everyone to work with a greater sense of urgency. So we certainly want to work with our federal and our state partners. I know we all want to get it out. Today, and let me tell you why. Today, the Houston Health Department is reporting 1,460 cases of COVID-19, bringing the total case count for the city of Houston to 131,035. So in the past week, we've seen how the numbers have been above 1,000. I suspect, and Dr. Peirce can speak more to this, that we're pretty much we're in the middle of the storm, and right now. And I suspect that the next 2 weeks for the city of Houston will be very, very important, because now we're getting the cases coming in from the holidays and the aftermath of the holidays. So again, I'm asking people to be very mindful of their behavior. That it's very important now to get tested. Okay, it's important now to get tested to know whether or not you have the virus and carrying the virus, especially if you are asymptomatic, because you don't want to spread it to other family members and friends and employees. So please get tested. Please get tested. and then keep these masks on and wash your hands and engage in the social distancing, because, we're right in the middle of the storm right now. And I suspect we'll be in the middle of this storm for the next 2 weeks. So the next 2 weeks will be very telling, because what we're needing now is to flatten out and then start bringing these numbers down. In terms of the hospitalization, there are more than 2,100 people in our hospitals. And as you know, at the peak of the storm during the summer, it was a little bit more than 2,400. So now we're a little bit more than 2,100. We're moving closer to that where we were during the summer. So again, please check your behavior and help us to flatten this curve. The total number of COVID-19 related deaths in Houston increased by 3 to 1,600. So that's, what I'm finding interesting is that the death number is still modest. And again, I'll defer to Dr. Purse on that, but the number is increasing by 3. That brings us to 1,600. The rolling average positivity rate is 17.4%. Which is up from last year. So that's a significant number. 17.4 is the positivity rate. So that number is moving in the wrong direction. The number of hospital admissions moving in the wrong direction, and we need to be very mindful of our behavior. Today I received word that another City of Houston employee has died from COVID-19 complications. Jose Rubio was a 27-year employee of Public Works. He had been battling the virus since mid-December, and I want to send my condolences to his loved ones and to other families across Houston whose lives have been changed as a result of the virus. So let me ask you to remember the family of Jose Rubio. Keep them in your prayers. Jose Rubio, a 27-year employee of Public Works with the City of Houston, and we appreciate his service and we'll be praying for his family. Sadly, too many lives have been lost and too many people have fallen ill. We know a lot of this is preventable if people would continue to wear their masks, avoid large crowds, and practice social distancing, wash their hands frequently, and get tested. And then let me say something else. When people are going out to lunch or dinner or breakfast, restaurants, let me remind people that it's important for you to put on your mask. Keep those masks on except when you're eating, or drinking. But once you have, before you eat, before the meal comes, keep the mask on. When the meal does come, of course, you got to take your mask off to eat. But after you finish your entree, while you're still sitting around and talking, put those masks back on, okay? So it's just important that we adhere to all of the health protocols that we talked about in 2020. Now let me pause first. Let me bring up Director Williams first, so he can talk about these north and south locations, or at least the hope of them, assuming that we get necessary allotment. I do want to thank him as I bring him up. I want to thank Director Williams for his outstanding service and his health department employees, because they have done just a terrific job under some very stressful circumstances. And I really want to thank them because on Saturday, I don't think anybody in the country in one single day even came close to 3,852 vaccinations in a single day. So let me thank him so very much. And I know he's working going without, to try to make Saturday even bigger than this previous Saturday. Director Stephen Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. As all of you are noting, I get my directions very publicly, usually at this dais, but I'm taking those in. The doses that we've received to date is 22,150. We've administered 14,297. We've also transferred 1,900 doses to individuals to ensure to other providers, ensuring that there was adequate access at various locations throughout. I want to let everybody know that in addition to the Minute Maid locations that we had this weekend. We've also been administering vaccine at the Bayou Event Center, our Northside Health Clinic, La Nueva Casa de Amigos Health Clinic, which is in near Northside Sharpstown Health Center, and also Sunnyside Health Centers. We're not making additional appointments at this time, but as slots become available, similar to what we did this Saturday, we will open it up. We know that once those appointments are opened up, that they will go very quickly. As the mayor indicated, we opened up 1,000 slots on Saturday. In less than 15 minutes, those 1,000 slots were in fact filled. This is very consistent with what the Texas Department of State Health Services is wanting. They have designated us as a vaccine hub, which indicates that their expectation is that we administer a large quantity of vaccines. As supplies are received, our plan is to, in fact, Mayor, have a north and south locations where we can actually convert those to mega locations on the weekend, in addition to our 4 health clinics. Shortly before coming here, I was talking to our staff, and as vaccine become available, we also want to ensure that we locate providers that in communities that are socioeconomically challenged and actually ensure that those providers have vaccine. It is important, yes, to get out vaccine, but it's important for us to look at equity as a value as a city. And so therefore, we will be operating sites that are mega sites, our clinic operations, and strategic sites that are in communities where we know that there are high positivity rates and other challenges. Also, we also expect to have additional vaccines coming in. I'm hoping by the end of the week, and with those vaccines, we'll be able to meet the mayor's current challenge, whether that be operating another mega site at Minute Maid or being able to bring out 2 sites, one north and one south. But that's dependent on locating the sites and also having the vaccine available. I want to also express my gratitude to our staff who, within less than 24 hours, contacted 3,400 individuals, ensured that they brought those folks in on Saturday, in addition to opening up our scheduling system to another 1,000 people. It's not every day that you get a staff that's able to pivot that quickly, and at 10:30 Saturday night, they were still working. So,
some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. Again, we are listening in on Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner and other city officials providing the latest COVID-19 updates. This is News Now from Fox. Happy Tuesday. It's January 12th, 2021.
Standpoint. It was even a point at which the police department came inside and helped us with the logistics that were going on. What we saw was people that were extremely grateful. We see that a number of folks want this vaccine, and so we want to make sure that we provide them access.
Thanks, and again, I also want to acknowledge the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo volunteers who also stepped in by the hundreds to help us out quite a bit. Let me just say this is day 7 since I took that vaccine, and I'm still fine, still good. So again, let me encourage people, when you get the opportunity to take it, please do that. Now let me bring up Dr. Person.
Thank you, Mayor. And so Stephen gave you the good news. Now I get to be Dr. Downer and give you some of the bad news. And so I want to put this a little bit of context and bring people's attention. The slide you see in front of you is a slide representing the hospitalizations of people. Now this slide is for hospitals which are in Harris County only. And you'll see that peak on the left center of the screen is back in July. Off to the far right is our current situation, and you can see that the numbers have risen dramatically, and we are just about at the levels that we were in July. Now, in July, we crested the peak. At this point, because our positivity rate is so high, that predicts what's going to happen in the future. So unfortunately, I'm afraid I don't think that we're ready to crest. As you said, you said you're in the center of the storm, and being from Texas, that makes me think there might be an eye of the storm with some calm. I don't think the storm has an eye to it, unfortunately. So at this point, we have to expect that the situation will unfortunately worsen within the hospitals, and that's important because right now, when we talk to our partners at the Texas Medical Center, at least a third of the patients in the intensive care units are COVID diagnosed or patients dealing with complications of COVID, and they are beyond their capacity for their phase 1, their standard ICU capacity, and they are into their surge already, and a fairly good percentage of that as well. So I don't say this to scare people. I say this in order that we pay close attention. Now, Mayor, you did point out something, and I want to draw it shows here on the graph, that the rate of people who are getting ill and getting hospitalized is rising at a greater rate than those that are in the ICU. And that's really due to the credit of the hospital folks. They are learning how to better manage folks, and there's a smaller percentage of them which are winding up in the intensive care unit. And we're seeing a smaller apparent, now there's a huge lag with death reporting, but I'm hoping that we'll see a little bit of a decreased death rate as well. But I don't want that to detract from the fact that if you're sick enough to require hospitalization in a hospital system which is beyond capacity, you are mighty sick, right? So the hospitals are sending people home with home health care adjuncts like home oxygen, home health nurses that are going that they wouldn't normally do. So hospitals are really at a very strained position right now, and we need to thank the doctors and nurses, respiratory therapists, x-ray technicians, all the folks in the hospital, because they're, once again, doing a tremendous amount of work. And also, I just want to, one quick thing is that with the Houston Rodeo volunteers, many of those folks are medically trained. They are the doctors and nurses that work in the hospital. And on their precious off time, they are stepping up to help their community too. So just want to point that out and say thank you to them.
Thank you, Dr. Purse and Chief Pena.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to first express my condolences to the Rubio family, worker for Public Works who tragically lost his life to this virus. Our condolences go out to them, their family, and certainly the Houston Public Works family. Mayor, I want to thank all the staff that's up here, really, and your team for the incredible work that we've been doing and they've been doing in getting these vaccines and getting the word out and doing our part to ensure that our community is vaccinated. Our firefighters, 226 today, are in quarantine. We surpassed the last week's record of positive coronavirus firefighters with 60 this week. So it's incredibly important to understand that the virus is endemic in our community. It's present, and we need to do our part to ensure that we're doing everything to slow the spread. I want to re-emphasize what the mayor has said up here earlier. Get tested. Get tested, get tested. It's incredibly important that we get tested and we know who's infected and take the proper precautions. It takes about, even if you just visit it with your family members during the holidays, it takes about 2 to 3 weeks to start seeing the symptoms. It's incredibly important for us to get tested at this point and to do our part. Wash your hands, keep your distance, get tested, and when able, get the vaccine. Right now we're vaccinating the most, I guess the people that are most at risk, and it's going to take some time to get the rest of the community vaccinated, but in the meantime there's things that we can do, and we're again going to re-emphasize what we've been saying all along. Proper distancing, wear your mask, proper hygiene, getting tested. That's going to help us stem and flatten the spread. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Chief. Chief Acevedo's not here, but let me just say as of this afternoon, HPD has 298 officers out due to COVID with positive tests or in quarantine, and another 39 of HPD civilian employees are out for a total of 337 HPD employees away from the workplace. And then just a quick update on the direct assistance that the City of Houston gave. We were giving out checks to 1,200, checks in the amount of 1,200 to people who qualified in direct assistance. All of those dollars have now been issued. Those checks have been issued. A total of 16,922 checks in the amount of $1,200 went out to different individuals. That's 16,922 checks went out for a total amount of $20,366,400. So we'll do that. And then lastly, I think we just want to make, some people have asked, when it comes to that second dose, that second vaccine, do they have to contact HPD, the Houston Health Department? And the answer is no. The Houston Health Department will be contacting them. Is that yes? So you don't have to contact the Houston Health Department for that second dose. The Houston Health Department will automatically be.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox. Pilar Arias here, and I am currently joined by Fox's Doug Luzader. We're going to be talking about exactly what is happening in the Capitol following last week. Doug, good morning. Is it true that President Trump could be impeached for a second time?
Well, it looks like that could happen, and if it does happen, it may happen as early as tomorrow. Democrats are really working fast to try to get this done, so this stands in marked contrast to what we saw almost exactly a year ago during President Trump's impeachment back in 2020, which seems like a lifetime ago, but it has been almost exactly a year. In that instance, we went through the whole process of impeachment, where this began in the Judiciary Committee, the House Judiciary Committee, where they drafted articles of impeachment, much gnashing of teeth. Eventually went to a floor vote. That process took a lot of time. In this instance, they're kind of pulling out all the circuits here, and this is going to happen really quickly. They're going to skip the major part of this where there's debate and just go straight to a floor vote, it sounds like, as early as tomorrow on a single article of impeachment, essentially alleging that the president incited that riot last week at the U.S. Capitol. And, you just need a simple majority in the House to impeach the president, which, just as a reminder to folks, is not removal, but it is kind of an indictment of the president. And if House Democrats can pull together the majority they need, they'll get it done. And then the question becomes, what about a Senate trial? And at this moment, we have no idea when or how or if that would even take place.
Yeah, there's not just division between Republicans and Democrats, but in the Democrat Party itself, too. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, there are some Democrats, I think, West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin, probably chief among them, who's a very moderate Democrat, arguing that this is a bad call, that this just sows division within the country. This is just going to make people angry. It's just Democrats just trying to kind of make a point here by impeaching the president a second time, knowing that they're not really going to remove him from office between now and Wednesday, which is just over a week away, which is the inauguration of incoming President Biden. So, yeah, I mean, there is some division within the Democratic Party. Maybe not much, though. Maybe not enough to prevent this from actually happening.
Should this second impeachment pass, though, does it have any implications for President Trump possibly running again in 2024 or not?
Well, the impeachment itself would not preclude him from doing that. But if he is impeached and this goes to a full Senate trial, and if the president is removed, and this, now you're in some weird territory because you're talking about a trial that would happen after the president leaves office, and there's some who think that that's even extra constitutional, that legally it cannot happen. But assuming it does, and assuming the Senate somehow musters up the Republican support needed to come up with a 2/3 majority to formally remove the president from office, then they can take another vote to kind of add a multiplier to that and say that the president can no longer seek public office ever again in his lifetime. If that's the case, that would obviously preclude the president from running again in 2024, which many believe he is anticipating doing. So that it's a possibility. It's kind of theoretical at this point, but we're in some odd territory right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Doug, I just wanted to ask really quickly about inauguration security and preps. What do you know about that?
Yeah, in some ways this is going to be one of the smallest inaugurations we've ever seen because of COVID restrictions and so on, but the security apparatus may be about the biggest we've ever seen. So they are certainly going to, redouble efforts to protect this event based on what happened last week at the Capitol.
All right, Fox's Doug Luzader live for us in Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks so much.
We are taking a live look now at the U.S. Capitol right there in Washington, D.C., everybody. This is one of my favorite live pictures to bring you because as soon as the sun starts coming up, it is gorgeous. You saw Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard's report yesterday out there, and it was absolutely beautiful. So I'm keeping a very close eye on all of these different East Coast live pictures. The sun should be rising pretty soon here. But again, thank you so much for tuning in to News Now from Fox. We also have some different live pictures as well. This is just outside of the Fox News headquarters right there in New York City. It looks like New Yorkers are off to a busy Tuesday morning. And surprisingly, the more we take a look at these live pictures, the more it seems like life is getting back to at least what most of us are referring to as the new normal. People are getting back to work, they're getting back to school. Vaccinations are being rolled out across the country. We're staying on top of all of coronavirus updates for you right here on News Now from Fox. And with that, I'm going to take you back out to Houston, Texas, where we continue to listen in to Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner and other city officials as to how the situation is out there. But again, big thanks to Doug Luzader for joining us right here on News Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. Again, we'll be in Houston when you return.
I think we just want to make, some people have asked, when it comes to that second dose, that second vaccine, do they have to contact HPD and the Houston Health Department? And the answer is no. The Houston Health Department will be contacting them. Is that yes? So you don't have to contact the Houston Health Department for that second dose. The Houston Health Department will automatically be contacting you and giving you those instructions. Having said that, we'll stop and we're open to questions to any of us that's up here.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good afternoon.
The governor announced 28 vaccine hubs statewide, 3 of the largest here in the Houston area. Will residents of surrounding counties be eligible to get vaccinated at those sites?
Yeah, we look. I can remember during the days after Harvey, we pulled on resources from inside the city of Houston and outside the city of Houston. The same thing will be applying to the sites here.
Will there be plans to make the process a little bit more smoother or to educate the public? I know a lot of people in the community don't know if they should wait on their provider, their hospital, or go to one of these sites. And so maybe that's stopping and preventing a lot of people from getting the vaccine sooner.
If you want to take that.
Yes, there is some confusion, and I think it's related to the vaccine availability. Because the reality is that pharmacies, doctors' offices, multiple practices, hospitals, health departments, all will be a part of a system that will be eventually vaccinating folks. But because of the lack of availability of vaccine and the need to prioritize, initially hospitals got it, then they expanded that provider group a little bit, that was really determined by what individuals, providers put on those applications. And so I believe that it will smooth out and that vaccine will eventually be available literally at your corner pharmacy or in your community health clinic or federally qualified health center.
Is there a timeline on that?
The timeline is related to the vaccine availability. I think everybody's really frustrated with it. We really want it to happen now. But remember, the vaccines just came out, a few weeks ago, and they have a production schedule, and we're having to really respond to that production schedule.
I have a question from Fox. DHS allocated 8,000 vaccines to the Houston Health Department this week for what they call a vaccine hub. How do you plan to disperse these, and how do you make sure that all of the vaccines are used?
Most of them are already gone. All of our appointments for next week are already filled, which means that the vaccine will be gone before our next supply. We actually got the vaccine a lot sooner than we expected it. We expected it today. That's why we, in a very hurried fashion, put together that mega site at Minute Maid Park where we gave out a little under 4,000 vaccines.
Question from, I'm sorry.
Let me elaborate on that even more so it would become clear. Because, the state health department, they're reporting that they, for example, 8,000 to the city of Houston, 8,000 to Harris County, I think 11,000 to Methodist. That 8,000 we received on Friday morning, and we used some of that 8,000 at our mega site on Saturday, because we're not. As soon as we get it, the goal is to put those shots in people's arms. So some of that 8,000 we've already used. We need quite frankly, we need another 8,000 this week, and that's why we're being a little bit hesitant on even announcing, for example, 2 mega sites for this coming weekend, because we don't know whether or not we're going to get another shipment this week, or whether or not that 8,000 that they sent to us on Friday was intended for this entire week. If that's the case, we're going to run out. So, our goal is to set up 2 mega sites, for example, on Saturday. We'll make the plans for it, but whether or not they will be activated depends on whether or not we get additional shipments. Because from that 8,000 on Friday, we used some on Saturday, and then, of course, we'll continue to provide shots Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So.
Question from KHOU. Given the large number of vaccine appointments already booked through January, how many doses do you need from the state to feel comfortable opening another mega site?
Oh, as many as they can send us.
It's hard for me to answer that question because my boss is here. But the reality is that after a conversation today, I'm sure that we can look at 16 or more thousand vaccines given the model, but that requires staffing. Part of our plan actually involves subcontracting out the staffing for some of the sites, which will give us expanded capacity. And so given the model I was looking at before I came here, we can almost quadruple what we're doing now.
Let me just say, Dr. Peter Hartez said that in order for us to get to where we need to be vaccinating 10 to 15,000 a day. 10 to 15,000 a day. So we simply want to make sure on our end that we are ramping up to put the infrastructure in place, and then the more we can get, the more we can distribute.
I have another question from Fox. Houston Methodist received the most vaccines this week, roughly 11,000. Will the city be working with them in dispersing these?
No. And the reason is because Methodist has been very aggressive in getting out the vaccine. The reason that they were named as a mega site, in addition to the 2 health departments, is because of, number one, how they filled out their provider form, which meant that they were willing to go outside of their system to vaccinate other folks. For example, they vaccinated some of the folks, EMS personnel within the fire department, some of the people that were within their system, as well as their 1B patients.
So again, Methodist is doing 11,000, and they've got a particular clientele that they will be addressing. Harris County got 8,000. City of Houston got 8,000. We got ours on Friday morning. So, and other providers, other hospitals are wanting more. We would love to have more. So, however many of the feds in the state can provide us, we can utilize. That's a huge demand in the city of Houston for this virus. For this vaccine right now.
Another question from KHOU. Can you walk us through the process for patients at these future super sites? For example, parking, wait times, observations after getting the shot, kind of what they can expect when they go to one of these sites.
I can tell you, based on what took place on Saturday, the wait time was not very long at all. We were able to get through and vaccinate over 3,800 people on Saturday alone. And so they were already pre-registered. They came in. There were 3 different pods set up. We used over 60 nurses and EMS workers. We had hundreds of volunteers from the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. I think if you talk to the overwhelming percentage of people who went through that system, they would tell you it didn't take long at all, highly efficient. People were very nice. We've gotten a number of emails and a number of responses from people on social media and others who said it just wasn't long at all. But people who were disabled or who were, had problems walking around, for example, they were on the first level. We made it very easy for them. Even with the cold weather on Saturday, the Astros put up, these portable heaters to make it as comfortable for them. And then on the second level, there were 2 additional identical pods set up, so 3 different stations. and literally over 60 different nurses that were providing the shots. Highly, highly efficient.
The mayor's talking about early on. It did get longer later on in the day. What we have worked out is a more efficient system, though. There was an extended wait time later on in the day.
Director Steven, while you're still on the podium, before we get 100 questions from
I'm asking for the...
All right, everybody, good morning. Thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox. We've been listening in on Houston, Texas officials about their latest coronavirus updates. As you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, exciting times here at News Now from Fox. We've got a new graphic that I like to show off to you all. We've got several major events happening today. Here's kind of a rundown or breakdown of what we are expecting. The House of Representatives is going to be meeting at 9 a.m. Eastern. President Trump is slated to depart the White House from the South Lawn on Marine One at about 9:50 this morning. Later this afternoon at noon, the Health and Human Services and the Defense Department will hold a briefing with senior officials on Operation Warp Speed and COVID-19 vaccines. And then President Trump is actually going to be making remarks, we are being told, at the border wall in Alamo, Texas. That is expected around 2 this afternoon. But yes, you just heard Doug Luzader talking about whether or not the president will speak. So that's what's coming up here on News Now from Fox. Again, everyone, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. Happy to be with you from the East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Are there any football fans in the house, in particular college football? It turns out, new from overnight, the Crimson Tide rolling over the Buckeyes in the college football playoff national championship game. Alabama beating Ohio State 52-24. This is the 6th title for Alabama in the last 12 years under coach Nick Saban. Devonta Smith was named offensive MVP just about 1 week after winning the Heisman Trophy. So we have that interview with Nick Saban, and we're going to listen to it right here on News Now from Fox.
Thank you. Well, I'm just so proud of our team for what they've accomplished all season long, the adversity that they had to overcome, the togetherness that they have as a group, the way they've supported one another, and to go undefeated, win 11 SEC games and win the national championship and beat 2 fine teams in Notre Dame and Ohio State. I can't tell you how proud I am of that. And we, a lot of guys, played not absolutely 100% because we were pretty beat up, but showed a lot of guts and a lot of grit out there in terms of the way they competed and the way they performed. I think it was a fantastic offensive performance by Mack and Smitty and the whole group. The offensive line has done a great job all year long. So really just can't say enough and can't really put it into words in terms of how proud I am of this group, this team, because they are the ultimate team.
We'll take our first question from Dennis Dodd.
Nick, congratulations. I know you don't like to compare teams, but both of your undefeated teams really different offensively, at least, and probably defensively. I wonder if you could compare the two and what it's like now to have another undefeated team.
Well, I think especially in this year, with all the disruptions, no spring practice, really no summer ball of all or any sort to develop players, no games where you could play other players and develop players on the team. I think this is based on the circumstances. This team has really accomplished a lot to be able to do what they did. We have great leadership on this team, really good players that are the best people on the team. And I think it's always fun to coach when the best players on your team are the best people. And the other undefeated team we had great people, had great players, and they were a great team too. I think ball has changed. It's a little more wide open, a little more spread. And, this team has adapted, and we've changed with it. Our coaches did an outstanding job with this team all year long. And I'm just proud of our whole organization and everybody who contributes to it for what we're able to accomplish.
Take our next question from Lane Higgins. Congratulations
Saban. I wanted to ask about Smitty and Manatee, who are two of your players that set single-season records for receiving and rushing yards, and it seems like their performance this year is largely a product of kind of your shift in offensive scheme in the last few years. So I was wondering if you could kind of explain how much of a difference you think your Canadian philosophy played in, getting those two players to have the games that they did and the seasons that they did.
Well, I think it had a significant difference. We've gradually changed through the years to be more spread-oriented, but still keep pro-style drop-back concepts with, our offense, legitimate play-action passes. So this whole sort of blend of all these things and creating balance to be able to run, make explosive plays with play-action passes that complement the runs and be able to throw RPOs to, count people in the box a lot. We threw a lot of RPOs tonight on a lot of those slants and glances, and they had 8 guys in the box or one more than we could block, and you're one-on-one with the corner. So Mac does a great job of executing it. Smitty obviously had a great half, and Najee has played well all year long and had some tough yards to get out there tonight. We knew it would be tough running against these guys the way they play, and we knew we'd have to throw the ball to win, and we did it effectively.
Yeah, Nick, what kind of job did Sark do finding a way to get playmakers in position to always to make plays?
Well, I think he's done a fabulous job. Yeah, he's done a fabulous job all year long. He's got a great plan, does a great job preparing the players, and does a really good job of calling the game. And, knows what the other team is doing, knows how to attack it, knows where to put the players to put them in position to be able to make those plays against what the other team is doing. And he's just done a fantastic job this year. I can't even tell you, can't even put it into words what a great job he's done and how much confidence the players have, in the plan and the execution. And, he's really helped Mac as well, I think. Mac had a phenomenal year. So our offense was really the key to the success of this team. We weren't, we're an okay defensive team, not a great defensive team. We played well enough and got enough stops, but the offense was dynamic, and that's what made the difference. Thank you. Well, I'm just so proud of our team for what they've accomplished also.
All right, again, everyone, that was Alabama's head coach, Nick Saban, right here on NewsNOW from Fox after his team won the college football playoff national championship game last night over the Buckeyes. The sound we are playing new this morning on NewsNOW from Fox. We are taking a live look now at Times Square in New York City. One of my favorite live pictures to bring you just because I've actually been to Times Square twice in my lifetime. If you like to travel, it is definitely a place to check out. Seeing lots of taxi cabs this morning, personal vehicles as well. Very few people actually walking around. I am hearing that it is cold in New York City this morning, so I'm going to head on over to our sister station, Fox 5 New York's website to see exactly 34 degrees, not quite freezing, but anything below 60 is cold to me because I'm from Arizona. They are expected to reach a high of 41 degrees today, overnight 30 degrees, so it's not freezing right now, but it will be. So a very chilly morning there in New York City. Meanwhile, we've got some live pictures of the sun rising. Here is the White House in Washington, D.C. That live picture of the U.S. Capitol. Keeping a very close eye on it after the turmoil last week. And we also can go back to New York as well to take a look at just outside of the Fox News headquarters, where you can tell the sun is rising here on the East Coast. Again, I hope you all are having a fabulous morning. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are staying on top of all of your top headlines from across the country, bringing you the news that you want and you need to know. We're going to stay on the East Coast for this next update. Actually, head on over to the state of Connecticut, where Ned Lamont provided an update to those living in the state of Connecticut.
Friday, We are keeping up with the track and trace, which is really important. Josh and the team, we've got a good contract out there, so folks are able to follow up. Our local departments of public health are following up. We now have over 1 million people who have signed up for that Google app, which is amazing. COVID Alert CT, they will inform you immediately. And if you put in the code, they'll inform anybody you've been in contact with. So that's how we're keeping up with track and trace. 116,000 tests since Friday. We still are, top 5 in the country in terms of testing per capita. Allows us to stay ahead of COVID. 6.3% positivity the last 3 days. That's down a little bit for the last 3 days, but we're still about 7% for the last week. And so like a couple of weeks after Thanksgiving, we came up a bit. Now it's a couple of weeks since Christmas. We've come up a little bit. Fortunately, it's going up like this, not like this. So we feel like we've got it under control for now. A lot's happening over the course of the next couple of weeks. Kids going back to school, universities slowly getting back into kids flying back. So we have one more chance where the whirring blenders start stirring things up. I would tell the universities, I would get all those kids on the COVID Alert CT track and trace app. I think it would just be a big savings for folks. Hospitalizations relatively flat over the last few days, at least still good capacity, as you know, and tragically 92 deaths over the last 3 days, a trend that is just heartbreaking. The vaccine update, which is always a little more hopeful. We still are one of the best in the country when it comes to getting people vaccinated, that first vaccine on a per capita basis or percent of the population. That's really important. We've done about 140,000 vaccines have been administered since we started. Almost half of them, 42% of them, just in the last week. So I would tell all of those frontline healthcare people in the nursing homes and in the hospitals, overwhelmingly, you've gotten vaccinated, but some of the nurses have still been a little hesitant. Here's your chance. Schedule your appointment now. Stay at the front of the line. What a difference that can make, because we're beginning the transition to the next group of people. And as the flow of people comes in, I would take advantage, healthcare people, of getting to the front of the line and getting that vaccination. Don't put it off any longer. Next up is phasing into 1B, is what I was alluding to before. So we're going to make sure that there are no vaccines left on the shelf at the end of the day, at the end of the week. So what Pat can tell you at Griffin and our other providers, we're going to now open it up starting next week to people over the age of 75. These are over the age of 75, not in the nursing home, but in the general population. Folks over the age of 75, they're maybe about 5% of our population, but they are about 60% of the fatalities. You can see why the CDC, Center for Disease Control, and the state of Connecticut are prioritizing this group as we move from just the 1A to the 1B as the first tier there. So look, starting Thursday, just in a few days, we're going to start the advanced registration for people over the age of 75. And medical outreach to those patients. Pat could tell us a little bit about how that strategy is, how we'll be reaching out to you. Following up, there'll be online registration as well, so that you'll be able to sign up and make an appointment. And I've got to tell you, there won't be room for everybody on day one, so you're going to have to be patient. And for those of you who just are a little exhausted by the internet and online, we are going to have a telephone booking system as well. Details on that coming out in a couple of days. So that's in 1 week, the 75 and over. So start being able to register for their vaccination, and that's really important. Looking forward. Looking forward is we're anticipating an expanded supply of vaccine over the coming months. We want to make sure that we have in place the infrastructure to be able to do that. So Josh is working very closely to expand our provider base, starting with our hospitals, our federally qualified health clinics, moving into mass or broad-based vaccination sites. The first one up, again, will be Rentschler Field, probably in the next 10 days. So you'll be able to go to Rentschler Field and you'll be able to, A, with an appointment, get vaccinated, B, get tested, and C, as needed, depending on need, be able to get some food support as well. So that's where we'll be able to do that at Rentschler Field. I think the federally qualified health folks are taking care of that. Convention Center, Hartford Health is doing it there. And I think Josh is going to say we'll have another half dozen other facilities being able to do this on a broad base within the next couple of weeks. But that's not good enough. Not everybody has a car. Not everybody has easy access to a site like that. So we're also going to be rolling out the mobile vaccination units, just like we did with testing. So we go to those underserved populations. It's so important that they get tested. Now it's so important that they get vaccinated. We're going to make that easier for you, working again, for example, with our houses of worship and taking advantage of their parking facilities so we can bring a mobile unit there, come out of the service, and get vaccinated. Working very hard to do that. What do we need? We need additional supply. Just got off the phone with somebody on the Biden task force. They do believe that the millions of doses that are sitting on the shelves waiting for the second dose will be released to us as a first dose opportunity soon after President-elect Biden is sworn in. We are expecting some guidance, Pat, in terms of whether you have to do that second dose after 3 weeks, or maybe there's a little bit of latitude there that would give us some more flexibility. But you are going to have to get that second dose regardless. So that's what we're trying to balance out over the next few weeks. And that's how we can increase supply, get more of you vaccinated faster. And we are hoping to see Johnson & Johnson get approval maybe by the end of this month. One of the small choke points we have is still getting more people able to vaccinate you. It's the people issue that we have alluded to before. So if that's your thing, go to ct.gov, step up Connecticut, ct.gov, step up Connecticut. It's working pretty well. I mean, I think we've had thousands of college students sign up so they can go in as apprentice teachers and help our kids get back to school safely. And for those teachers that have to teach remotely, we still have somebody in the classroom. I think we have over 1,000 people who have signed up for our medical reserve team, and hopefully some of them can be trained or qualified to give vaccines. We've got a lot of retired folks who are coming back. I think they've done a few vaccines in their day, and they'll be ready to help us out as well. Again, let me just reiterate, please be patient. I mean, I think you've seen the pictures from Florida and other places. First come, first serve. Everybody over the 55, come and join. That's not the way it's going to work. And there are more disappointed and frustrated people in those states that have done it that way. So we've got, obviously, a lot more people want to get vaccinated, a lot more people over the age of 75 that are ready to go. And we're doing this by appointment. We're doing this carefully just so we can measure the flow in. It's not a question of how big I expand 1B. There's only so many vaccines, but we're doing everything we can to do that. So that's why I urge you, please be patient. We're going to get this out as the best as we can, and keep your guard up. I was struck today to find out that because of people wearing the mask, people diagnosed with flu going to the hospital for flu is down 95%. Pat?
Unmute.
Yes, Governor, we've seen that here too. The number of flu cases at Griffin is down dramatically, which is wonderful only because it creates capacity to care for the number of individuals who are presenting with COVID. Just in terms of vaccination, I want to thank you and the vaccination program leadership team who've done a great job in rolling out the program here in Connecticut. We've had a really positive working relationship, which has allowed us to vaccinate over 10,000 individuals to date, and that's just since the 15th of December. That's been the phase 1A group. which is direct caregivers. We've not only done that for our own employees, but for employees of other healthcare facilities throughout the region and the state, and have now done some on-site vaccination for state employees in facilities, and those are direct caregivers there. We're really looking forward to next week, where we have an opportunity to vaccinate those 75 years of age and older. We've already been preparing for this. We've identified vulnerable individuals in our community, working with our local anti-poverty agency. We've mined data through our own medical records in our integrated physician practice in our hospital, trying to identify individuals that we need to get to first, especially those who will have difficulty coming to a vaccination center. We're working with our parish nurse program, our community health workers, our outreach workers to identify those individuals and develop a plan to go and vaccinate them where they are. We're working with the local interfaith council and the local clergy to see if we could use local churches, church basements, at least to work with the clergy and church leadership to identify individuals that might be at the highest risk. We are setting up a call center. We know that there may be challenges with access to technology. So we are actually going to be calling those individuals we've identified that we need to get to and schedule appointments with them so that we can get them vaccinated as soon as possible. I concur with you. There is a concern that if we open it up as first come, first serve, we wouldn't be able to manage the demand. And I think it would create a negative scenario, will discourage people from coming out. So a more disciplined, structured approach, we believe, will work. We're looking at various locations, want to make sure that people have transportation. Luckily, our local anti-poverty agency can actually provide volunteers to drive individuals to vaccination sites if they can't get there on their own. Again, our focus initially will be on those individuals at highest risk, those that are low income, those that are currently on Meals on Wheels, those that we know have multiple chronic conditions, because as you pointed out, those are the individuals that have the highest mortality if they contract COVID. So we want to get them vaccinated as soon as possible.
Hey, Pat, I'm 75 years old. I live in Derby. It's a week from now. I haven't heard from anybody. What's going on? What should I do?
So if you are, you live in Derby and you're 75, in the next day or two, you will begin to hear from us. So I know everybody's been standing by. We've gotten lots of calls to our call centers while we're in phase 1A, asking, when they're going to have an opportunity to get vaccinated. People have been patient, but I think we got to get the word out. So I think multi-pronged communication is going to be important. Again, we're actually going to be calling people directly. Obviously, we're going to communicate through existing relationships, our health and social service agencies, our local health department, but the actual call to schedule the appointment will be an outreach call. So we'll call them, and we want to do that as quickly as possible.
I love it. Pat's here to answer any questions along with Josh and Paul. Max?
Channel 3 Eyewitness News.
Yes, Governor, talking about the vaccine rollout, it looks like there's going to be tiers within the tiers. We see 75 and older going first. Who in Phase B would be next?
Well, the allocation committee, we put together, will be meeting tomorrow. They meet very publicly on a CTN, so you can listen to the debate. We're following the lead of CDC, the Center for Disease Control. So they're going to lay out the other groups as they come along. But as Pat just suggested, after the 75-year-olds, it'll be people with some healthcare risks and frontline essential workers.
Got it. Talking about sports now, high school sports, the preliminary guidance has been released. It looks like certain sports are going to be going back on the 19th. Does this also apply to recreational leagues and groups and ice rinks and things like that?
Yeah, we're talking about K through 12 here in terms of those sports, but I also think it does apply to those leagues. I think you can see maybe the chart up here. We wanted to bring this out that we're about a week away from allowing practices to begin for all those moderate risk sports. That's ice hockey, basketball, indoor track, swimming, not wrestling, I'm afraid. And the competition can begin very soon thereafter. And working with all of our neighboring governors, I think we announced this probably a month ago, we're not going to have, interstate competition just because of all the flow of people back and forth. It looks a little risky.
If I may, briefly on security, the FBI put out an alert about the potential of armed rallies, protests happening at every state capital. Are we hearing about credible threats or credible details of this happening in Connecticut?
I can tell you our state police, working with their national counterparts and working on a regional basis, are tracking the social media very, very carefully. And so we'll be ready, but I have a high degree of confidence that Connecticut's going to stay peaceful.
NBC Connecticut.
Hi, Governor Matt Austin with NBC Connecticut.
Hey,
just following up on that, has the Connecticut National Guard been requested to go to D.C.?
Why don't you take that, Paul? You're on mute.
Hold the pat. Sorry about that. Yes, the Connecticut National Guard has been directed by the governor that upon requests that come into the Connecticut National Guard that we stand ready to provide support to our partners down in D.C. At this time, there has not been any additional requests made, while some of our regional states who have other applications for specific requests that they were able to take on, particularly New York. But Connecticut and the Connecticut team of the National Guard stands ready upon any additional requests being made.
And is there a certain number of guardsmen who have been told to be on standby?
At this time, we have no particular number. It all depends on the particular ask that's made by the National Guard Bureau.
And is the Guard also on standby to protect potentially the state capitol?
The governor always stands ready to call in the Guard for any particular emergency situation.
Okay, thanks, Paul. And Governor, just kind of switching back over to COVID, for these people who are age 75 and older, and if they don't get contacted by somebody about vaccination, are there the state numbers and the state website, is that where they should head to? And where will they get vaccinated? Will retail locations like CVS and Walgreens be open for vaccination?
Yeah, I'll start with that. I mean, we're going to be releasing all that information, numbers you can call, within the next 72 hours. And Josh is working very closely with CVS, Walgreens, and the other pharmacies. Let's face it, CVS and Walgreens are pretty busy getting the next stage of people vaccinated at the nursing homes. That was their first priority. But over the course of the next couple of weeks, I think you'll see more pharmacy retail outlets available. Of course, the hospitals and the federally qualified health centers as well.
Yeah, just picking up on that, we already have over 100 locations around the state that are doing vaccinations. So there will be a location close to just about everybody in the state at this point already. And the key point the governor touched on before is this is going to be a reservation-based process. This is not first come, first serve, people's camping out overnight on sidewalks. So, our hospital partners, like Pat and his team and his peers around the state, are starting some outreach to people who've been in their networks over the past several years to do some outreach. By Thursday, as the governor mentioned, there'll be a website, there'll be a phone number for people to call if you haven't heard from someone or you want to take the initiative to book your own appointment. Those options will be available. And so at both of those locations, there will be visibility into what sites have appointments, what times. You can book your slot and be ready to go. The key message here, though, is it's all appointment based. We don't want people showing up at vaccination sites. You won't get a vaccine if you just show up without an appointment. So keep that in mind. But there'll be it'll be very clear for folks how they can book their appointment in the coming days.
Okay, thank you.
News 8.
Good afternoon, everyone. Governor, when you mentioned we know that the most vulnerable group, right, will be up first. you mentioned the mobile ability or aspect of this. Will that really help those that are the most vulnerable to be able to get them out there and have access?
Yeah, absolutely. There are a lot of people that just can't access by car. And a lot of those folks are the most vulnerable. Many of them live in very congested housing. We found with testing that they're the ones where
All right, everyone, we're coming up on 7:30 in the morning here on the East Coast. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. In about 30 minutes, Regina Gonzalez is going to join you for an hour. She's going to have a top of the hour new this morning, kind of a morning brief update. If any news breaks, happens live, we'll bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. Otherwise, we have gotten word that the House of Representatives is going to be meeting at 9 a.m.
How will they know? What's the best information for them so they'll know what to look for so they know it's not a scam?
I'll start, then I'll pass it to. If they ask you for your credit card number, if they ask you for your passport, if they ask you to send cash, hang up the phone. They're not for real. You can give them a little more detail.
You will. No, the vaccination is free. No out-of-pocket cost to anyone. You will not be asked to pay for a slot to book a reservation. You would never be asked for any kind of money. So if anyone's asking for that, that's a giveaway that it's a scam. Equally, no one's going to ask you for your Social Security number. Don't give away your Social Security number or a credit card number to anyone. Those are other tells. And so, if you see that, that's a good side of a scam. We put out a press release earlier today with some other tips and tricks as well.
Just one more, if I'm able to. How Connecticut ranks ahead of most states in terms of vaccination. How much of that is certain groups, say like healthcare workers? Maybe you were expecting to have more healthcare workers that had COVID, and if you're not seeing that, has that helped in being able to get the vaccines out quicker?
I didn't track that, Josh.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So I think that I heard something this morning that one of the reasons that Connecticut has been ahead of most other states in vaccinations is that one group of people among those healthcare workers, there hasn't been with the uptick, maybe not as many healthcare workers have been coming down with COVID. So with that being diminished a little bit, it's helped get out vaccinations at a much quicker rate.
Well, look, I think, our fast start on getting people vaccinated in this state is a function of, the great partnership, I think, that we have, the phenomenal work our team in the Department of Public Health has been doing, getting organized over the last several months, being ready for when the vaccine started to arrive, enrolling 100 providers, partnering with them to ensure they have what they need, doing the training, and the fantastic work of our providers. Pat, his team, his peers, the local health departments, federally qualified health centers. We've worked very well as a state throughout this crisis at every step with whatever the new challenge was, and this is just the next iteration of that. And I think it's really the partnership that's gotten us off to a good start. Pat, you should also offer your perspective from the front lines here if you have other thoughts on that.
Yeah, Josh, I agree with you. I mean, this is not a surprise in terms of our success with vaccination to date, because as a state, we've done a great job with testing. And some of the same infrastructure is being used. I mean, some of the capabilities that we're leveraging right now, we built as the state's largest testing partner. We've tested in 124 nursing homes, 4 state universities, state facilities, and in multiple drive-up testing centers. So the information technology that we're using, some of the scheduling and outreach capabilities were developed as part of the testing.
Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching News Now from Fox. I want to take you out to Chicago live right now. Wow, gorgeous skyline, even in the nighttime. And that's because you can see all those cars there right along the lake, heading to work likely early this morning. It was weird because I was seeing the light flashing there on the top of I believe that's the John Hancock building, not the Sears Tower. And I thought it was lightning there really quickly, but you can tell it is not. It is like the antenna flashing to let planes know, hey, there's a skyscraper here, please divert your path. But yes, gorgeous Chicago, Illinois. And that's because we've got Joni Lum coming up next on News Now from Fox, talking about the Chicago public schools and the teacher attendance. Now, we were hearing that even though they were returning to in-class instruction, some teachers were refusing to return as fears of COVID-19 transmission continued. So again, let's get the latest from Joni Lum right here on News Now from Fox.
I'm Joni Lum in Chicago. The first day of in-person classroom teaching happened yesterday. The teachers still at odds with the district officials, and those who didn't show up are going to be docked pay. CPS numbers indicate about 76% of teachers and staff reported to their buildings to teach about 6,500 pre-K and special education students. About 500 teachers were absent on Monday. This is the first time children have been in school since March. CPS says about 145 staffers will be considered absent without leave. They won't be paid. They won't be able to teach remotely. Yesterday, officials toured the setup at schools and thanked those who did come to school.
That the fact of the matter is, remote learning, while it works just fine for some, it absolutely has not served all of our students equally or well.
We've gone above and beyond the requirements from CDC and CDPH in order to ensure that our students and staff are safe.
The teachers union will be talking about these disciplinary measures, the next phase of students returning to school, K through 8th graders, on February 1st. I'm Joni Lum reporting.
You guys, think about that. It's been almost a year since children in Chicago public schools have been in the classroom. Very difficult time for children during this pandemic. I couldn't imagine. I have a friend who has a kindergartner doing a lot of virtual classes at home. Can you imagine doing all that online when you haven't even quite yet learned how to read? Really tough time for a lot of people right now during the COVID-19 pandemic. We're continuing to stay on top of it all for you right here on News Now from Fox. Again, thank you to the thousands of you tuning in, especially those of you watching on the platform feature. Our chat is already flying, but please feel free to let me know exactly where you are watching from. I'm going to take you out live now to Times Square in New York City, where New Yorkers are waking up. They are heading to work, maybe school, just past 7:30 in the morning here on the East Coast. I'm going to take you out to our sister station, KTVU Fox 2, next here on News Now from Fox. They're talking about COVID-19 and money. Money impacts us all, right?
Joining us once again to talk money during this pandemic, Winnie Sun, Managing Director at Sun Group Wealth Partners. It's tax season. It's upon us here, Winnie. A lot of questions regarding the stimulus check specifically. Should people expect to get taxed on that money?
Oh, so great question. In fact, a lot of people have been asking this question lately, and here's the good news. The tax code actually says that you have to pay taxes on all income from whatever source derived, unless it's specifically exempted or excluded. And so it's pretty broad definition. And the good news is, according to law, you do not have to pay taxes on these funds because there's a tax loophole that prevents taxpayers from having to pay taxes on stimulus check money if you're receiving from the government. So according to law, the stimulus check isn't income, but instead an advance payment of a tax credit. And tax credits are not taxable.
You know, speaking of taxes, by the way, you know, whenever a Democrat takes office, specifically the White House, you know, there's always concern from investors saying, oh, here go taxes, they're going to come on up. What do you hear in regards to President-elect Joe Biden's tax plan here?
Well, you know, he's been very adamant that, you know, if you're earning over $400,000, you're probably in for a rude awakening, and that your taxes are probably going to go higher. But he continues to say if you're below that levels, you should be okay. So that's what we're hearing about, you know. But I think the thing that we have to remember, and, you know, this is regardless of which candidate were to have been elected, but we know Joe Biden has been elected. But even if it were Donald Trump having reelected, the odds of us having taxes increase are pretty good, just because we spent so much money during the pandemic. And so that translates to somehow having to make up those earnings so that we can help more Americans get to that next level. So we are hearing that. We're hearing consistently the taxes are probably going higher.
Speaking of next level, when people are retiring, you know, I guess the dream is to have that steady income, you know, whether it's one big check a month or maybe it's 2 checks a month. The importance of planning to get there, to have that happiness, to have that cushion. What do you tell your clients?
So that's a big one. And this is something that we've heard for many years now, of the importance of having that consistent income. It's just like you, and when we're working and you have that paycheck, and then once you're not working, you have Social Security, but we also know that Social Security generally only covers about 40% of your future income needs, or the money to be able to survive on your basic living expenses. So somehow you have to make that up. So there's been a lot of talk right now about the importance of having a consistent income stream. The thing that I would say is this is an area that you should talk to a professional about. I mean, this is what we do for a living. There's different ways that you can produce that consistent income until like your last day. So you can always set up, for example, bond ladders, like a laddered bond portfolio. There's also a lot of insurance products out there that will insure for your income, for guaranteed income for life. But those are things that you definitely want to hash out, because there's a lot of pros and cons to these different products and strategies that may or may not make sense for you. So some of the things that you want to first off figure out is how much money you need, and how we can make up that income. And of course, what are your emergency funds look like? You have funds available, you have cash liquidity. So it's really something that you should plan earlier rather than later. Unfortunately, most people don't plan this until they're about to retire. So I would actually suggest, especially if you're in 50s or earlier, a great time to have that discussion.
So is that the number one thing when you drive home, is starting earlier than later?
I think so. I mean, not I think so. I know so, because, we've worked with clients now who most people don't come to us for retirement planning until they're literally like they're about to retire. Maybe they'll do a little bit earlier, be a 1 year before they're about to retire. But, oftentimes if we can meet someone in their 30s or their 40s, or even if they're 20s, and we say right now we want you to basically sock away more money, live on a little bit less, they can usually manage a lot more so than if you wait until you're in your 60s and 70s, and then we say, you know what, we're going to have to cut your budget by 20 or 30% just because you're going to outlive your money. And then at that point, what are you going to do? You can't. It's a lot harder to make up that difference when you're in your 70s and 80s, when you have those concerns, financial concerns, than when you're younger.
You were just mentioning in your response there, Social Security, and I know how important that check is to my own mother, who lives with us. Yeah. Are there any changes to Social Security that we should expect here in 2021?
So there are some changes, and I definitely want to put this on your radar, because I think if you know, and then you can plan for it. First off, full retirement age actually increases this year. So to get those full Social Security benefits, as you know, you usually have to reach a certain age. Last year, it was 66 years old and 8 months. This year, it's going to be 66 years old and 10 months. So 2 more months. And next year, that's actually going to go up to age 67. Now, if you wait on taking those monies as you get closer to 70, you actually get more of a bump on those monies. Most people don't wait until that time. The other thing that's really important to know, this is a big one. This is one that I'm actually not a huge fan of, and that is that our benefits actually increased for those on Social Security by much less this year. So in 2019, it increased by 2.8%. Last year is 1.6%. This year, starting this month, is 1.3%. So that means, so if you're living off your Social Security, or, this is kind of a rude awakening. So for most Americans, on average, that means an extra $20 a month starting this month.
Okay. Hey, since we're on the topic, and not to bring my mother into it, but caring for aging parents, it kind of caught us off guard. I can't say that I actually planned, and so it's been a learning process over the years, last decade or so. But, more people are living with their parents, or having to care for them instead of putting them into a long-term facility. Do you have any advice, or do you give clients advice who are dealing with something similar?
This is something that we definitely talk about. And in fact, this is something that really hits home for me, because, my parents they're not like that much older, but they're in their later 70s now, right? And we don't expect our parents to ever get to that point. You feel like you're going to have time to plan these things out. But oftentimes, and I found this actually for several of my clients this year, is oftentimes you don't start planning until there's a medical emergency. And oftentimes that can be too late. So if you can have these discussions early on, it's really important to do so, because nearly 1 in 5 American adults we do know are providing for another adult in their lives. We know that that's a fact. And in fact, we've seen that more so now with the pandemic. So the first thing I always encourage you to do is have a conversation with your parents or family members, the sooner the better. So sometimes you just have to do it around the holidays. Sometimes that's the time that you have time where you're sitting down, you're talking. But nowadays, maybe you have to do it via the phone. Figure out what they're envisioning in future retirement. What's going to happen when they can't care for themselves? Because you need to have an expectation. So like Mike, you're a perfect example. I'm an example of this. We're really the sandwich generation. We've got older parents that we need to plan for, but we've also got young kids at home. Yeah. So how do you make ends meet? So definitely, I would say this is the time to do it. And if your parents don't have, or not just parents, but also older family members don't have a living trust and healthcare directives, that's something you should take care of this month in 2021.
No, if there is one advantage, it is a built-in babysitter, I guess. Every now and then you can sneak away with your spouse
Yes,
for
very important.
for dinner when the restaurants reopen for indoor dining. All right, Winnie Sun, Managing Director with Sun Group Wealth Partners. Always a pleasure. Thanks, Winnie. Have a great week.
Thank you so much, Mike. Take care.
Right.
That was actually a lot of great advice, everybody, in there. She called, at least herself, a member of the sandwich generation. There's older parents they have to care for, think about the future, and there's younger children at home. So very interesting advice there. I'm going to take you back out to Connecticut, everybody. In about 15 minutes, Regina Gonzalez is going to join you for a top of the hour new this morning. And some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. If anything happens live, any breaking news, we'll bring it to you raw, unfiltered, right here on News Now from Fox. Don't forget, I want to talk about what is coming up here in just a bit on News Now from Fox. Let me make sure that I have the Capitol Live picture here for you. This is what we are expecting. The House of Representatives is going to be meeting at 9 this morning. President Donald Trump is expected to depart the White House South Lawn on Marine One just before 10 o'clock this morning. Later this afternoon, we're talking noon on the dot, there is a Health and Human Services and the Defense Department briefing with senior officials on Operation Warp Speed and COVID-19 vaccines. And then President Trump is expected to make remarks at the border wall in Alamo, Texas, which is near Harlingen, Texas, on the south portion of Texas, the U.S.-Mexico border, at 2 o'clock Eastern this afternoon. Again, this is what is expected to come up later on this afternoon on News Now from Fox. But back out to Connecticut we go. Again, some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break.
Developed as part of the testing program. So again, good testing, I think, is leading to capabilities for vaccination. And there's a real determination, and I want to reiterate the level of cooperation amongst the provider community and your office, DPH, the controller's office. There's been a really strong, positive working relationship, and everybody has a common goal, and we're getting out there and getting it done.
Hi, Governor. We're still seeing a lot of activity following last week's incidents at the nation's capital. Are there any steps being taken at our state capitol or other state buildings to increase security?
As we said before, our state police, working in conjunction with their national counterparts, are tracking the social media very carefully, working with any sources we have, making sure that we're ready for whatever could happen. And I'm counting on the good sense of the people of Connecticut that it's going to be safe here at the state capitol.
News 12 Connecticut.
Governor, I know the allocation subcommittee is meeting tomorrow, and you've deferred a lot of guidance to them, but they seem to really be struggling with whether to add people 65 to 74 to the next phase and younger people with serious pre-existing conditions. Again, just your personal feeling here, do you think those groups ought to be added?
Look, adding more groups just means other people get pushed to the back of the line. It's not like I'm increasing my vaccine capacity. It's not like I'm slowing things down in any way just because we're not adding more people. If everybody's a priority, then nobody's a priority. And I tend to think, on a personal basis, that both the CDC and our allocation committee have it about right. I mean, look, I'm in that, 65 and over. I can't quarantine very well, but a lot of folks my age group are a little better positioned to be able to quarantine. And there are an awful lot of, 45-year-old folks working at grocery stores and daycare who don't have that opportunity. They're there on the front line, teachers and the such. We want to make sure that they can continue to make our society run and do it safely.
And Governor, this might be a question for Josh or Paul too, but can you guys go into a little more specifics about what the security measures you're taking around the state capitol complex are now through next week?
Paul, you want to take that?
Yeah, while we don't like to go too far into what the security measures are, but I would just say in general terms, Commissioner Ravella and his emergency management team have been working with the Connecticut Intelligence Center, as well as collaborating with the Capitol State Police here on campus. There are assessments, security assessments that are being done on various state buildings as we speak. The governor is receiving daily security updates that will go all the way up to the inauguration, particularly with the information that we have seen not only from the FBI, but also from other sources monitored by the state police about actions that can potentially happen over the weekend. As the governor stated, the state of Connecticut, from a security standpoint, will be ready and prepared based upon any particular escalation that we see of these various actions at state-related buildings or state-related facilities.
Any specific threats or events that are concerning you right now?
Nothing that we can speak of at this time.
Okay, thanks, guys.
WTIC 1080 News.
Hi, if you're 75 and older, there's an extreme amount of anxiety on how this is going to go down. The Sunday Show did a piece on how bad it is in Florida with, grandma doesn't know what the deal, how much assurance can you give these folks that this is going to be more organized than what we've seen down there?
Well, I can give you a lot of assurance it's going to be a lot more organized. It's a reservation only, and you're going to be notified, as Pat said, hopefully, by the end of this week. So you know that you don't just show up, but you show up when you have an appointment, and we'll be able to take care of you. It's going to take a while. I can't do everybody in that first week, but I think you know where we're headed.
And as you've learned more, as we've learned more about what happened last Wednesday at the Capitol, it could have been a lot worse. Just maybe your thoughts on, what you've heard over the last few days and how, what you're thinking about it.
Well, it could have been a lot worse, but it was really bad. And it was a shock to our system that something like that could happen, that people would want to breach our nation's capital, that our representatives were at some physical risk, that the police were overwhelmed. We better learn and learn fast, because Sunday's coming up and there's a lot of people on edge who are using social media to gin up some hatreds. And they're not going to let that happen in Washington again.
Connecticut Public Media.
Good afternoon. In regards to Senator Murphy and Blumenthal have been talking about calling on the Department of Defense to investigate the slower response at the Capitol and reevaluate how the Capitol is protected. Has that crossed your mind to reevaluate how security at the Hartford Capitol works, and if there should be any changes for the future?
Well, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, so just Allie, just for everyone, all the viewers, just so you know, while the governor's office is located in the state capitol complex is managed by the Office of Legislative Management of the legislative branch. So first and foremost, when it comes to the protection of the Capitol, while we're always able and want to provide the resources of the executive branch to support when it comes to security, particularly since the governor and the governor's staff work here, we always defer to the Office of Legislative Management and State Capitol Police when it comes to overall protection of this complex. So it's a long way to say, first and foremost, I would defer that question to the Office of Legislative Management and the State Capitol Police. But with that said, the state police and the governor and the governor's resources is always ready to step up to provide support in order to protect the people's capital of Connecticut.
Thank you.
The Associated Press.
Thank you, Max. Governor, I was wondering what types of, just to follow up on John's question earlier, can you talk about what types of communications you and your office have had with the federal government concerning these upcoming protests?
I don't think so.
Can you say that you've had any communications with them?
Hey, Paul, do you want to take that?
Sue, can you just ask the question again?
What communications have you had regarding
with the feds?
Violence with the feds?
With the feds, that has been led by Commissioner Ravella and his team, the state police, and our intelligence center. They have been receiving daily updates from their federal partners, as well as participating in various calls and seminars based upon as information has come about. We do look forward to having additional information as the week goes along, as I said earlier, and the governor will be receiving daily security briefings from Commissioner Ravella for the rest of the week, all the way up to the inauguration.
Okay, thanks for that. And regarding, you mentioned Rentschler is going to be a mass vaccination site. Will there be other ones around the state, and where will these mobile units be located?
There will be others around the state. I also mentioned the Civic Center with Hartford Health. And they'll be in dozens of other, well, we already have 100 locations right now, Sue. And once we get our vaccination site launched, you'll be able to see that, and you'll be able to see where the closest place is to you, just like we were able to do with testing.
And the part about people being called at home, I'm just wondering, like, how do you make sure that people don't fall through the cracks? You know, I'm wondering, maybe they don't have a regular caregiver. Maybe they don't have some sort of relationship with Griffin Hospital or some of these other places. I'm just wondering how you make sure that someone who may be homebound, who doesn't have the wherewithal to know what to do, make sure that they don't fall through the cracks.
Hey, Pat, why don't you take that?
Yep, Susan, thank you. That's a good question. As I said earlier, so we have relationships prior to the pandemic with local social service agencies, with the local housing authorities. So we do a lot of community health outreach. We're doing screening in these vulnerable populations on a regular basis. So we're talking to the housing authority. So anybody who's a resident in congregate housing, whether they have an existing relationship with Griffin or not, those individuals are being identified. I mentioned Team Inc., the community's anti-poverty agency. They provide a whole array of social service supports to these vulnerable populations. So they have existing relationships. We're working closely with them. So they'll identify individuals they believe who fit the criteria, 75 and older, that are high risk. We're working with them. We'll be doing the same with local clergy, looking at their parishioners, their congregants. So we're not just looking at existing patient relationships with our physician practice or the hospital. We are reaching out to other organizations and agencies in government and our local health authority to identify these individuals. So where necessary, we're going to use their relationships to get to those individuals as well as ours.
Are other hospital groups doing the same thing?
Yeah. Yes, obviously we've been very focused on meeting the needs locally, but I've talked to my counterparts and they are using a similar approach.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hearst, Connecticut Media.
Thanks, Max. Pat, so how big is the Griffin catchment area? Is that the entire valley, or can you go into a little bit of that?
Sure. So our primary service area is 6 towns, and that's essentially the lower Naugatuck Valley. But at least in phase 1A, we've been vaccinating frontline caregivers from all over the state. And that's why our numbers are pretty high at over 10,000. You know, we had capacity. We've got an efficient operation that's pretty high throughput. So folks who, when they went into the VAM scheduling system, once they've been registered, they can pick a vaccination site, and we had more appointments available, so folks came to us. So I think in part, Josh and the vaccination program leadership have reached out to us and said, you're doing a good job. Can you create even more capacity? So we have a mass vaccination site here on campus. A week ago, we were asked to double our capacity. And so starting on Monday of next week, we've moved to a new location going from about 600 a day here on campus to 1,200 a day vaccination capacity in our new facility. In addition, we're doing on-site vaccination. So we'll be out in the community, but in that single location, 1,200. There's been conversation about using our drive-through testing facilities, which we're using in communities throughout the state. So that's in Farmington, in Middlebury, in Naugatuck, in Trumbull. We're using those testing facilities 1 or 2 days a week, saying, well, you've got the facility built and the infrastructure, can we leverage those for vaccination going forward? So we're in discussions about possibly doing vaccination there.
Is it too soon to ask you where the 1,200 person a day site will be?
Yep, it's at 10 Progress Drive in Shelton, and that's will be adjacent to our occupational medicine center that has existing relationships with 900 employers throughout the region, a fairly broad region beyond the valley. And so we're working with those employers to identify those employees who fit the essential worker category in phase 1B. So we're ready to go with them as well. So it's not only the 75 and older population, which we're going to be focusing on in the next couple of weeks, but after that, getting to those essential workers that are qualifying for phase 1B.
Thanks. Josh, demographically, are people getting who are getting the infections skewing lower ages now?
Good morning, everybody. I am your host, Regina Gonzalez, in with you for about the next hour, 8 o'clock here on the East Coast. So we wanted to bring you up to speed on all the stories happening this morning here on NewsNOW from Fox. Again, thank you always for waking up with us here, coming to you live from our East Coast hub in Orlando, Florida. Good morning, everybody. Nice to see you again. I hope that you have had a wonderful start to your work week. We are continuing to follow all the major headlines making news across our nation, especially the fallout of the deadly attacks on our nation's capital last Wednesday. House Democrats formally introducing their resolution yesterday to impeach President Trump, charging him with incitement of insurrection for his role in last week's U.S. deadly Capitol attacks. Again, the House will meet at 9 a.m. and after a recess, they are expected around 4 this afternoon, early evening, to begin debate on a resolution calling on Vice President Mike Pence to strip Trump of his powers using the 20th Amendment. And then tomorrow, debate is expected on an article impeachment against the president. So continuing to follow that story, we may just be days away from seeing our president take efforts on being impeached a second time. Meanwhile, you have seen us talk to our team at Fox 5 DC, who have been boots on the ground since these attacks last week, giving us live updates from the Capitol. Yesterday, they actually got an exclusive interview with a former Capitol Police Chief, who is speaking out on the Capitol attacks for the very first time. We did bring this report to you earlier, but if you are just joining us here at 8 on the East Coast, we do want to bring you that report here again on NewsNOW from Fox. In his first on-camera interview since the attack, former Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sun fought back tears when recalling what his officers went through during Wednesday's Capitol siege. And while he does take partial responsibility for what happened, he did not hold back when placing the blame on the federal government for failure to launch the National Guard.
My officers were out there, they were battling hard, they were doing everything they could to protect the Capitol, and we had to go through that. And that's what's concerning.
Sund says after he was denied permission by the Senate and House Sergeant of Arms to request the National Guard Monday, he followed up with the Army 5 times on Wednesday as rioters stormed the Capitol.
I needed boots on the ground, immediate assistance right then and there, helping to form police lines to help secure up the foundation of the United States Capitol building. They were more concerned with the optics.
The National Guard did not show up until 3 hours later, and by then the attack had already become deadly.
These officers were fighting. They were fighting for hours to protect that Capitol. I saw officers get hit with fire extinguishers, fire extinguishers being thrown at them, poles. These people came with baseball bats, metal poles they were throwing, over and over at the officers.
Why weren't there any more Capitol Police officers when we knew we couldn't get the National Guard?
There was, we had as many Capitol Police officers as we can put on it.
Sund said about 1,400 Capitol Police officers were working that day, and even with other agencies providing backup, it still wasn't enough. But is this something that you prepare for as a force, guarding the nation's capital?
Absolutely. We prepare for it all the time. We prepare for, various events. Again, this was something like I've never seen.
Do you feel you're unfairly taking the blame for this?
As a chief, I wish I could do better. I take responsibility. I really feel bad that my officers had to go through that. I really feel for the men and women of the department because they're going through a lot right now. You just had the death of Brian Sicknick, Howard. He's a close friend of mine. I really feel for him.
2 Capitol Police officers and 4 protesters died following Wednesday's riot. I did ask Sund about the video of police officers opening gates for protesters. He said that's under investigation. Back to you.
All right, once again, that was an exclusive report from our sister station, Fox 5 DC, speaking with a now formal Capitol Police Chief on Wednesday's deadly Capitol attacks. Now, we are again learning that House Democrats will meet at around 9 this morning. If we do get a live picture here on NewsNOW from Fox, we will bring it to you raw and unfiltered, just like we like to do. And they are expected around 4 this afternoon, to begin debate on a resolution calling on Vice President Pence to strip President Trump of his powers using the 25th Amendment. On Wednesday, debate is expected on an article of impeachment against the president. So again, continuing to follow the fallout here on NewsNOW from Fox following Wednesday's attacks on our nation's capital. Meanwhile, I want to bring you a story related to these attacks out of Florida here. A $5,000 reward is now being offered to find the person who scraped the word Trump into the back of a Nature Coast manatee. There is now a federal investigation trying to figure out who exactly did this. The United States Fish and Wildlife Service is leading the investigation after the animal was spotted swimming in the Homosassa Springs over the weekend. So again, a story coming to you out of Florida, specifically our sister station, Fox 13 Tampa, with this latest report. I want to bring that to you here on NewsNOW from Fox 808 here on the East Coast. Some of you will also see that quick 2-minute commercial break.
They're known as gentle giants, sea cows.
And they're just so peaceful.
An up-close encounter can be a thrill of a lifetime.
It's amazing. It's an experience, everybody should be able to experience someday in their life.
But someone took advantage of that opportunity, scraping the word Trump into algae on the back of this West Indian manatee. Haley Warrington, a boat captain at River Venture, spotted it Sunday on the Homosassa River.
The first thing that went through my mind was who would do something like that?
The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service volunteer took pictures and video and reported it.
It was sickening, and the animal, I'm sure, was pretty upset as well. Behaviorally, it didn't want anything to do with people.
State and federal wildlife investigators are on the case. They tell us the manatee does not appear seriously injured, but it's important to note manatees are protected under the Endangered Species and Marine Mammal Protection Acts. Harassment like this is a federal crime, carrying a fine up to $50,000 and possible prison time.
It is real. It's not a joke. This animal was molested by people intentionally to do something like that.
Here in Citrus County, where respect for the manatee runs deep, this video is both shocking and disappointing.
That's just terrible. I mean, why would you take it that far, to take it into nature?
Homosassa is, home of the manatees.
Yeah.
So it's just sad that they'd come out here and, hurt our wildlife.
Warrington sees it as a privilege to share the water with manatees and hopes this serves as a lesson. They are not pets. They are certainly not canvases.
It's not something that we characteristically see in our area. It's definitely not something that we would condone.
In Homosassa, Haley Hines, Fox 35 News.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez joined right now by Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater as we continue to follow the efforts being made to potentially impeach our president for a second time. Good morning to you, Doug. How are you? Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
Well,
just trying to keep up with everything that's going on here. We're going to have a really busy week ahead.
Oh, yeah, right. What a time to work in national news. And we thank you for keeping us updated here on NewsNOW from Fox. Now, Doug, as the House could be just days away from impeaching President Trump, can you explain what happened yesterday, what's going to happen today? Walk us through what we can expect.
Yeah, the Democrats were pursuing kind of a two-track response here. One was to try to prevail upon Vice President Mike Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment and essentially sideline President Trump for the remainder of his term. The 25th Amendment has never been used in that way before, and there's no indication it's going to happen this time around either. They were going to try to pass a resolution to prevail upon the vice president to do just that. Republicans were opposed to it, so that option just kind of seems dead in the water right now. The other one is impeachment. Now, that requires a lot more time. And even though Democrats are talking about accelerating this process and maybe having an impeachment vote as early as tomorrow, and while they may have the votes to do just that, there's no way that you can short-circuit a Senate trial. That just simply takes some time, and there's just no way that we know of that they would be able to conduct a Senate trial in time to remove this president from office before the end of his term. So then it raises the possibility of having a Senate trial long after the president has left office. Kind of odd. It may test some constitutional limits. But there is certainly a big desire on the part of a lot of Democrats to pursue this to every end possible.
And, kind of going off of that, Doug, there is definitely some divide between Democrats on whether or not these efforts are worth it. Some say we should not be worrying about this. We should be focusing on the unity of our nation. What are Democrats saying?
Yeah, I think this is largely divided along party lines, but not completely. There are some Democrats who think that this is just needlessly divisive. Among them would be Senator Joe Manchin, a pretty moderate Democrat from West Virginia, who is urging some restraint here. And there's also a practical consideration. Democrats are getting ready to take over the White House, obviously. As soon as a president comes into office, one of the first priorities is to get a cabinet in place, and that requires Senate confirmation. So if the Senate is tied up in a trial, they're going to have a lot of difficulty getting those folks in place. So there is some concern about taking away from the initial agenda of Joe Biden if they pursue this to all ends, which is why they're talking about even holding these articles of impeachment maybe for a few months and then conducting a trial in the spring. But at that point, a lot of the momentum to do this would just be gone because the president would have already left office.
And my last question to you, Doug, President Trump approved an emergency declaration for the D.C. area. New security measures are being taken. I know you joined us from Washington, D.C. What are you seeing out there?
Well, when you get closer to the Capitol, that's where you see the real differences. The Capitol is always a pretty accessible building. I mean, you're not supposed to go inside of it, obviously, but you can walk just about right up to it. Now, that has all changed. They've put some new fencing up around there. There are National Guard troops around the Capitol and around some of the perimeter buildings. So there's a lot more security. And even though this inauguration itself is going to be very small because of COVID concerns, that's always been the plan, the security response is going to be very, very robust next week.
All right, Fox News' Doug Luzader, thank you so much for these updates. You have a great rest of your day.
Thanks so much.
Once again, a big thank you to Doug Luzader and all of our correspondents who keep us updated here on News Now from Fox. Once again, taking a look at our nation's capital as we continue to see whether or not our president will be impeached, will have efforts to be impeached a second time. So thank you again to Doug Luzader for that update. Meanwhile, as House Democrats are taking efforts to potentially impeach our president more than any other political leader, you've seen President Trump has used social media to spread his message directly to millions of people. Now platforms are cracking down and suspending his accounts. But what about free speech? What about the First Amendment? Is this even allowed? We are getting a report from our sister station, Fox 32 Chicago, who is speaking to Ms. Genevieve Lockyer, excuse me on that pronunciation. She is an assistant professor of law at the University of Chicago, talking about these social media platforms cracking down and suspending President Trump's accounts. So let's get that report here on News Now from Fox.
President Trump has taken advantage of social media to spread his message to millions of people. As we told you this morning, he's been permanently banned from Twitter. He's losing his digital pulpit.
Following the mob on the Capitol last week, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, and Snapchat, they all blocked the president's account for at least the remainder of his presidency. The president's favorite social network, Twitter, it put a 12-hour lock on his account, but warned for the first time that it could suspend him permanently if he violates the rules. But what about free speech and the First Amendment? Here to weigh in on all of that is Genevieve Lockyer. She is an assistant professor of law at the University of Chicago Law School. Thank you for coming on the show this morning. What's your reaction to the actions by these social media companies that are banning the president on social media?
I have to say it's mixed. It's complicated. I think free speech people have a kind of a nuanced take on this. So on the one hand, it seems really good that Twitter has removed some of the posts and banned President Trump for now. And not only Trump, a number of other people who were involved in the Stop This Deal campaign and involved in the Capitol riot. I believe in free speech, but speech can cause all kinds of harms. And there seems no question that Trump's tweets and other social media posts enabled and encouraged the significant violence at the Capitol, and that there's already plans in the works for similar kinds of events. And so that seems good that that's taken down. It's a way of preventing bloodshed in the future. On the other hand, there's this big question looming over all of this, which is, do we want these private for-profit companies wielding this tremendous power over what speech gets out there to the public? Under existing First Amendment law, Twitter, Snapchat, all of these social media companies have almost total freedom to make the rules up as they see fit. So Twitter could ban Trump or not ban Trump, and the First Amendment has nothing to say about it. But it's unclear whether, as a general matter, we want the people making these decisions to be these often very non-transparent private companies.
Well, we know the president, whether he likes it or not, is leaving office officially next week. We also know that groups like the Proud Boys and the National Socialist Club and the Three Percenters aren't likely to go away anytime soon. What, in your mind, with regard to responsibility, do social media companies have when it comes to these groups inciting the type of rhetoric that leads to the kind of violence we saw play out on the Capitol?
Well, I guess I'll say two things. So one, we wouldn't want a situation where the major social media platforms are worried about hosting this kind of speech, and so therefore it just goes to the dark web or to other kinds of sites where it's less easy to be seen. I would prefer generalizable rules across the social media platforms, that we can have a uniform approach rather than simply picking and choosing by the private companies. In terms of their responsibility, they have a responsibility, like we all do, to create the best political community, the best democratic society we can. Do I think that they should have legal responsibility? No, not really, because what we've seen in the past is that when companies face legal liability for hosting speech, what happens is they take down a lot of speech that maybe we don't want them to take down. And so, it's a really tricky question, balancing, on the one hand, we want a vibrant, robust political debate. On the other hand, we don't want speech that's inciting violence.
Well, even a legislative caucus member of the ACLU is in agreement with you about the power that these big tech companies hold and wield, and just shutting voices down. Some would argue that shutting down the voices only makes it grow louder, even resulting to something that could happen physically. I mean, people are communicating on social media, but the more that they feel that they're constrained and that their voice is not being heard, that and then will result in more people showing up in person at places when they feel, at least there, they can maybe get a television camera or cell phone camera footage to get their information out. What is the worry that that could be the next step?
So, in the past, this is not the first time that Twitter has banned speech because of it thinks that it's likely to lead to violence. It does this all the time with, say, foreign terrorist groups like ISIS. And the evidence we have so far is that those bans are pretty effective in limiting the dissemination of the message. Now, hardcore supporters are going to access the message one way or another. But I'm not really concerned that it's going to lead to an escalation of violence. The worry, of course, is that there will be other less easily less transparent sites where a lot of this kind of conversation will migrate. If you had asked me a week ago whether a Twitter ban on Trump would have any effect, I would have said probably no, because he can quickly move to Parler. The scope of the bans, the scope of the response by social media has been so extensive that I think it is likely to have an effect. Trump has very few places to go, not none, but few. So I think it will have an effect that way. But, of course, because it has been so concerted, because Amazon is involved, Twitter is involved, Facebook is involved, all of the social media giants, it raises concerns in the future. This kind of concerted action, could valuable speech be driven out of the public sphere?
Well, I, for one, envy the conversations you're going to be having in the lecture halls in the days, weeks, and months to come. Genevieve Laquire, Assistant Professor of Law at the University of Chicago Law School, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Once again, that was a report from our sister station, Fox 32 Chicago, on whether or not these big name social media platforms suspending President Trump's accounts is even allowed. I will actually be speaking with a social media manager later on today about that same topic. We like to do our own topics and bring you interviews live, raw, and unedited here on News Now from Fox. 8:23 here on the East Coast. Once again, I am Regina Gonzalez, your host for about the next half hour, 40 minutes before Pilar Arias hops back on here. And then we pass things along to our sister station, not our sister station. Why can't I speak today? To our News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, where you have Mike Page, Christy Larson, Daytona Everett, Andrew Kraft. We even have a hub in Los Angeles, California. If you tune into News Now from Fox on the weekends, you may see Stephanie Weaver. She is one of our hosts out in California. So a nationwide effort, a nationwide operation here at News Now from Fox. Exciting times for us all. So as we continue to follow the coverage regarding efforts being made to impeach President Trump for a second time, you may be lost in all this information. It has been not even a week since the attacks at the United States Capitol, pro-Trump supporters swarming the Capitol building. At least 5 people dead, including a Capitol police officer who was killed responding to the riot. So we like to break down the information for our viewers here on News Now from Fox. And as we continue sharing interviews from our sister stations, our next interview is actually from our sister station, Fox 11 Los Angeles. Just how I mentioned, they are speaking with a professor breaking down what is happening in the Capitol. Can our president be impeached can there be efforts to impeach our president a second time? There's only a little bit more than a week away from Joe Biden's inauguration. So is this even possible? Is this a reasonable amount of time to move these efforts along? So I do want to bring you that report here on News Now from Fox. Some of you will also see that quick 2-minute commercial break.
Ago, House Democrats taking the first step towards impeaching President Trump for the second time. They introduced an article of impeachment soon after Republicans blocked a resolution calling for Vice President Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment. Let's bring in our Jessica Levinson, law school professor and constitutional scholar, because I thought, okay, we got to get on the line with her. We've been watching this announcement. So one part of it is done. The articles of impeachment have been announced, but talk about the movement from the GOP to block this use of to invoke the 25th Amendment.
Well, it shows that we don't have bipartisan agreement or unity when it comes to using the 25th Amendment, which was, of course, not a surprise. The 25th Amendment, constitutionally speaking, really is absolutely a nuclear option. And it means that we probably will force a vote on that later. The 25th Amendment, of course, all roads lead through Vice President Mike Pence. But it can be essentially invoked 2 ways. The vice president can say to a majority of the 16-member cabinet, we're there, the president can't fulfill the powers and duties of his office, or there can be a new legislative body created, not the cabinet, for the vice president to go to and say the same thing. And that's partly where the movement is here. And again, all unprecedented. We have never pulled the lever on Section 4 of the 25th Amendment.
I want to talk about even if the House votes to impeach, they require 67 votes in the Senate to convict the president. Talk about how this, where we are right now, compares to what we saw just last year in 2020 in that effort to impeach the president. Parallel those for us.
Well, I mean, in one way, it's like deja vu all over again, in the sense that there are the votes in the House because of the partisan makeup, and there likely are not the votes in the Senate because of the partisan makeup. So on that really kind of 30,000-foot view level, I think the answer might be the same. What's different, of course, is that we've never had a historic second impeachment. What's different is where we are in this term. We've never had an impeachment in the lame duck session. Right. What's different is that the Senate trial would probably happen all during President Biden's first 100 days. What's also different is that if the president was convicted, President Trump, obviously he wouldn't be removed from office because he's already been removed from office. So that question isn't hanging over us.
So that's the question. What is to be gained for those of us that are not constitutional scholars, which is the majority? What is to be gained by impeaching a president that is no longer holding the office of president? What is the point of doing that?
So I think there are 2 points, and other people will have many others. But the first point is, if we have a constitutional provision like the impeachment clause that says that if you engage in behavior that we find so beyond the norms, then here's the remedy, that it's a pretty hollow constitutional provision. It's not a true remedy if we decide not to use it just because the timing is inconvenient or the politics are inconvenient. The other is that as an incident of the conviction, as a consequence of a potential conviction in the Senate, you could say the president can never hold higher office, and therefore he couldn't run for and raise money for a 2024 presidential run.
Okay. So in terms of that, like imagine, if you will, the calculus that's going on and has been going on over the past 72 hours, even among House Democrats, GOP alike. They must be making calculations about playing out what all of those scenarios look like.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a game of, 17-dimensional chess in the sense that there's so many different calculations here. And I think a lot of it comes down to the GOP, the establishment GOP, trying to figure out what is the new normal in the sense of how much did the insurrection in the Capitol change what their base or their voters feel? How much are their voters willing to, frankly, abandon the president? At that point, I think if members of Congress, members of the Senate who are Republicans think, I don't have to worry about a mean tweet from the president, I don't have to worry about being primaried by one of the president's supporters, I think we could see movement away from the president. Do we see 67 votes to convict?
That's the question.
I don't think so.
But here's the other, this is a question that I know that is hanging over the heads of many smart minds, is in the time of an already fractured nation, the level of divisiveness, I would argue, has not been this heightened. The idea of impeaching a president how damaging is that sort of tonally and as a nation when we have this level of distrust and frustration and divisiveness?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people would say, which is true, it's horribly divisive. It's horribly wrenching. Nobody wants to put the country through this. The question is whether or not how wrenching it is, how divisive it's going to be. It's still on the scales weigh in favor of saying you cannot, as the president of the United States, engage in this behavior. Right. And just because it's too late, just because we're exhausted and we don't want to go through it, we say, you know what, let's just look the other way. Kind of the same calculus that we talked about with respect to whether or not the president will be charged for crimes. We're exhausted, but if criminal laws mean anything, then it should mean something regardless of whether or not we're exhausted and we're divided and we don't want to live through it.
Jessica Levinson, thanks for pushing through. We had a little technological challenges this morning getting you up, but you persevered. We appreciate it. An important day to get your voice on this topic, especially as we see this news crossing the wires this hour. Jessica Levinson from Loyola Law, thanks so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you again to our sister station, Fox 11 Los Angeles, for that report, breaking down the efforts to impeach President Donald Trump a second time. Meanwhile, I did want to read you this latest story from our Fox News team as President-elect Joe Biden says he's not afraid to take the oath of office outside during his inauguration next week. Biden's comments come less than a week after the Capitol, where the January 20th inauguration will take place, was attacked by a large mob of supporters of President Trump. He says, quote, "I'm not afraid of taking the oath outside." That's what he told reporters in his home state of Delaware after receiving the second of 2 coronavirus vaccine injections yesterday. Biden called for those involved in the insurrection at the Capitol to be held accountable. He said, quote, "I think it's critically important that there be a real serious focus on holding those folks who engaged in sedition and threatened people's lives, defaced public property, caused great damage, that they be held accountable." And I think that's a view that is held by the vast majority of Democrats and Republicans in Congress. Trump supporters again protesting the joint session of Congress to certify Biden's Electoral College victory over the president stormed the Capitol last Wednesday. 5 people, including a Capitol police officer died in the rioting. The attack forced the building into lockdown, and the House and Senate were suspended for 6 hours until the building was cleared of intruders. So those are the latest remarks from President-elect Joe Biden ahead of his inauguration next week. Meanwhile, while he is getting his inauguration, his dog, Major Biden, will be getting, let me pull up this graphic here. Major Biden will be getting his own inauguration. This is a story that I wanted to bring you here on NewsNOW from Fox. As you know, Major will be the first adopted dog to live in the White House. And I do want to bring you the latest from our Fox 5 DC team. A beloved member of the Biden family is getting his own special welcome to the White House. President-elect Joe Biden's German Shepherd Major is getting an inauguration of his own thanks to the shelter in Delaware from which he was adopted. The Biden family adopted Major back in 2018 after the association posted on social media that it received a litter of sick German Shepherd puppies. The Bidens fostered the puppy for several months before making the adoption official. The Delaware Human Association says Major is the first ever shelter pup to become the first dog, so they're planning to inaugurate him on a Sunday, January 17th, ahead of his owner's inauguration on January 20th. The shelter said Major is, quote, rags to riches. That's his story that showcases the potential of shelter dogs when they're given a chance through adoption. The inauguration will take place over Zoom. Dogs and their owners across the country are invited to join the event, which will also raise funds for the DHA. It will be hosted by the Today Show's Jill Martin, and special guest Sir Darius Brown will also join. Sir Darius Brown is a 14-year-old entrepreneur and animal advocate. You can get more information on the inauguration over on our website. If you tune in to the platform that has a chat feature, we will post a link there when we clip this video. Major also made headlines recently after a play date with Joe Biden ended when the 78-year-old fractured his right foot. Remember when that was one of the biggest headlines? The Bidens also do have another dog, Champ, who was acquired after the 2008 election. They have said they'll be bringing both their dogs to the White House and also plan to get a cat. The arrival of the Biden pets marks the next chapter in a long history of pets residing at the White House. After a 4-year hiatus during the Trump administration, President Theodore Roosevelt had Skip, who is described by the White House Historical Association as a short-legged black and tan mongrel terrier brought home from a Colorado bear hunt. Warren G. Harding had Laddie Boy, who sat in on meetings and had his own cabinet chair. And President Franklin Roosevelt had his beloved terrier, Fala. At night, Fala slept in a special chair at the foot of the president's bed. So a bunch of pets will be making their way to the White House after Biden's inauguration. But first, again on Sunday, this Sunday, January 17th, Major Biden will have his own inauguration. I'm an animal lover, so I definitely plan on tuning into that, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you that live Zoom inauguration here on NewsNOW from Fox. So did want to bring you a cute angle on the Biden inauguration as we continue to follow that news making headlines across our nation. It is 8:37 a.m. here on the East Coast, bringing you another live picture of our White House in our nation's capital. Let me pull that live bug up here. And that is because I do want to bring you this next live, no, this is not live, excuse me. This is a live picture right now. This is a raw interview by our very own Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard. We've been talking to him a lot this week, the last couple of weeks, as they not only prepared for those Trump rallies happening in our nation's capital, but then they were boots on the ground, continuing to bring us updates following the destruction after last Wednesday's riot. So he did speak with somebody on Biden inauguration security preps. He also spoke to a police captain, her name is Monica Washington, and Deputy Special Agent Ben Stafford. So this is also an exclusive that they were kind enough to share with us here on News Now from Fox. So I do want to bring you that here. Some of you will also see that quick 2-minute commercial break. It does appear that this video that I want to show you is not playing for us right now. So in the meantime, I do want to bring you the latest from Maryland, where we did get word that Governor Hogan, there was some big news out of Maryland there yesterday. I do want to bring you that here on News Now from Fox. Let me just pull up that information. Yesterday, Governor Larry Hogan announced on Monday that the state will send direct payments to Marylanders who earn a low to moderate income as part of its continued efforts to alleviate the economic crisis prompted by the novel coronavirus. So we will bring you that report here on News Now from Fox. And if I can get these interviews from Bob Barnard working, I do want to bring you that report here as well. But in the meantime, let's head to Maryland.
Push out emergency relief and preparing with our hospitals and health officials for the next surge of COVID-19, I directed our team to explore every possible avenue to further ease the financial burden on Marylanders experiencing so much hardship, and to do whatever we can, even as we face unprecedented budget challenges, to allow them to keep more money in order to feed their families and to keep their businesses going. Amid so much suffering, the last thing we should ever do is raise taxes. So today I am announcing our top legislative priority, the Recovery for the Economy, Livelihoods, Industries, Entrepreneurs and Families, or the Relief Act of 2021, which will provide more than $1 billion in immediate and targeted financial relief and tax cuts for Maryland working families, small businesses, and those who have lost their jobs and are suffering financially as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This stimulus and tax relief package will provide $267 million in direct payments to Marylanders in need. Families who file for the Earned Income Tax Credit will receive an additional $750. Individuals will receive $450. This relief will go directly to more than 400,000 Marylanders in need, and no application of any kind is necessary. These checks can begin going out immediately as soon as the Legislative Relief Act is passed by the legislature and I sign it into law. The Relief Act also commits another $180 million in targeted tax relief for Marylanders who have lost their jobs by repealing all state and local income taxes on unemployment benefits, allowing them to keep more money in their pockets. The Relief Act of 2021 also provides $300 million in immediate tax relief to help 55,000 Maryland restaurants and small businesses by allowing them to be able to keep up to $12,000 of sales tax over the next 4 months, which will keep much needed cash in the coffers of those small businesses, which enables them to keep their doors open and to keep more people on the payroll as we confront the next phase of the pandemic. Last month, I issued an executive order which immediately prevented sudden and substantial increases in unemployment taxes on small businesses. This new Relief Act legislation will codify that emergency tax relief for all of 2021, saving small businesses $218 million. The Small Business the Relief Act will also safeguard Maryland business owners against any tax increase triggered by the receipt of state loan or grant funds, which will help small businesses keep an additional $40 million in their bank accounts. All of this targeted relief will help businesses keep their doors open and keep more people on the payroll. Since this crisis began 10 months ago, our administration has aggressively and repeatedly taken actions which assisted individuals and small businesses who were struggling as a result of the pandemic and to prevent the collapse of our state's economy. Those previous executive actions I've already taken have totaled more than $700 million in emergency economic relief to the Marylanders and small businesses who needed it the most. We provided $220 million in grants and forgivable loans to Maryland small businesses, $108 million in emergency tax relief, $80 million in relief specifically for bars and restaurants, $50 million for the hospitality industry, $40 million for healthcare providers, $35 million for entertainment venues, $30 million through our layoff aversion fund, protecting 21,000 jobs, $10 million for low-interest loans to small and minority businesses, $10 million for farmers, watermen, and producers, $7 million for local arts organizations. We have made rental assistance one of our highest priorities, backing up one of the strongest eviction moratoriums in the country with $90 million in relief for rental payments, legal services, and affordable housing. We have directed $20 million to Maryland food banks and boosted the temporary cash assistance benefit for 62,000 Marylanders. On top of the more than $700 million which we have already announced, this new Relief Act emergency package brings us to more than $1.7 billion in state emergency economic relief for Marylanders and small businesses. In addition, after 8 months of urging leaders in Washington to act, Congress finally reached a bipartisan consensus on the federal relief package, which will allow us to provide Marylanders with an additional $15 billion of COVID-19 economic relief. In addition, $10 billion in Paycheck Protection Program funding will be provided through the CARES Act, and an additional $4 billion in individual assistance funding, including direct stimulus checks for Marylanders, as well as enhanced unemployment and SNAP benefits. Last week, Maryland became the first state in the nation to begin accepting claims for the extended federal unemployment programs. And we have already paid out $105 million in those benefits. Prior to all of this new relief, we have already paid out $8.7 billion in unemployment benefits to more than 709,000 Marylanders. Beginning this month, Maryland SNAP recipients will now receive an additional 15% increase in their benefits. We also are able to provide another $400 million in rental assistance, which we will be able to use to help further immediate relief for rent and utility bills. Businesses will receive an additional $7 billion from the through the federal bill, including another round of the Paycheck Protection Program. The federal bill provides Maryland with an additional $1.2 billion for education, $130 million more for child care, and $250 million for the transportation sector. This is critical, much needed funding. And once we receive all of the federal guidance which is required, we will work to get these funds out the door as quickly as possible. Last year, the direct actions I took by executive order, along with these federal relief programs, helped a great deal. This targeted Relief Act of 2021 will provide even more targeted emergency direct relief to fill in the gaps that still remain. With the start of the new 2021 legislative session beginning on Wednesday, we are now asking the legislative branch to assist by immediately passing this stimulus and tax relief package to help even more struggling families and small businesses across our state. We will be introducing the Relief Act of 2021 as emergency legislation on day one of the session on Wednesday. We will ask both houses of the legislature to act on it immediately so that I can sign it into law immediately and that these relief measures can take effect and we can immediately get these much needed dollars out the door and into the pockets of those who desperately need it. We look forward to working with legislative leaders on both sides of the aisle to pass this emergency legislation. I cannot imagine anything that could possibly be more important for the legislature to pass. Every day that goes by without passing a stimulus and tax relief package means more jobs that will be lost, more families who will lose their homes, and more businesses who will go out of business, and more people that suffer. Struggling Marylanders and small businesses who are barely hanging on cannot afford the kind of partisan...
All right, everybody, as we continue to listen in on how Marylanders will benefit from recent payments that will be making their way towards residents. Some of you will see that quick 2-minute commercial break.
Together in order to find bipartisan common sense solutions. And my hope is that the legislature will join us in quickly pushing for this much needed emergency stimulus and tax relief package, and that they will work together with us in a bipartisan way as we guide our state through this pandemic and this economic crisis together. I'm a lifelong small businessman who had never held elective office before. In 2014, I stepped up to run for governor because I was so frustrated. 43 consecutive tax hikes had caused our state to lose thousands of businesses and hundreds of thousands of jobs. I pledged to work to grow small businesses and to put more people to work, let people keep more of their own money in their pockets, and to turn our economy around. And we did exactly what we said we would do. We took Maryland's overall economic performance from 49th out of 50 states to one of the best in America. More businesses were opened and more Marylanders were working than at any other time in the history of the state. And we had the greatest economic turnaround in America. But the events of the past 10 months have wreaked havoc on America's economy, and Maryland, while doing better than many other states, has not been immune from economic suffering. We've already taken some of the most aggressive actions in America to ease the blow of the national recession on our struggling families and small businesses and to help them stay afloat during this extremely difficult time. Maryland's economy has proven to be resilient during this crisis, keeping more of our businesses open and recovering and creating jobs at one of the fastest rates in America. But in spite of that, there are still many struggling and truly in need. And I want the people of this great state to know that in the months ahead, no one will fight harder on behalf of our struggling Marylanders, our struggling families and small businesses. And we're going to continue to do whatever it takes in order to restore our economy, to put Marylanders back to work, and to ensure that our state, once again, has the greatest economic turnaround in America. With that, I'd be happy to take some questions.
Governor Hogan, where is this money coming from? And did you secure, you talked to the Democrats, did they say they're totally on board with this?
The money's coming from a variety of places. First of all, much of it is coming from the budget actions that we took earlier in the year at the Board of Public Works. Some of it is coming from our reserve fund, which is doing better than we anticipated because of our recovery, doing better than we expected. And a small portion of it to pay for unemployment is coming from the rainy day fund. I think about $100 million of the $1 billion. And so we talked in general terms with the legislature. I think we're all in agreement that the legislative session should focus on economic relief, and we'll be hopefully getting everybody on board with moving forward as quickly as possible.
So the amount to individuals and to families, that's been the big debate across the country, right? How much? The Franchise has suggested 2,000. How did you come up with those two numbers, the 450 to 750?
Well, that's only one tiny sliver of what I just talked about out of $1 billion. But the $2,000 checks that Franco was talking about are simply not possible. We don't have the power to just write $2,000 checks, number one. Number two, he was talking about draining the entire rainy day fund of the state. We chose to follow the directions of the Spending Affordability Committee and the legislature in maintaining our rainy day fund. We want to maintain our AAA bond rating, and we want to make sure that the state government continues to function. So we believe this is actually getting more money in the hands of more people that need it and getting it out much faster without taking irresponsible actions.
Can you describe the eligibility for those payments again?
Which payments? So these are going to, maybe Mark Nicole, you want to talk about who would be eligible?
Thank you, Governor. So the eligibility for the $750 and $450 payments are tied to Marylanders who have qualified for the Earned Income Tax Credit in 2019, and those who will be eligible for it in 2020.
So these are the lowest income Marylanders who get that assistance. It's in addition to and separate from the additional federal which, I think in the coming weeks, we're also going to see that increase.
Governor, given the tough budget situation ahead of you, can you go into a little bit of detail about how you intend to pay for this and what other sorts of priorities might not be funded in order to make sure that these transcripts?
Well, we have a couple of weeks. I think January 20th, we roll out our budget. We think we're going to continue to be able to fund all the most important functions of government. We thought this was very important to keep our economy going, and it was a fiscally prudent way to go about it.
I'm sorry, where's the money coming from?
I just answered her question on that. It's coming from a variety of different places. Most of it is money we've already recognized by savings from the cuts that we took at the Board of Public Works. Some of it is coming from the reserve fund, which is much higher than we anticipated because the economy is starting to do a little better, and about $100 million of it is coming from the rainy day fund.
Thank you, sir.
Does the rent assistance also pick up mortgage assistance, or are home lenders just backing up?
I think this money is specifically for rental assistance and not mortgages.
Will there be kind of a research into looking for homeowner assistance later down the line?
Absolutely. I think it's one of the things we have to do. I think it's one of the things they're looking at with the new bill that they're talking about in Washington. I think we're doing better than almost any other state in America. It is a big problem in that hundreds of thousands of people are being paid billions of dollars in spite of, we were the first to set up a computer system to handle all of them. We were the first ones to now be accepting these checks. We're moving at a much faster rate than almost every other state in the country. But there's still about 4% of the people that haven't gotten paid yet, and that's because they have very complex problems that are going to take many, many months to resolve. We have a law that requires us to not just deny them, but to spend perhaps months or a year going through an appeals process, and that's what most of that is about. But we've taken care of 94, 96%, and paid out 709,000 people $8.7 billion. So I'm sure you will continue to hear for years that people have said, I didn't get my unemployment check, because many people are not going to get one.
Governor, if I may pivot for a minute, since you last held a press conference, threats against state capitals and Republican leaders who don't go along with President Trump are escalating. There's apparently a group planning an attack on state capitals soon. Have you fielded threats against this state house, your administration, and have you added additional security measures since you last spoke?
So we are taking additional security measures here at the State House complex, both the Capitol Police and the Maryland State Police. I have a security team briefing later this afternoon, not only to talk about the situation in Maryland, but our additional assistance in Washington with all of our allied police forces in Maryland and and with our National Guard, which we've increased the number of and the mission for. Have a call this afternoon with Governor Northam and Mayor Bowser to talk about coordination in the region. We're setting up a meeting with the FBI who wants to brief me. So in addition to the start of the legislative session and massive vaccination rollout and dealing with the COVID numbers, we're also dealing with tons of security issues, both here in the state and in our nation's capital. And we're going to be continuing to work on that, day and night between now and probably the inauguration.
How would you describe the state's posture in readiness to assist with the inauguration? And whatever may come this weekend in D.C.
Well, we, Maryland and many of our police departments and the whole state and the Guard are always somewhat involved in inaugurations. This is obviously a much more heightened situation. We have already 500 Guard members in the city. We've beefed up our police presence, and I think we're going to be increasing several hundred more Guard members after we finish our discussions. There's now a lot of talk and coordination between all the federal agencies and all of the regional partners. So hopefully everybody will be able to be prepared.
Governor, a number of lawmakers in your own party are talking about the possibility of legislation that would require you or future governor to come to the legislature to extend the
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to News Now from Fox. It's Tuesday, January 12th, 2021. We have some breaking news to get to right now. A news alert. I'm not quite sure why this video is not playing for you. It might need to be refreshed here. So thanks for your patience and understanding. I'm going to take you out here to the Capitol. Again, we do have a news alert. I'm trying to get this video in for you. Make sure that it's going to work. And now I have it for you. So here is the news alert we have learned just moments ago. I need to make sure I get the right graphic up for you as well, everybody. Having a little bit of technical difficulties. Thanks for your patience and understanding. All right, let me get this graphic up for you. We have learned that billionaire Sheldon Adelson has died at the age of 87. I do have some information here from Fox News that I'm going to read you here in just a few seconds. Now, Adelson, the founder, chairman, and chief executive officer of Las Vegas Sands Corporation, has died following a battle with cancer. He was 87. Adelson was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma in 2019 and recently stepped away from the company to resume his treatment, the company said on January 7th. This is a quote. Mr. Adelson was the first employee of Las Vegas Sands, team member number one, he liked to say. Today, more than 50,000 Sands team members have Dr. Adelson and the entire Adelson family in their thoughts and prayers and are grateful to have had their lives touched by a true force of nature. That is a statement from Las Vegas Sands. Adelson has been a longtime donor to the Republican Party, giving more than $430 million to conservatives during the 2020 campaign. He was an early and longtime supporter of President Trump during his initial run for the White House. This is a quote. Laura and I mourn the passing of a friend, former President George W. Bush said in a statement, continuing on to say he was an American patriot and a strong supporter of Israel. Sheldon was a generous benefactor of charitable causes, especially medical research and Jewish heritage education. He will be missed by many, none more than his beloved family. Adelson, who was survived by his wife, Dr. Miriam Adelson, and 5 children, had a net worth of $35.6 billion as of yesterday. That's according to Forbes. A funeral will be held in Israel, the birthplace of Miriam Adelson, with plans for a memorial service held in Las Vegas to be announced at a later date. That's according to the company. He entered the casino business in 1989 when he purchased the Sands Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas for $128 million and is credited with helping transform Las Vegas into the top U.S. destination for conventions and exhibitions. Adelson in 2007 opened Venetian Macau on the Cotai Strip, helping recreate the Las Vegas Strip in the autonomous region of the People's Republic of China. 3 years later, he opened the $6 billion Marina Bay Sands Resort in Singapore. That is another international destination for many travelers. Again, we wanted to provide this breaking news update to you right here on News Now from Fox. Meanwhile, the House has just convened. I do want to listen in for just a bit live here on News Now from Fox.
Named members be and are hereby elected to the following standing committees of the House of Representatives. Committee on Ethics, Mrs. Walorski. Committee on Rules, Mr. Cole, Mr. Burgess, Mrs. Lesko, Mr. Reschenthaler.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is adopted and a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We're good? Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
All right, you just heard the House is now in recess. They are expected to meet later today, likely to be talking about the impeachment article that Doug Luzader has been talking about here this morning on News Now from Fox. Again, I hope you all are having a great morning so far. Thank you so much for tuning in. Here's a live look at Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. We're getting word that he is going to be making remarks at the Villages right here in Florida, not too far from Orlando. It appears to be COVID-19 related. I'm keeping a very close eye on this live picture and we'll bring it to you here as soon as it starts. That might mean that I interrupt this next story I'm going to play for you here about a sheriff killed in the Tampa area. Tampa, not too far from Orlando either. This was breaking news overnight. Let's get the latest.
Good evening, everyone, and I'll see if I can get through this tonight. Certainly a tragic day for the Hillsboro County Sheriff's Office and a tragic day for our community. About 3:42 this afternoon, our deputies receive a call for service from the management at the Paddock Club Apartments here in Brandon. They stated that there was a resident there who was throwing items off his balcony, clothing and some furniture. They were unable to make contact with the resident who lived there. No crime had occurred, so they went back in service. A little after 5 p.m. this evening, a fellow neighbor of this resident calls and says that the resident now is naked and throwing cookies at neighbors outside his apartment. Deputies arrive on scene and make contact with a extremely large black male that they later identify as Travis Garrett. They immediately began trying to come into contact and question why he's naked, determine his state of mind, but he immediately becomes combative and they don't have that opportunity. He starts violently striking one of the deputies in the head with his fist with such force that it knocks the deputy to the ground. Another deputy that's on scene tries to de-escalate the situation by using less lethal force and deploys his taser. The taser's ineffective. The deputy who was struck on the ground gets up and tries to deploy the taser again. Matter of fact, tries to deploy the taser twice, and both times it's ineffective. Mr. Garrett then gets in his car and begins to flee from the deputies through the parking lot of the apartment complex. The deputies run to their cars. They have already asked for cars to come and backup to come as they're being struck by this individual. So deputies are already on their way to the scene. They start activating their emergency equipment through the apartment complex. He decides as he's fleeing from these deputies to strike the back gate and not wait for it to open, and rams the gate, exits the back of the apartment complex with the deputies giving chase. He comes out onto Brandon Parkway, ultimately ends up on Lumsden, the road behind us, traveling westbound, fleeing from deputies at a high rate of speed. One of the units who responded to the calls for help was Corporal Brian Levine. Corporal Levine was in the area. He was actually in the turn lane where he could make a turn onto Lumsden Boulevard. This individual, Mr. Garrett's traveling at a high rate of speed. Mr. Garrett intentionally switches 2 lanes and goes off into the turn lane to strike Corporal Levine's vehicle. So the front of his car, with as fast as he could make that car go, struck the driver's side of our Corporal Brian Levine. Corporal Levine.
All right, everybody, we now have Florida Governor Ron DeSantis speaking live.
And so this site here is going to be able to handle between 800 and 1,000 vaccines a day. They have a online portal where folks are able to sign up, and they've already sold out all their reservations. But it's sumterfl.saferstart.net, and they're put in, offered this, and then as more vaccine comes, they have the capacity to expand this. And so we told them, if you're getting the shots in, we want to be able to send you more. And so I was able to talk to a number of the seniors here. Now at the villages, as many of you know, a lot of times you'd be just doing golf cart, but it's a little cold, so most of them are doing their car. I did see a couple in their golf cart. They thought it was convenient, but this is going to be something that is going to be convenient for folks. They said you come in, you do the shot, you wait. They were all very, very happy, and so we appreciate it very much, and I want to thank the villages. Now, these appointments are for seniors age 65 and older. Florida has made the decision to put seniors first when it comes to the general population. And most states, in fact, almost all states but a handful, made other choices. But I think it's interesting that there is a report this morning that HHS is now going to tell states, basically do what Florida's doing, focus on that 65 and up population. Now, they also have all these other young workers in line. I don't know how that's going to work, but the fact of the matter is putting seniors first was the right decision. If you look at Florida in terms of the number of shots that we have for senior citizens, we are leading the country by a country mile on this. And the vast majority of our shots have gone to people 65 and up, which is exactly what you want, because that is going to have the most effect on disease mitigation. And so when we had the opportunity, so you have the initial CDC recommendation, we didn't follow it because it would have allowed a 20-year-old healthy worker to get a vaccine before a 74-year-old grandmother or grandparent. That does not recognize how this virus has affected elderly people. So we're doing 65 and up. I think you're going to see now the federal government tell people that's a better way to be able to do it. But as of today, in the reporting on this lags, I think it's important for folks to know when it's reported that the U.S. has done 8 million, there's been 21 million doses allocated, but 8 million shots. Understand how that works. There's an allocation. Then it's delivered. It's not delivered as soon as it's allocated. I mean, there is a lag. Then it's administered, and then it's reported. So if you look back on Florida's reports, for example, on last Wednesday, the 7th, right now we logged 66,868 shots on that one day. But if you would have looked at that on Friday, it would have been about 52,000. Still very good, better, really our target. But they keep getting added. It is not instantaneous reporting. And so I would bet that if the number is 8, 9 million, I bet you it was well over 10 million nationally because of the lag on this. So just understand how that works. But as of now, even with the delayed reporting, we're reporting almost 350,000 seniors that have received a coronavirus vaccine shot. And again, there is no other state that is even close to us in terms of going for seniors. The vast majority of our total vaccinations are going to seniors, and that percentage is going to grow more disproportionate in favor of seniors as we get through the next many, many weeks. And if you look at we got the vaccine mid-December for just 5 hospitals and nursing homes, and that mission has been underway. The hospitals, by and large, have gotten a lot of their staff. The next round to the broader array of hospitals was right before Christmas. There weren't a lot of vaccinations Christmas Eve, Christmas, New Year's Eve, New Year's. So last week was really the first full week where everyone was back in the saddle. And if you had asked me at that time, Governor, what would be your goal for a day, to get shots? I would have said if we could do 50,000 shots statewide in a day, that would be a really good start. But if you look, we averaged more than 50,000 Monday through Friday last week. On the 6th of January, we've already registered 61,348 shots on that day. On the 7th, we're registering 66,868 shots. And again, that more could be added to that because of the delayed reporting. So that shows the throughput. That shows that we're able to work with the hospitals who are really doing a good job, do innovative partnerships like we're doing with the villages. We've had a great pilot with public supermarkets. We're going to have more announcements on that later in the week. And so that was a really good first full week in action in terms of the general public with the seniors. And so we're going to keep doing that. We really feel that this 250,000 that's hits yesterday and today, we have no doubt that that's going to be able to be used, put into the right hands. And so the question is, can we get more vaccine? They are also thinking about just releasing more. So what they've done up to this point is anyone that's gotten a shot up to this point, there has been a shot that's basically held in reserve by the federal government. And so when it's time for the booster, they then send the booster. So if a hospital has done 10,000 shots 3 weeks ago with Pfizer, they're going to get 10,000 booster shots to be able to do that. And I said last month, I was like, well, maybe you just, because we know there's going to be more production, maybe you just get as many out as you can, and then as more comes in, you're going to be able to fill the boosters. Now it looks like that may be what they're doing. So we're going to be ready to move on that. Obviously, we'd have to make decisions about where those extra shots go. We're not doing the booster, though. I think it's just important to know if that's the direction they go, you got to do the booster. The first shot does help. It does provide some protection, but to get that 95%, you got to do the booster. But I do think that there's ways, because the production's going to continue to increase, that you're probably going to be able to get that first shot. And then what happens, I guess, if you do it, the worst case scenario would be you get into like late February and you need Moderna boosters and there's not quite as many produced. Then you would do boosters and you may not be able to do as many first shots at that time, but that's kind of a worst case. Meanwhile, you're doing a lot more shots earlier. So we'll see how that works out, but I think we're prepared to do either way. I did ask, though, regardless of whether they're holding anything back, if you can get Florida more, we have the throughput to be able to get the shots in seniors' arms, and that's really what we're going to be doing. I was this weekend at Publix and some of their locations. We did 3 counties to start, Marion, Hernando, and Citrus, and they did 22 different stores across those 3 counties. They average between 100 and 125 shots a day at each individual store. They have a great system. We were able to go do it. There's pluses and minuses on how you do all this stuff. I mean, obviously, a site like this is great for the villages because a lot of people live here. But there's other parts of Florida where just putting a central location, it's a lot of seniors that may not live close to that. So when you're able to get it at a place like Publix, where that's in neighborhoods all across Florida, you're providing easy access for a lot of elderly people to be able to get it. And I was able to talk to a number of seniors, and they were very, very pleased with how the Publix process went, how easy it was, and obviously how friendly and nice everyone was about doing it. So we believe that that's been a very successful partnership, and we're going to have announcements about how we can expand that partnership throughout the state of Florida. We've also, we're one of the first states to take a major test site and transform it into vaccinations. And so we did that down at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami. Even though they had the national championship game yesterday, we told them we still want to do shots, and so we were able to do it. At the end a little earlier, but we kept it up, did it all weekend, and so that's gone really, really well. People are happy. It's been something that's been getting 1,000+ shots a day through there, and the capacity to expand even more. We have partnered with local governments, county health departments, so you have 46 community vaccination sites throughout the state of Florida. I was also in Bay County Sunday. We partnered with a number of places of worship and had it all over the state In Bay County, there was like 10 African-American churches that all came together to be able to offer vaccinations for those seniors there, and we're going to continue to do things like that. So we really believe that this is another great step. We were engaged with the villages very early on. We told them, we want to be partners, and they were ready to go, and they said, look, we're going to make sure we get it right. And so they really did a lot of legwork to get here. And I can tell you, everyone is very, very happy. So we want to keep that up and make sure that we're continuing to do it. So seniors first is our mantra. That's our mission. When we get through that and we get it offered to every senior who wants it, then we'll be able to move on into the next phase. But we're going to continue to put seniors first. And I think you're going to see other states start to follow suit as well. Any questions? Well, that includes booster shots, I think.
So, is this a lag in reporting with the numbers of what we've given and what their site says? And can you also address how you're paying those incomes and if you will ever require residency here in Florida for people to get shots? There's some talk that are people coming out from Canada and other states to get shots here in Florida.
Well, we're not doing any tourists. Some of these nursing home people may live here 6 months of the year, so that's a little bit different. But we're not. We have people all over the country because we put seniors first, and because people actually see shots going in arms. You have literally people all over the world and all over the country calling here to see, and we're not doing that. We're not doing it for tourists. We're not doing it for interlopers. But I think that does tell you something. If we weren't getting the shots in the arms, people wouldn't be trying to come to Florida. I mean, that's just the bottom line. Now on the reporting, so I think that includes booster shots. But it also, once something is allocated, that doesn't even mean we have it yet. I mean, so there's an allocation, then there's a shipment and receipt and distribution, then there's a shot, and then there's a reporting of the shot. And so if you look at what was reported for yesterday, for example, this morning, check that date tomorrow, it'll grow. Check the date the next day, it'll grow again. So I think in Florida, we're going to get 250,000, or we probably have gotten it already, or today we will have received 250,000 new first doses. We will do that this week without question. And so we're doing at a clip that's exceeding what we're getting right now. I think some of it for the first week was just the fact that we sent to hundreds of hospitals for their staff, and not all the staff wanted it. I mean, there's a real variance. Some staff was 75% of nurses. Some hospitals, it was like 33% of nurses. So if you look, there's hundreds of hospitals. Some may have 200 doses. Some may have 500. Some have a couple thousand. They are all now, I think, moving to get that out in the community. But I can tell you from what we're getting, we're going to get it out. And I have capacity to get more out with some of the throughput that we have. So you're going to start to see that across the country continue to pick up. But some of it, just understand, if you really want to know what happened yesterday, you probably got to wait a week for all those to be able to report it. In the nursing homes, the CVS, they do usually 72 hours, and that's the way it goes. You asked how we pick nursing homes. At the start of this, CVS and Walgreens was contracted with the feds to handle that. So we were going to just allocate that and then focus on the healthcare and the general public. Then they weren't quite ready the first week, so we activated strike teams. We went to over 100 nursing homes. In 6 days, we were able to vaccinate all the residents and staff who wanted it. And we did Pinellas and Broward. And the reason we picked that is because they have a high concentration of elderly nursing home residents in both of those counties. So we did that. Then CVS and Walgreens kind of took the reins from there. And they basically go, the nursing homes sign up, and then they go and do it. But what I also did last week was say, we have almost 4,000 facilities. Not all of them are skilled nursing homes, other long-term care. We want to be able to get that done as quickly as possible. So CVS and Walgreens was working through there, and we said, you know what, we're going to get all these assisted living and all these other facilities. So we have teams going through and doing that as well, and it's basically whoever asks for it signs up, you do the consent forms, and you get it. And so I think that you're going to see, hopefully, that come to a conclusion, relatively soon. No, I think that's right. I mean, that's why I said if I have more vaccine, I can send to Orange County. I can send to Miami-Dade. I can source the villages. We know who's able to get it out now. I mean, I was at Orlando Health last week. They were like, I think I can do 10,000 this week. And then they started doing it. They're like, I can do more. Send us more. So this week they're getting more. So we absolutely can do it. But like I said, when you sent it to 300 hospitals or 200 hospitals, however many we did, it makes a difference. If you have 100 doses here, then 500 here, that starts to add up in terms of that. But I think almost all those hospitals at this point are done with their staffs, and I think that they are reaching out to the community. Some of them did a great job. I mean, Orlando Health, Jackson, and in Miami-Dade, you got Tampa General. I know they're going to be they're ramping up, so there's going to be a lot going on. So if you just gave me an extra 100,000, I could go to Orange. I'd say, how many can you do, in the next 5 days? All right, we'll give you some. Can you guys add another lane here at the villages? All right, we're going to give you some. So we're at the point now where we understand who's getting it out, and you're going to give it to them. So, but those initial doses with the hospitals, there really was, no one really knew how much buy-in the staffs were going to have. And it does vary. I mean, Orlando Health, their nurses, 75% took it. I can tell you other parts of the state, it is way less than that. So that makes a difference. I mean, because they have a lot of employees at these health systems. So all that, I think, is being sorted out. And now really the focus pretty much, I think in every hospital at this point is those senior citizens and the elderly. And, just get us the vaccine. We want to get it to you. And I seeing the numbers, when you're almost 70,000 one of the days last week, if you would have asked me, would you 50,000 a day? Would you be? I would have been happy with that. So the fact that we're already showing we could do 70,000, and I really believe we can probably hit even more if we got it. So we're asking for more. We do have the throughput, and just understand the reporting lags. And so you will see across the country, it's not just a Florida thing, you will absolutely see those numbers go up. Whatever's reported by HHS or CDC today, I bet you there's 10, 15, 20% more shots that have actually gone in arms by 9 a.m. this morning than what's reported just because of the lag. So what we can do is the sites that we're involved in, we can tell you, okay, Hard Rock has already done 50. We could ask them, how many have you already done? We could keep the running tally. We don't know until they report what the hospitals are doing. And so they do it, they report it. Many of them are doing a good job reporting, but on our sites, we really try to report quickly. So for example, when I was in Bay County, we had a lot of the African-American churches there, seniors. I had National Guard people stationed there who, after the shots went in, they were putting it into the system and reporting it in real time. So that showed up on Monday's report for Sunday. Most places that are doing shots on Sunday, it probably isn't even going into the system for another couple days. Well, I mean, I don't want to see that, but if anything is disorderly, we are going to act very quickly. Don't worry about that. When I came out with our legislation in September, I said, look, Florida handled this summer well. We didn't tolerate it, but this stuff is happening in our country. We just have to understand it, and I don't care why you're doing it. You're not doing it here. So if there's any type of disorder, we will have the reinforcements there. I don't know that I've gotten anything specific for it, but that would not be advisable for people to want to do that in the state of Florida. And understand, our legislation is going to pass this legislative session. So if you riot, you are going to jail. And you're going to have to spend time in jail. If you assault law enforcement in a violent assembly, you're going to definitely go to jail. You burn down someone's business. You do all this, the penalties are going to be very swift and immediate. And I think once people see that, well, I think they already know Florida means business, but if people understand that, and I actually, am glad to see some of these people getting arrested from the D.C. thing, because I think that the prosecutions will really make a difference. All right, I got one more. Yes, ma'am. Look, I think it was a really unfortunate thing. I think that a lot of the people that probably went to that speech were just going to do what they normally do. But those folks who took it to the violent level, They need to be held accountable. It's just unacceptable to do that. And, it was really, really a sad thing to see. But I'll tell you this. I know there's been criticism because, they should have had more police and all this. And that's a decision that someone higher up could make. I can tell you those Capitol Police on the ground, that was a very difficult situation. And they could have done it in a way that you would have had a huge number of people die as a result of that. And I know that there was injuries and there were unfortunately fatalities. But I think those guys deserve a lot of credit in a situation like that, to be able to steer a huge mob of people away from doing a lot of other people harm. So good on them. And that's one of the reasons why I did the anti-rioting legislation, because I thought it was a way that we're able to stand by our law enforcement. And when they're in those situations, you got to have their back. And so I was a congressman for 6 years. Those folks on Capitol Police, always did a good job for us. Hell, I was on the baseball team when the guy was shooting Steve Scalise. They saved Steve's life, and they saved a lot of other lives. And so, so they have my gratitude for that. Thanks, guys.
Again, everybody, that was Florida Governor Ron DeSantis talking about vaccine distribution for seniors there in the Villages, Florida. He says you do get protection from the COVID-19 vaccine when you take dose number 1, but you really need the booster in order to provide 95% protection. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break, and when you return, we'll be listening in on that update from Hillsboro County, Florida, about the sheriff deputy killed, and then we'll also get an update from our sister station, Fox 13 in Tampa. But again, I do want to restart this news conference because it was interrupted for the live with Governor Ron DeSantis.
Good evening, everyone, and I'll see if I can get through this tonight. Certainly a tragic day for the Hillsboro County Sheriff's Office and a tragic day for our community. About 3:42 this afternoon, our deputies receive a call for service from the management at the Paddock Club Apartments here in Brandon. They stated that there was a resident there who was throwing items off his balcony, clothing and some furniture. They were unable to make contact with the resident who lived there. No crime had occurred, so they went back in service. A little after 5 p.m. this evening, a fellow neighbor of this resident calls and says that the resident now is naked and throwing cookies at neighbors outside his apartment. Deputies arrive on scene and make contact with a extremely large black male that they later identify as Travis Garrett. They immediately began trying to come into contact and question why he's naked, determine his state of mind, but he immediately becomes combative and they don't have that opportunity. He starts violently striking one of the deputies in the head with his fist with such force that it knocks the deputy to the ground. Another deputy that's on scene tries to de-escalate the situation by using less lethal force and deploys his taser. The taser's ineffective. The deputy who was struck on the ground gets up and tries to deploy the taser again. Matter of fact, tries to deploy the taser twice, and both times it's ineffective. Mr. Garrett then gets in his car and begins to flee from the deputies through the parking lot of the apartment complex. The deputies run to their cars. They have already asked for cars to come and backup to come as they're being struck by this individual. So deputies are already on their way to the scene. They start activating their emergency equipment through the apartment complex. He decides as he's fleeing from these deputies to strike the back gate and not wait for it to open, and rams the gate, exits the back of the apartment complex with the deputies giving chase. He comes out onto Brandon Parkway, ultimately ends up on Lumsden, the road behind us, traveling westbound, fleeing from deputies at a high rate of speed. One of the units who responded to the calls for help was Corporal Brian Levine. Corporal Levine was in the area. He was actually in the turn lane where he could make a turn onto Lumsden Boulevard. This individual, Mr. Garrett's traveling at a high rate of speed. Mr. Garrett intentionally switches 2 lanes and goes off into the turn lane to strike Corporal Levine's vehicle. So the front of his car, with as fast as he could make that car go, struck the driver's side of our Corporal Brian Levine. Corporal Levine at that time is unresponsive, trapped in this mangle of devastation that Mr. Garrett caused when he intentionally struck this deputy. The deputies can't get to him to perform life-saving measures. He's unconscious. They're doing everything they can, from breaking windows, trying to crawl in through the back window. But the corporal was trapped, again, from this devastation caused from this traffic crash. Ultimately, fire rescue gets there, works on the car for several minutes using the jaws of life, was able to free this deputy. Again, he's still unresponsive. They take him to Tampa General Hospital, where he had succumbed to the injuries. This corporal had such a profound impact in his 30-year career. He was a field training officer, and he had such an impact on so many employees over this 30, almost 31-year career. So you imagine the heartache that the Hillsboro County Sheriff's Office is experiencing right now. He had one more shift before his retirement. He was due to work tomorrow, and then he was retiring. His daughter is a law enforcement deputy with our office as well. We have met with the family. He is survived by his wife and his 2 daughters. Again, one of them who's a law enforcement deputy with our office. You can only imagine the pain that they're going through, being one shift away from retirement. We now are in the process of investigating the crime scene. The state attorney's office is also on scene. So again, on top of investigating what exactly occurred with the crash investigation, we have to deal with a funeral and planning the proper funeral after this corporal was murdered, intentionally killed by Travis Garrett, one shift away from retirement. So on top of investigating and doing our job serving this community, we also do everything we can as a Sheriff's Office family to serve Corporal Levine's family and honor him as the hero and for the service that he left behind as a teacher, as a mentor, and again, someone who unselfishly served this community. At this time, I'll try to answer any questions. Again, understand this is still unraveling. I'll lightly touch on charges. He has not been formally charged. He also is at the hospital, sustained next to no injuries, very minor injuries. He was taken there as a precaution. Charges pending will probably be the battery on the law enforcement officer, aggravating, fleeing, eluding from fleeing from the deputies. And again, there'll be additional charges coming for killing this deputy as he murdered him by intentionally ramming his vehicle. But again, he hasn't been formally charged at this time.
Any history with this Travis Garrett? Any criminal history?
No criminal history here in Hillsboro County. We did find an aggravated assault that was not processed up in the state of Georgia. We did see that he was Baker acted up in Pasco County in 2017, I believe, but no criminal history. I do, and I will make sure they get that to you, only that he is 28 years of age. The corporal was 54 years old. Again, with the Sheriff's Office for 30, his anniversary date will be 31 years.
And how long has his daughter been?
That's a good question. I don't know. We will put that out as well. I know that's part of the press release that we'll get to you.
Sheriff, it sounds as you knew this man personally. Tell us a little bit of just as
a great family man, someone who served this community not just by answering calls for service and being a supervisor, mentoring the young troops that are out here, but someone who volunteered to be a field training officer. He had a passion for service, and he wanted to make sure that every deputy that got hired here, that he trained. And some of us are command staff members. I was not one of them, but there are command staff members, executive staff members here, that he was there. We have colonels, and this individual was his field training officer. So you could just imagine over a 30-year span of service here at the sheriff's office, the impact he had on the employees here, from civilian employees to fellow deputies, all the way up to command staff.
Any other questions? Where are we going as far as the investigation? You've got a lot. What kind of things are you having to gather? You've got a lot of stuff to unpack.
Yeah, a lot to process. A lot of interviews they're conducting, interviewing the deputies. We're reviewing body cam footage. Independent witness that was there. We're trying. We hear that the individual was living with his girlfriend. I can't confirm that. Trying to make contact with her, which I believe we just did, to try to go interview her, to try to get a little better background of him. And again, processing the scene. Our crime scene and forensic team out there now, determining where the vehicle was struck, where it ended up. And again, I think the medical examiner will 100% confirm that his death was a direct result of being struck by that car. I'm sorry?
Did the suspect strike the deputy's vehicle multiple times?
No, just one time. Again, he had never hit the brakes. We don't know his exact speed. That's part of the investigation, but there were no skid marks. He was intentionally running his car into that corporal's car.
Going back to the incident that happened initially, what they were called on to, he was out there, and it sounds like there was just some strange things going on. Can you kind of go over that again? What started this?
Yeah, it started for a call for service. We responded because the management called and said they observed him throwing clothing and furniture off the balcony. And again, the deputies were unable to make contact. He wasn't a threat to anyone there at the complex. We had no crime, so we obviously couldn't make entry into the apartment. The deputies went back in service. And then maybe an hour and 15 minutes later, from 3:42 up to about 5:03 p.m., when then he was being a little more violent in his behavior, throwing cookies at individuals, where neighbors called and we were able to make contact at that point. Why was he so combative? What was his mental state during that time? That certainly will be something we hope to get a better picture of as we conduct our investigation.
I know you don't know it so far, but using 2 tasers on him and not going down, is that an indication that there was some drugs involved here that was fucking?
That's a great question. Possibly when a taser is ineffective, it could be an individual's mental state. It could be whatever type of narcotics or drugs are in the system. All of that is possible. And again, that'll be part of search warrants we conduct and blood draws and everything else that's occurring now, as you can imagine.
Have investigators had a chance to speak with this individual, and is he in custody?
One more time, I'm sorry.
Have investigators had a chance to talk with this individual since the incident occurred, and is he in custody at this time?
He is in custody. Again, he's at the hospital. I don't think an interview's been conducted. Right now, they're busy processing the scene, and the deputies who were involved today are back at our office, and they're interviewing them. So he will be interviewed. They just wanted to interview the deputies and the independent witnesses at this time, but 100% he'll be interviewed.
What do you want to tell you? 2 deputies that were punched, is that right?
It was one deputy that was struck in the head. We transported him to the hospital. He has since been released, fortunately, with no life-threatening injuries.
What do you want to tell? I mean, you've got a lot of deputies out there that are hurting right now, especially in your department. What do you want to tell them right now?
Same thing I told the deputies when I got on scene, the deputies that were his squad mates that work with him, squad mates that were at the hospital when he was transported there. We're a sheriff's office family, and we will get through this. I also told them that you'll never find a more supportive community of law enforcement in Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office than the residents here in Hillsborough County. And with that type of support, we're going to be okay. As hurtful, as emotional, as upsetting as this is, we're going to get through this together. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your patience.
All right, everybody. So that was the news conference there from the Hillsboro County, Florida Sheriff's Office. Now I want to take you to a report from our sister station, Fox 35 in Tampa.
Chronister trying to figure out right now why a 28-year-old without a criminal history would suddenly snap on his deputies, not only attacking several of them, but also using his car, according to the sheriff, as a battering ram to kill a near 30-year veteran of his force. That man is now in custody. Chronister tells us he is currently in the hospital, and part of their investigation includes the results of a toxicology test as well as medical and mental evaluations. Now, the trouble began yesterday afternoon with several 911 calls from management and neighbors of a Brandon apartment complex, all reporting a man's strange and increasingly violent behavior. The sheriff's office says they arrived at the Paddock Club apartments to find Travis Garrett acting erratically. They tell us he was nude, and neighbors had complained he'd been throwing furniture, clothing, and other food items off of his balcony. The sheriff's office says when deputies tried to talk to him, Garrett became combative. Sheriff Chad Chronister says that he hit one of his deputies in the head several times, knocking him to the ground. That's when deputies tried 3 separate times to stop Garrett with tasers, but Sheriff Chronister says he was unfazed. He then took off in his car, crashing through an apartment gate, and deputies followed him as he sped away. Moments later, Sheriff Chronister says he sped up, crossed 2 lanes of traffic, and intentionally rammed his car into the driver's side of Master Corporal Brian Levine's marked cruiser. It caused such severe damage that the near 31-year veteran deputy became trapped, and emergency responders couldn't get to him to save him until it was already too late. Sheriff Chronister became overwhelmed by emotion several times last night while addressing the sudden and tragic loss of his deputy, who was set to retire later on this week.
This corporal had such a profound impact in his 30-year career. He was a field training officer, and he had such an impact on so many employees over this 30, almost 31-year career. So you imagine the heartache that the Hillsboro County Sheriff's Office is experiencing right now.
Sheriff Chronister described Corporal Levine as a family man, someone who served his community not only by answering calls for help, but also by training and mentoring young troops coming into HCSO, one of whom was his own daughter. 5 years ago, Levine survived a close call after he was shot at by a domestic violence suspect. He was 54 years old. Corporal Levine survived by his wife and 2 adult children. Sheriff Chronister explaining that they are investigating exactly what went on leading up to these events, and charges are pending against Garrett. At this point, they tell us that he does not have a criminal history within Hillsboro County, but there is a record of him being Baker-acted in a nearby county in the recent past. In Tampa, Kelly Cowan, Fox 13 News.
Kelly, thank you so much for County, Florida. Thanks to our sister station, Fox 13 in Tampa. Again, hello everyone. Pilar Arias coming at you live from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Coming up next, I'm going to take you out to our sister station, Fox 29 Philadelphia, where they filed this report about FBI security warnings following the Capitol chaos just last week.
Well, no matter how this plays out, one intelligence official says, unfortunately, this is just the beginning. That source says FBI agents at offices all over this country are really hunkering down to prepare for the possibility of violent protest, at least for the next week. Sadly, a lot of the extremists were energized by what happened at the U.S. Capitol last week. People might want to return to those places because of an increased police presence there. Federal officials say the new movement of Trump extremists caught up in the cult of personality around the outgoing president might be willing to break the law or engage in violence purely in support of Trump, whatever he says and really whatever it is that he wants. In fact, the online rumblings of armed marches and protests are not just limited now to Trump supporters, but all of this is enough to have law enforcement all over taking the threat seriously to avoid another deadly disaster.
I've had the pleasure of working with, of course, the Pennsylvania State Police, and to a lesser extent, but still had the pleasure of working with the New Jersey State Police and the Delaware State Police. They're first-class law enforcement agencies, and you can be sure that they are not going to allow what happened in Washington on Wednesday to happen at their state capitol.
Posts on social media have also promoted a million militia march on the day of Biden's inauguration. That's next Wednesday. And while some say that event was promoted by one of Trump's extremist supporters, it appears unlikely to draw crowds that large. But still, at this point, all of the threats have to be taken seriously by federal, national, state, and local law enforcement agencies to protect the citizens of this country. Right now, they don't know what's going to happen, and they do not want to see what happened last week happen again. For now, reporting in Philadelphia, Lauren Johnson for NewsNOW.
Lauren, thank you so much for that. Here's a live look, everybody. We are expecting New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio to provide a COVID-19 update. These are almost always slated for 10 a.m. Eastern. He's usually a bit late, though, so again, I will keep a very close eye on the developments there with this live picture and bring it to you as soon as it starts on NewsNOW from Fox. We're going to stay pretty close to New York, go back out to Maryland, where they are still discussing the primary focuses of the legislative session, COVID-19, emergency relief, and everything in between. So back out to Maryland we go. If anything happens live, I'll bring it to you right here on NewsNOW from Fox. But really quickly, though, let's stick here in Florida and take you out to Clearwater Beach, where it's an absolutely beautiful Tuesday morning. So again, back out to Maryland we go. Some of you are actually going to see a 2-minute commercial break as well.
Continuing to aggressively push out emergency relief and preparing with our hospitals and health officials for the next surge of COVID-19, I directed our team to explore every possible avenue to further ease the financial burden on Marylanders experiencing so much hardship, and to do whatever we can, even as we face unprecedented budget challenges, to allow them to keep more money in order to feed their families and to keep their businesses going. Amid so much suffering, the last thing we should ever do is raise taxes. So today I am announcing our top legislative priority, the Recovery for the Economy, Livelihoods, Industries, Entrepreneurs, and Families, or the Relief Act of 2021, which will provide more than $1 billion in immediate and targeted financial relief and tax cuts for Maryland working families, small businesses, and those who have lost their jobs and are suffering financially as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This stimulus and tax relief package will provide $267 million in direct payments to Marylanders in need. Families who file for the Earned Income Tax Credit will receive an additional $750. Individuals will receive $450. This relief will go directly to more than 400,000 Marylanders in need, and no application of any kind is necessary. These checks can begin going out immediately as soon as the Legislative Relief Act is passed by the legislature and I sign it into law. The Relief Act also commits another $180 million in targeted tax relief for Marylanders who have lost their jobs by repealing all state and local income taxes on unemployment benefits, allowing them to keep more money in their pockets. The Relief Act of 2021 also provides $300 million in immediate tax relief to help 55,000 Maryland restaurants and small businesses by allowing them to be able to keep up to $12,000 of sales tax over the next 4 months, which will keep much needed cash in the coffers of those small businesses, which enables them to keep their doors open and to keep more people on the payroll as we confront the next phase of the pandemic. Last month, I issued an executive order which immediately prevented sudden and substantial increases in unemployment taxes on small businesses. This new Relief Act legislation will codify that emergency tax relief for all of 2021, saving small businesses $218 million. The Small Business the Relief Act will also safeguard Maryland business owners against any tax increase triggered by the receipt of state loan or grant funds, which will help small businesses keep an additional $40 million in their bank accounts. All of this targeted relief will help businesses keep their doors open and keep more people on the payroll. Since this crisis began 10 months ago, Our administration has aggressively and repeatedly taken actions which assisted individuals and small businesses who were struggling as a result of the pandemic and to prevent the collapse of our state's economy. Those previous executive actions I've already taken have totaled more than $700 million in emergency economic relief to the Marylanders and small businesses who needed it the most. We provided $220 million in grants and forgivable loans to Maryland small businesses, $108 million in emergency tax relief, $80 million in relief specifically for bars and restaurants, $50 million for the hospitality industry, $40 million for healthcare providers, $35 million for entertainment venues, $30 million through our layoff aversion fund, protecting 21,000 jobs, $10 million for low-interest loans to small and minority businesses, $10 million for farmers, watermen, and producers, $7 million for local arts organizations. We have made rental assistance one of our highest priorities, backing up one of the strongest eviction moratoriums in the country with $90 million in relief for rental payments, legal services, and affordable housing. We have directed $20 million to Maryland food banks and boosted the temporary cash assistance benefit for 62,000 Marylanders. On top of the more than $700 million which we have already announced, this new Relief Act emergency package brings us to more than $1.7 billion in state emergency economic relief for Marylanders and small businesses. In addition, after 8 months of urging leaders in Washington to act, Congress finally reached a bipartisan consensus on the federal relief package, which will allow us to provide Marylanders with an additional $15 billion of COVID-19 economic relief. In addition, $10 billion in Paycheck Protection Program funding will be provided through the CARES Act, and an additional $4 billion in individual assistance funding, including direct stimulus checks for Marylanders, as well as enhanced unemployment and SNAP benefits. Last week, Maryland became the first state in the nation to begin accepting claims for the
and even more so if that person had previously served as a military officer. This concern led to the provision commonly referred to as the cooling-off period between military service and SecDef appointment. At the time, the period was 10 years.
Again, everybody, we are listening in on a Senate Armed Services hearing on civilian control of the military, live right here on NewsNOW from Fox.
And for General Mattis in 2017. 4 years ago, this committee heard testimony on the risks that confirming a recently retired general officer into the position of Secretary of Defense might introduce. It was observed that tactical and operational leadership, especially within a deeply hierarchical and nonpartisan institution like the military, does not necessarily provide adequate preparation for the complexity of a Secretary of Defense's inherently political roles. The position of Secretary of Defense is unique within the U.S. government. They serve as the principal advisor to the President on defense matters. They are the only unelected civilian leader in the military chain of command. They are responsible for adjudicating budget disputes. They represent DoD in interagency discussions. They serve as a key node for Congress's oversight and civilian control of the military. They manage one of the largest workforces in the world. They serve as a point of communication between the Department of Defense and the American public, and all the while, they must constantly and vigorously protect the military from politicization. Those tasks are a tall order for anybody. So, success depends upon the health of the Department of Defense as an institution, and in particular, the Office of the Secretary of Defense. The latter helps the Secretary provide routine civilian oversight over the department. A growing chorus of defense experts argue that those civilian institutions are now at a low point. Some reasons for this assessment include failures to nominate and confirm experienced and effective political appointees, which has allowed, if not encouraged, other institutions in DoD to marginalize civilian leadership on matters such as planning, and mandated headquarters personnel reductions, which have served to increase the workload on a shrinking staff in the face of an increasingly dangerous strategic landscape. According to this view, in order for the Secretary to provide effective authority, direction, and control over the armed forces, these institutions ought to be revitalized. Now, these issues existed when Secretary Mattis assumed the reins of the Department of Defense, and for a variety of reasons, they have since accelerated. Observers argue that the net result has been to create an inversion of the civilian-military relations dialogue, with the military now more dominant on defense matters on a day-to-day basis than their civilian counterparts. This is why the Bipartisan National Defense Strategy Commission stated that they were struck by the imbalance of civilian and military voices on critical issues of strategy development and implementation. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution grants Congress the power to raise and supervise the military, and by extension, the Pentagon. Many observers therefore contend that a top priority for the Secretary of Defense, in partnership with Congress, should be to revitalize and improve DoD's civilian institutions and workforce. Put a bit differently, considerable time and attention is paid to the health of the military's personnel, equipment, and so on, yet there's no comparable metrics for civilian workforce health and readiness. Regardless of who ultimately sits in the position of Secretary of Defense, addressing this matter is an option Congress might want to consider in order to revitalize civilian control of the military and ensure our civilian institutions are robust enough to do their work effectively. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, the American government wields its power through the consent of the governed. The founders intended that this principle would apply unambiguously to the military as well. Thank you, and I await your questions.
Thank you very much. And now, on behalf of Chairman Inhofe, let me recognize Chairman Inhofe for his questions.
Oh, thank you, Senator Reid. I think it'd be a good idea, and since I mentioned that I didn't believe that a waiting period was really necessary, so it wouldn't be necessary to waive it. Although I've studied a little bit more in the opening statements of both of our witnesses. And so let me just do this. I'm going to go ahead and read that part of the Title 10 that is verbatim here. Quote, I'm quoting now, there is a Secretary of Defense who is the head of the Department of Defense appointed from civilian life by the President by and with the advice and consent of the Senate. A person may not be appointed as Secretary of Defense within 7 years after release from active duty as a commissioned officer of a regular component of the armed forces. Now, Dr. Khan, you know, this is kind of arbitrary, I guess, the 7 years. Is there a reason for 7 years instead of 4 years or 1 year or in general? Is this a threshold that we ought to keep or should change, maybe be considered?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are correct. The number 7 is somewhat arbitrary. The original number 10 was also arbitrary. It was a nice round number. And 7 was the compromise between leaving it at 10 and reducing it to 5, which was the debate that came up in 2007, 2008. However, I do think that 7 years is actually a good period because, as multiple people have pointed out, it allows a minimum of 2 rotations for military deployments and assignments, which means that that allows time for the command relationships and the people in those command positions to change significantly from the time that the recently retired officer was in a position of command. That helps in a lot of ways to mitigate the problem that both you and Mr. Ranking Member mentioned about Mr. Mattis relying heavily on his network of military contacts.
Well, we're suffering from some interruptions right now, and I can't tell. Senator Reed, can you tell from where you are what's the cause of those?
No, sir, but
Some members need to put their microphones on mute. Dick, you need to be on mute. Dick Blumenthal, you're not on mute, so we're getting back from you. And anyone else who's not on mute needs to mute their screens. That's the back sound.
All right, that sounds good to me. All right, we read that, but I also, in my opening statement, I talked about the NDS, the commission that was, and we're following that pretty closely. I'm going to go ahead and read what that commission says. Now, this is the NDS. I don't have that with me right now, but I do have the quote from it. It says, the report states civilian voices have been relatively muted on issues at the center of the U.S. defense and national security policy, undermining the concept of civilian control. The implementation of the NDS must feature empowered civilians fulfilling their statutory responsibilities, particularly regarding the issues of force management. So starting with Dr. Khan and then Dr. McGinnis, do you agree with the assessment by the NDS Commission that, quote, civilian voices are relatively muted? And if so, why is this such a big problem in our democracy? Dr. Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say yes, I do agree with that assessment. I think that the civilian side of the Department of Defense has lost both influence and respect over the last several years. And I think that is a problem for the reasons outlined in my written testimony.
Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break.
Experiences, and particularly the need for an understanding of what I have called political logic. That is people who are dedicated to thinking about defense and security in policy terms and not just in what we might think of as practical military terms. I think that the military side is well represented in the debates internal to the department. What's happening now that is the civilian side is less well represented, and that creates an imbalance and I think produces worse policy. Thank you, sir.
Well, and Dr. McGinnis, do you agree? I think the key part there is civilian voices are relatively muted. Do you think so?
Senator, there is considerable evidence that's part of the public record now that suggests that that is indeed the case, that comports with the National Defense Strategy Commission's assessment. It's worth noting that the Office of the Secretary of Defense, the civilian voices that are in this case being relatively muted, is the practical eyes, arms, ears, legs of the Secretary of Defense. They are there to do the day-to-day work of civilian oversight of the military. They write this, they work with their counterparts overseas to understand political and military dynamics that might impact the national security of the United States. They go to war zones and help military commanders really understand secretary's intent. They are the practical, where the rubber meets the road of civilian-military relations. The Office of the Secretary of Defense is where it happens. And according to the National Defense Strategy Commission, as well as, again, a growing chorus of voices that I referred to in my opening statement, those civilian voices are relatively muted now. A couple of reasons that are worth calling attention to include, again, this question of appointment of political appointees within the system, the failure to do so, and having civil servants being in acting capacities has served to, if there's nobody in the civilian side of the house to do the work, then the advice, the decisions on matters of national strategy are going to migrate inherently to the institutions that are appropriately staffed. Why does this matter? I refer once again to the National Defense Strategy and the National Defense Strategy Commission's reports. The NDSC Commission notes that China is engaged in a whole-of-society strategy to accomplish its objectives, many of which are counter to U.S. objectives. The political military nature of the security environment which we are operating in requires political military connections and connective tissue between the military instrument and the broader political objectives of this country and the broader prerogatives of the president himself. Without the civilian side of the house, without that civilian pillar being able to do its job effectively, we are missing a critical voice, a critical note, a critical connective tissue in this discussion, if you agree with the National Defense Strategy Commission's report on this matter.
Well, you know, we're going to be having the hearing coming up, so if a waiver is granted, I'd like to ask each one of you, what types of questions should we ask to mitigate some of the potential problems that might come with having the waiver granted? Hear from both of you, Dr. Khan and Dr. McInnes. What should we be pursuing in the hearing in the event that this waiver is granted?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think a couple of questions that you ought to ask Mr. Austin would include things like how he plans to demonstrate his commitment to empowering the civilian side of the Department of Defense, how he plans to foster relationships of respect and trust between the civilian staff and the uniformed staff. I think you should ask him how he sees the differences between his role as a military commanding officer and his role as the Secretary of Defense, and you should want to know that he is committed to the idea of being a political actor and no longer a military actor receiving and obeying orders or simply giving military advice, that he should be willing to engage with the press, willing to be transparent with Congress, with this committee and with the House Armed Services Committee, and that he should generally express an understanding of the different nature of the role that he will be playing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. McInnes. What do you think?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question invites us to consider that the Secretary of Defense is one person that's put in an institutional role that is inherently political, inherently multifaceted. It's as one scholar put it, it's the impossible job within the department because there's so much to it, and therefore the health of the institution of the Department of Defense is critically important to ensuring that the day-to-day business, any strengths, weaknesses, whatever, are managed, and that the business of national security can be advanced. So in order to be effective, the Secretary of Defense needs to have the confidence of the President, the Congress, and the military and the Department of Defense. So to that end, if you are interested in teasing out whether those relationships will be solid and comport with what you would like to see. Some suggestions might include, whether or not the nominee would be amenable to taking a close look at the health of the civilian workforce. Also, with respect to relations with the Congress, one proposal that was tabled last time when we were considered, when it was the nomination of Secretary Mattis was considered, was whether or not the then nominee Mattis would testify in front of the House Armed Services Committee. That might be another option to consider.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that makes sense. Senator Reid.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank the witnesses again. And I think the chairman has really focused in on some of the critical questions that we have to address. But one point is my reflection on the context of the National Defense Strategy Commission is that the authors detected this decline in civilian authority over several years. It wasn't an abrupt change as a result of General Mattis or anyone else. So this is a tendency that was happening even when we had civilians as Secretary of Defense. Is that accurate in your view? Thank you.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Yes, that is accurate.
Yeah. So we have, regardless of who the nominee is, a challenge to restore a much stronger balance of civilian control. And one factor, particularly if General Austin is indeed confirmed, would be to put robust civilians as quickly as possible into critical roles like the undersecretary, deputy secretary, the policy secretary. Is that a strong view that you would share, Dr. Cohn?
Yes, Senator, I think so, very much.
Dr. McGinnis?
The analysis would suggest that, sir.
Yes. And, I do think that the chairman's questions about the issues we should raise, your responses were quite good, in fact, very good, which is basically the understanding that General Austin would have of a new role, which is not similar to, and I believe he's intelligent enough to grasp this, but he has to demonstrate not only an intellectual but also a sort of complete commitment to this, which is to understand that he is in a political role, bureaucratic politics, not electoral politics, but bureaucratic politics, and that he has to rely, frankly, if he's given this opportunity, on the expertise of others that have much more of that experience, and I think that is consistent with your comments too. The other aspect of this is that even though he is clearly a professional, in fact, a superb professional military officer, many of his tasks, certainly as the CENTCOM commander, put him face to face with the politic, with very difficult political judgments. So in that context, would you think he would have some insights already into the political dynamics of national security policy? Dr. Cohn?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, of course, anyone who reaches the level of 4 stars has political experience of the type involving diplomatic efforts, thinking about policy significance. They have, of course, been asked to provide advice to policymakers. So he certainly has some of this experience. And no one is questioning either his competency or his savvy in terms of understanding political implications. I think the main differences that I would point out are, first of all, his, let's say, default logic when he comes to dealing with problems and issues, and whether the first thing that he thinks of is how to achieve larger political goals using a wide array of tools and mechanisms, or whether he thinks of it from the perspective of an army officer. Mm-hmm. And the other thing, again, is that there are multiple meanings of political. What you have described is political in the sense that it is dealing with bargaining, and that is important. But there is also political in the sense of the power dynamic, especially the partisan power dynamic, within domestic politics and the domestic system. And this is something that Mr. Austin will be aware of, but will never have had to personally play in. And that, I think, is something, and we saw with Mr. Mattis that was something he was very uncomfortable doing. And that is problematic, given, as Dr. McInnes has described, the role of the Secretary of Defense. Thank you.
Dr. McGinnis, brief comments. I only have about 20 seconds.
Sure. The question invites us to consider the role of a combatant commander, a 4-star a general officer, and the experiences that they've had. A 4-star combatant commander has had lots of experience with the pointing end of the spear, and there's a lot of political military dynamics associated with that, as you point out. But spears have a huge shaft as well. There's a whole lot that goes into making the pointy end of the spear effective. Mm-hmm. And as a result, with it as applied to the Department of Defense, there's Title X responsibilities, there's strategy. I mean, all kinds of different things that the secretary is responsible for. So in consideration of this question of civilian-military relations, it invites us to consider the broader team and how the broader team is going to be able to handle these responsibilities on behalf of the nation. National security is a team sport.
Thank you very much. And I would ask my colleagues to try to adhere as close as possible to the 5-minute rule. And with that, on behalf of Chairman Inhofe, I'd like to recognize Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Senator Reid. I'd like to explore a little bit further the quote that Senator Inhofe used in the 2018 report of the National Defense Strategy Commission, where concern was expressed about the state of civil-military relations at the time. Dr. McInnes and Dr. Cohn, what is your assessment of the current state of civilian-military relations, and do you agree that this is a trend which is moving in the wrong direction?
Thank you, Senator. The evidence out there does comport with the National Defense Strategy Commission's assessment of civilian-military relations. And it is up to this committee to determine whether you agree with this assessment, but it does suggest that if the civilian pillar within the Department of Defense is not up to optimum health, and as you rightly point out, these are long-standing trends. Furloughs, headquarters reductions.
Breaking in here, everybody, to let you know that we are hearing that President Donald Trump spoke to reporters while leaving the White House before boarding Marine One. We are awaiting Marine One right here before he gets on Air Force One to head to South Texas. So we are on standby. We might be switching gears really quickly. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break.
The health of the civilian workforce and the political appointees, the team that is put in to support whoever the Secretary of Defense will be.
What do you think is the most concerning aspect of it? The example the Commission uses is the empowerment of the Joint Staff at the expense of civilian staff within the office of the Secretary. Are there other examples? And Dr. Cohn, please jump in as well.
There are a variety of manifestations of this issue. One being, again, the failure to have confirmed political appointees within positions, which combatant commanders of Joint Staff, when they look for civilian guidance and they are confronted with an acting who does not have the authority for the department to make decisions in the way that somebody who's been confirmed does, they naturally sort of, it's human nature, they just sort of go around that. But then there's also procedural elements of this as well. Dr. Mara Carlin notes that there are a number of provisions in statute with respect to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff's role, statutory responsibilities that sort of overlap with civilian dimensions of policymaking in the department. And in procedure, there's just how a policy, how an instruction is staffed out, and how the war plans are staffed out, and how the review process works within process matters in the Pentagon, as you know. But looking at some of these instructions, the routine, halfway marks, waypoints, checkpoints within the process seem to have not included civilian voices in those in the procedures.
Okay, Dr. Cohn, if you'd like to speak to that, and also, do you think that when we create exemptions and allow recently retired officers to serve as Secretary of Defense, does that influence this issue at all?
Thank you, Senator. To answer your second question first, yes, I think it does, of course, weaken the norm or the principle, and I think that should be an issue of concern for you as you make this decision. But of course, whether it undermines the norm completely is up to you in the future. You will have the opportunity to make this decision again, and you can change the direction of that norm. In terms of the civil-military relationships, both within the Department of Defense and more broadly in society, I think what we have seen is a really troubling set of mutually reinforcing trends, negative trends. As Dr. McInnes has described, in the department you have many years worth of hiring freezes, personnel cuts, difficulty filling positions with Senate-confirmed members and using acting people or leaving them vacant. And that is extremely troubling. But this is reinforced by a larger situation in the American public of a worrying trend of over-deference to military expertise and military experience, and a worrying trend of less interest in active self-governance and a sort of willingness to turn over decision-making to the military. And I think these trends are both troubling, they are mutually reinforcing, and they should be something that this chamber seriously considers as something that needs to be addressed going forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Reid.
Thank you, Senator Fisher. And again, on behalf of Chairman Inhofe, let me recognize Senator Shaheen.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this hearing. And one of the things that has come up several times in your responses, Dr. Cohn and Dr. McInnes, has been the operating within a partisan environment, which we know is very much the case right now in Washington, and that the country is very divided. And this is not exactly on point for the waiver, but I think it is another troubling trend within the military. And you mentioned this, Dr. McInnes, in your June 2020 CRS report on the military, that you highlight the importance of civilian control, but you also reference that the nonpartisan culture of the military is one of the reasons that it has enjoyed such a high regard in the American public. And I think one of the more recent polls had 73% of Americans who viewed the military with high regard. But one of the things that is troubling is that we're seeing more and more partisanship within the military. And so I wonder, as you're thinking about the waiver issue and about what we need to ensure the division between civilian and military control, if you can speak to whether this is an issue that is going to be affected by granting another waiver and having further military control of the Department of Defense. And how should we handle that erosion of the nonpartisanship within the military? Are there things that Congress and the executive branch should be doing to address that? We saw it again in the insurrection at the Capitol on the 6th, that there were a number of former military and actually at least one active military participant in that who has since resigned. So as we think about the challenges, how should we be thinking about that aspect of what's going on within the military? Dr. McInnes, maybe you could begin.
Actually, if it's okay, I'd like to turn to Dr. Cohn, who has written extensively on this matter.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Senator, for these questions. I would say I think your analysis is correct. I would say there are a couple of things that can be done to deal with this problem in some ways. And the two most important ones that I can think of are that elected officials in general, both in the executive and in the legislative branches, should work to protect the military from partisan politics. Do not use them as props. Do not use them as shields. Do not base your arguments for legislation on the effect that they will have on members of the military and their families and veterans. These are all, of course, very important.
As you can see, everybody, on the right-hand side of your screen, President Trump is at Joint Base Andrews in Prince George's County, Maryland, about to head for South Texas there on Air Force One. He did speak to reporters while leaving the White House on the South Lawn on Marine One. We do have tape playback queued up, and it looks like he's speaking right here. Let's listen in.
Has to do with this particular nomination. I would say
it's going
that
to be a catastrophic
biggest
mistake for them. They're dividing and divisive, and they're showing something that I've been predicting for a long time. I've been predicting it for a long time, and people didn't act on it. but I think big tech has made a terrible mistake and very, very bad for our country. And that's leading others to do the same thing. And it causes a lot of problems and a lot of danger. Big mistake. They shouldn't be doing it. But there's always a counter move when they do that. I've never seen such anger as I see right now. And that's a terrible thing. Terrible thing. And you have to always avoid violence. And we have tremendous support. We have support probably like nobody's ever seen before. Always have to avoid violence.
What is your role in what happened at the Capitol? What is your personal responsibility?
So if you read my speech, and many people have done it, and I've seen it both in the papers and in the media, on television, it's been analyzed, and people thought that what I said was totally appropriate. And if you look at what other people have said, politicians at a high level, about the riots during the summer, the horrible riots in Portland and Seattle and various other places, that was a real problem, what they said. But they've analyzed my speech and my words and my final paragraph, my final sentence, and everybody to the T thought it was totally appropriate. Okay, thank you.
Impeachment, sir. Will you expect to be impeached?
That was 100% unexpected. President Donald Trump speaking moments before stepping onto Air Force One. This is live right this very moment at Joint Base Andrews. He did speak while departing the White House just moments ago on the South Lawn before boarding Marine One. That was a little bit longer remarks. So again, this is live. That was unexpected. President Trump speaking to the media at Joint Base Andrews. Now we're going to listen into his comments from moments ago. Again, this is NewsNOW from Fox. We're all about the live, raw, unedited, unfiltered, showing you what you need to see when you need to see it, with very little commentary, letting you decide your opinions. So let's listen into President Trump from just moments ago while leaving the White House.
Mr. President! Mr. President! Mr. President, you're supposed
So we're going to Texas. We're going to the southern border. As you know, we've completed the wall. They may want to expand it. We have the expansion underway. It's been tremendously successful, far beyond what anyone thought. We're stopping in large numbers the drugs coming into the country for many, many years and decades. We're stopping a lot of illegal immigration. Our numbers have been very good. There does seem to be a surge now because people are coming up. Some caravans are starting to form because they think there's going to be a lot in it for them if they're able to get through, but we're able to stop it. The wall has made a tremendous difference. I think some of you are coming with me, but the wall has made a tremendous difference on the southern border. As far as this is concerned, we want no violence, never violence. We want absolutely no violence. And on the impeachment, it's really a continuation of the greatest witch hunt in the history of politics. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely this impeachment is causing tremendous anger. And you're doing it, and it's really a terrible thing that they're doing. For Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer to continue on this path, I think it's causing tremendous danger to our country, and it's causing tremendous anger. I want no violence. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Definitely unconventional, everybody, to play the president's remarks live at Joint Base Andrews, because that actually happened after these comments. These comments are what we call tape playback. So this is while the president was actually leaving the White House on the South Lawn before getting on Marine One, the helicopter that you see right there. Then he arrived at Joint Base Andrews. We expected him to go straight onto Air Force One, to not make any media remarks, because he just made these remarks moments ago. But he also spoke at Joint Base Andrews. So this is the first time we're really hearing from the president, live, raw, and unfiltered, since the Capitol chaos that happened 6 days ago. Tomorrow marks 1 week. Again, you saw it here on NewsNOW from Fox. If you happen to miss it, we will clip it on the platform that has a chat feature, and you can watch again and share and like it Share it with all your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors. I'm going to take you back out to the live picture of Air Force One while we also continue to listen in to the Senate Armed Services hearing on civilian control of the military.
With Congress over similar priorities, he has to engage with the media as well. I point out that in my lifetime, I think 4 of the most consequential and successful secretaries of defense all had significant political experience. 3 of them had partisan experience either. Cap Weinberger, Dick Cheney, Leon Panetta, and then Bob Gates that didn't have partisan experience, but I think he writes in his memoirs he had a lot of political experience from his career as a civilian official at the CIA, and then a lot of political experience being a university president at Texas A&M as well. Ms. Cohn, does the skills and experiences that you gain in the military, which is inherently apolitical and designed to be so in our republic, prepare you for all of those political disputes that you might have as Secretary of Defense?
Senator, I think the short answer to that is no. I think obviously the experience you gain as a 4-star military officer is immense. It's important. It's helpful to understanding all of the things that need to be done to understanding many of the things that need to be done in the Department of Defense. But as you point out, many of our most successful secretaries of defense have not only extensive interagency experience, but sometimes also legislative experience. And it is simply not the case that a military officer who has spent his or her entire career, again, 4-star officers, the higher you get in the military hierarchy, the more alike those officers are. And many of them come from combat arms backgrounds, like yourself. And that is a certain type of experience that is important and helpful, but I do not think comprehensive in the way that you would want a Secretary of Defense to have experience. Thank you.
All right, thank you. One final question. On page 10 of your testimony, you assess the tenures of Secretary Marshall and Secretary Mattis. I commend everyone to read those brief histories. Were those tenures, after they had received these waivers, successes to be repeated or cautionary tales about the wisdom of this 7-year cooling off period?
Senator, I think as Dr. McInnes has really ably demonstrated, the job of Secretary of Defense is incredibly difficult and almost no one is ever really prepared for it. However, I think that both the tenures of Secretary Marshall and Secretary Mattis basically reinforced the concerns of the members of Congress who made that initial statute. They relied very heavily on their military networks. They seemed to be uncomfortable dealing with political issues and, in Marshall's case, with protecting the president from an overambitious regional operational commander. So I do not think that these were shining examples of the best that we can do with secretaries of defense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. And again, on behalf of Chairman Inhofe, let me recognize Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 4 years ago, we had a hearing like this, and Dr. Kathleen Hicks, who's now President-elect Biden's Deputy Secretary of Defense designate, argued before this committee that those civilians ought to almost always serve as Secretary of Defense. Mattis's unique qualifications and checks in the system justify the one-time exception to the rule. She added that she didn't think Mattis's appointment would set a, quote, new precedent, and that she, quote, would not imagine in the next 20 plus years that we would see ourselves back in this hearing of this nature, end of quote. Okay, well, we are here again. Dr. Cohn, in your written testimony, you say that Austin's waiver could be justified because he's who President-elect wants and because the symbol of having a black man as secretary is important. On the other hand, you write, Mattis got the waiver because many hoped he would help hold Trump in check. Am I correct that these waivers have been justified on 2 different rationales? Yes. Dr. Cohn, if each time the president nominates a new general to serve as Secretary of Defense, Congress grants a waiver based on a new rationale, aren't we just saying that the president gets to choose his or her Secretary of Defense regardless of their recent military experience?
Yes, Senator, I think that is what you would be saying if this chamber decided to consistently grant a waiver every time one was asked for. And I do acknowledge that granting 2 waivers in a row, I argue that granting 2 waivers in a row begins to lead down that path. I do not think that going down that path is absolutely inevitable. Again, that really is up to this chamber and how it describes its reasoning in whatever decision it finally takes.
Dr. Cohen, 4 years ago, Dr. Hicks said that our system of civil-military relations is, quote, strong enough to withstand any risk. A once-in-2-generation exception could pose, and, quote, if we're granting a twice-in-1-decade exception for back-to-back administrations, what kind of system are we actually protecting?
Again, Senator, I think you're absolutely correct to point out that granting 2 waivers in a row is a very different thing from granting 1 waiver under the impression that you will not be asked to do this again anytime soon. I think that this chamber has a very difficult decision in front of it to decide whether the reasons that the president-elect has given and the reasons that you all can think of yourself justify granting another waiver, because I think it is a dangerous precedent to grant 2 in a row. Yes.
So I want to highlight a few of the added risks of normalizing the idea that a senior general could become Secretary of Defense relatively quickly after he or she retires. Dr. Cohen, a year into the Trump administration, you wrote that, quote, reverence for the military has come to distort and manipulate public discourse, end of quote. And that scholars hope that Trump's use of generals in civilian policymaking roles was, quote, an exception to an important rule, not the beginning of a new normal, end of quote. You worried that ongoing veneration of military expertise would have, quote, devastating implication for U.S. policy, both foreign and domestic. Do you believe that President-elect Biden's choice of a retired general and not any one of the number of well-qualified civilians dangerously inflates the perceived value of military expertise in a way that weakens our policymaking?
Senator, in my personal opinion, yes. The answer to that is yes. I am still concerned about these things. I think the health of civil-military relations is under threat, and I do think that this could lead to a larger problem. Yes.
Okay, so I want to give you an example of why this concerns me so much. In the wake of the disappearance and murder of Specialist Vanessa Diaz, the Army commissioned an independent.
All right, everybody, we have a lot of events going on this morning. We now have Secretary of State Mike Pompeo speaking live. I'm going to take you there right here on NewsNOW from Fox.
In 2011, a federal judge in New York ruled that Iran had provided support for the 9/11 attacks based on the role it played in furthering Al-Qaeda operatives' plans. And of course, after 9/11, hundreds of Al-Qaeda terrorists and their families fleeing America's righteous vengeance took refuge there inside of Iran. A letter from bin Laden, found by the Navy SEALs during the Abbottabad raid, sums up the relationship since 9/11 very well. In his own words, quote, Iran is our main artery for funds, personnel, and communication. There is no need to fight with Iran unless you are forced to, end of quote. These are bin Laden's own words about his and Al-Qaeda's relationship with the Islamic Republic of Iran. Of course, there's more evidence as well. In 2013, the Canadian government disrupted an Al-Qaeda plot against a passenger train that linked Toronto and New York. The Canadian government stated that the plotters received, quote, direction and guidance, end of quote, from Al-Qaeda members living inside of Iran. No, New York Times, not a surprise. Iran arrests students, religious minorities, and environmentalists, but not jihadist Al-Qaeda killers. Yet, in spite of all the assistance the Khomeini regime provided to Al-Qaeda, Tehran actually imposed tight restrictions on its operatives inside of Iran for some time. The regime very closely monitored Al-Qaeda members, putting them under virtual house arrest. They were in control. Bin Laden himself considered Al-Qaeda members inside the Islamic Republic to be hostages. The Iranians controlled these Al-Qaeda leaders. But the U.S. government didn't believe that Iran had authorized Al-Qaeda to launch a terrorist attack. But I have to say today, that is not the situation. Indeed, everything changed in 2015, the same year that the Obama administration and the E3, France, Germany, and Britain, were in the middle of finalizing the JCPOA. A sea change was happening within the Iran-Al-Qaeda axis. Let me give you some information that is brand new to the public today. Iran decided to allow Al-Qaeda to establish a new operational headquarters on the condition that Al-Qaeda operatives abide by the regime's rules governing Al-Qaeda's stay inside of the country, agency, and control. Since 2015, Iran has also given Al-Qaeda leaders greater freedom of movement inside of Iran under their supervision. The Iranian Ministry of Intelligence and Security and the IRGC have provided safe havens and logistical support, things like travel documents, ID cards, passports, that enable Al-Qaeda activity. As a result of this assistance, Al-Qaeda has centralized its leadership inside of Tehran. Ayman al-Zawahiri's deputies are there today, and frankly, they're living a normal Al-Qaeda life. Al-Qaeda terrorists like Saif al-Adil and the now dead Abu Muhammad al-Mashri have been able to place a new emphasis on global operations and plotting attacks all across the world. Tehran has allowed Al-Qaeda to fundraise, to freely communicate with Al-Qaeda members around the world, and to perform many other functions that were previously directed from Afghanistan or Pakistan. Al-Qaeda now has time. Because they're inside of Iran, they have access to money. They have a range of Iranian support. They now have new tools for terror. You now have the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, the Islamic Republic of Iran, as the home base for Al-Qaeda. They are partners in terrorism, partners in hate. This axis poses a grave threat to the security of nations and to the American homeland itself. I would say Iran is indeed the new Afghanistan as the key geographic hub for Al-Qaeda. But it's actually worse. Unlike in Afghanistan, when Al-Qaeda was hiding in the mountains, Al-Qaeda today is operating underneath the hard shell of the Iranian regime's protection. America has far less visibility on Al-Qaeda's capabilities and their activities than we did on their activities when they were in Tora Bora or even in the mountainous regions of Pakistan. After 9/11, America was able to unleash our firepower against Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan to the point that we no longer need a large military presence in that country. Today, we must use our military force surgically against Al-Qaeda operatives in Yemen when necessary. We don't have the same options today because these Al-Qaeda thugs are burrowed deep inside of Iran. And if we did have that option, if we chose to do that, there's much greater risk in executing it. The Iran-Al-Qaeda axis threatens the progress of the Abraham Accords as well. If Al-Qaeda can use terror attacks in the region to blackmail nations from joining the war and peace with Israel, then we risk grinding generational momentum for peace in the Middle East to a halt. We risk limiting the growing number of Middle East nations who will all recognize the threat from Iran. But most importantly, every country must recognize that this unholy collusion is dramatically increasing the risk of terror attacks against their people. As Iran permits Al-Qaeda to communicate freely with exponents of hatred abroad, countries like France become even more vulnerable to Al-Qaeda attacks like the despicable Charlie Hebdo massacre. As Iran provides Al-Qaeda with travel documents like passports, countries like Germany are ripe to be the site of the recreation of something like the Hamburg cell, so instrumental in the 9/11 attacks. As Iran permits Al-Qaeda leaders to travel freely to Syria, one of the world's greatest humanitarian crises will continue to rage on. Impoverished Syrians will keep being lured into becoming jihadists. If Iran permits Al-Qaeda leaders to send and receive money from Al-Shabaab, Western nations risk a terror attack like pre-9/11 Afghanistan, a base from sprouting up in Somalia. We risk losing control of strategic waterways. And imagine too the destruction that Al-Qaeda could carry out if the Iranian regime decided to devote sizable state funds in service of Al-Qaeda's goals. Imagine the vulnerability we'd have if Iran gave Al-Qaeda access to its satellite networks.
Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We are also minutes away from passing things off to the News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona.
President, for all of this, if you consider the regime's support of Hezbollah, the Houthis, Shia militias in Iraq, and Sunni terror groups like Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Imagine the threat to America. Imagine the threat to Israel, to Saudi Arabia. Imagine, too, the potential to completely upend fragile places with an established Al-Qaeda presence like Libya, Yemen, and the Maghreb, or increase turmoil in places like Bangladesh, where Al-Qaeda cells have carried out attacks. Imagine that Al-Qaeda starts carrying out attacks at Iran's behest, even if the control is not perfect. Who's to say that this isn't the next form of blackmail to pressure countries back into a nuclear deal? You don't have to be a former CIA director to see the Iran-Al-Qaeda axis as a massive force for evil all across the world. But the time is now for America and all free nations to crush the Iran-Al-Qaeda axis. The Trump administration has actually made progress. Let's not tolerate Iran giving Al-Qaeda a second wind. Let's not downplay the danger of Sunni-Shia cooperation in terror. Let's not lie to the American people about Iranian moderation and pretend appeasement will work. 30 years of cooperation shows that Iran and Al-Qaeda's divergent theology is no match for its convergent hatred. That's the reality. Here's reality two. Nations have an obligation to sanction entities designated as associated with Al-Qaeda under the UN Security Council Resolution 1267. We've exercised American leadership by sanctioning the MOIS and the IRGC. We urge the United Nations and all countries to do the same. Today I'll announce the following actions. Today we'll announce sanctions on Iran-based Al-Qaeda leaders Sultan Yusuf Hassan al-Arif and Mohammed Abateh. He is also known as Abdul Rahman al-Maghrebi. I'm also announcing designations of 3 leaders of Al-Qaeda Kurdish battalions, an Al-Qaeda-linked group that operates on the border between Iran and Iraq. And in a related action, I'm announcing a reward for up to $7 million under the State Department's Reward for Justice program for information that leads to the location or identification of al-Maghrebi. We want to bring him home to America for justice. In closing, I want to go back to 1983. It was the fall of my sophomore year at the United States Military Academy. I remember picking up the newspaper to read that a truck packed with explosives had slammed into the U.S. Marine barracks in Beirut, Lebanon, killing 241 American warriors. My life wouldn't be the same after that. As a young soldier, that attack got me thinking about the big questions of national security, about America's role in the Middle East and the world. For those of you who don't remember, the terrorists who killed our fellow Americans were part of an early incarnation of Hezbollah that had the support of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I've not forgotten it. And after 4 years leading the CIA and now the State Department, I'm more clear-eyed than ever about the threat from the Al-Qaeda-Iran axis. The Islamic Republic of Iran has given a new operational headquarters to the terrorist network with more American blood on his hands than any other. People who are plotting fresh atrocities from Tehran, even as we speak. We can't ignore this truth. And just as we have done with other horrible regimes like the one in China, the Trump administrations will look to this as it is, not as we wish it to be. We see the true nature of the Iranian regime and we refuse to indulge it. We speak the truth about the nature of the Iran-Al-Qaeda relationship, and we've taken significant actions to crush it. We urge every country to do the same for the good of their own people and the good of the security, stability, and prosperity of the world. The free world's battle against terrorism will go on. May America always lead in that fight. Thank you. May God bless all of you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Again, that was Secretary of State Mike Pompeo talking about international security, discussing Iran a lot and Al-Qaeda, possibly, maybe not, the last time we hear from him publicly here on News Now from Fox. I'm actually going to say goodbye from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub. We are just moments away from passing things off to our colleagues at the News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm going to take you back out to that hearing, the Senate Armed Services Committee on civilian control of the military. It is still going on right here on News Now from Fox. So again, I hope you all are having a great day. We here at the East Coast Hub will see you again tomorrow.
Some adversarial relationships, and the next Secretary of Defense must be prepared to demonstrate that kind of independence. I think that what we have ahead is a very serious challenge. I want to make sure that we avoid the perception of Republican generals and Democratic generals, which again is the perception that President Trump's misuse of the military may have tended to create. And I believe strongly that it is a matter of principle. Therefore, I will oppose the waiver in this instance, as I did with General Mattis, whom I also deeply respected and admired and said so. I believe that I may be in the minority, but I think it is a matter of very deeply important principle. And I would ask our witnesses whether they feel there are specific steps that we can ask of General Austin to effectively perhaps counteract the dilution of the balance that we think is so important to our nation and civilian control over the military. I recognize that my time may have expired, and so I would take those answers for the record if the chairman wants to move to another senator.
Senator Blumenthal, I would accept your suggestion that they be taken for the record so that we can fairly allocate the time to all of our colleagues. Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Now, on behalf of Chairman Inhofe, let me recognize Senator Sullivan. Senator Sullivan, are you who's the next? This is remarkable because I'm impressed. This is the first technical glitch we've had, so we're doing pretty well. What? We'll try to connect with Senator Sullivan. Let me now recognize Senator Kramer on behalf of Senator Inhofe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Reed and Chairman Inhofe, both of you. And thanks to the witnesses. I think for me to ask a question at this point would be redundant, quite honestly, because we've done a pretty good job of exhausting, I think, the topic. However, I would say, just make a couple of comments. First of all, thank you to the two witnesses. You've been absolutely fantastic. You've helped me think this through in more ways with more viewpoints, and I'm no closer to a final decision. But I think that's instructive, quite honestly. The one thing I would just wrap up with, Chairman, is I think after all of this, whether there's a Secretary Austin or not a Secretary Austin, it might be a good time, apart from a decision on a waiver, to have an even deeper discussion about this point so that we can avoid, I think, the issues that Dr. Cohn has brought up, and that is how the public views all of this, restoring the confidence they have in us as decision makers on all matters, but especially matters of our national defense. And so that at the very least we can restore their confidence. But also I just think that, to lay down a record that this isn't going to be the norm, even if there are two in a row, that we can help both ourselves and our constituents have a clear commitment that this isn't going to be the norm. And so with that, again, just thank you to all of you. And I look forward to further discussion. I'm certainly looking forward to my meeting with I almost said General. I shouldn't call him General perhaps anymore, but with Mr. Austin. And with that, I'll yield.
Well, thank you very much, Senator Kramer. And on behalf of the chairman, let me recognize Senator Kane and thank him for joining me here in D.C.
Okay. Thank you to our chair and ranking, and thank you to the witnesses. Let me just first begin acknowledging this is the first Senate hearing since the events of last Wednesday, and I just want to make a comment about it. People have sort of tried to describe what happened. Is it a riot? Is it a protest? Is it First Amendment activities? Is it sedition? I think the Constitution that we swear to uphold and defend gives us an answer. The 14th Amendment of the Constitution has a Section 3 that talks about insurrection or rebellion against the Constitution of the United States. And that clause has some significant consequences for those who either engage in that or who give aid and comfort to those who do. What happened was not just a random attack on Congress as an institution. It was an attack that was specifically designed and then fomented and then deployed at a particular moment to obstruct Congress from carrying out the Constitution. Congress was meeting on that day for a purpose, to carry out constitutional and statutory duties to accept certified electoral results from 50 states and the District of Columbia, to supervise the count of those electoral votes and then declare a winner in the 2020 presidential election. That was what the attack was about. It was an attack on the Constitution of the United States. We came together after an attack on the Capitol in 2001 as a Congress in a bipartisan way to ensure that there were consequences, and it's my hope that we can, as a bipartisan Congress, do so again. I also was reminded of a powerful moment in Senate history when a senator took the floor during a debate and said, "God forbid that the day should ever come when to be true to my constituents is to be hostile to the Union." That was a comment made during the debate about the Compromise of 1850 by then Senator Jefferson Davis, who a number of years later chose to violate his oath to the Constitution and the nation, to choose his interests in his constituents, or at least the narrow segment of his constituents who were allowed to vote at the time he chose to elevate their concerns over those of the nation and Constitution. Now, onto this issue. This is such an easy case and such a hard one. It's an easy one because General Austin is so very qualified, and it's important to note, not just qualified as a military leader, he's now been out of the military and he's engaged in significant, and it's incredibly hard in the other sense because this is a very important principle. Dr. Khan, I'm struck by the similarity of your name to Dr. Cohen, who testified before us 4 years ago. Elliot Cohen was one of the witnesses arguing for the Manatee waiver, and he strongly that the circumstances that compelled him to be here before us supporting the waiver 4 years ago don't apply right now. And he has written a piece in the Atlantic to suggest that we should not do it. So this is a really, really hard thing. Let me ask you just this, and I wish I'd researched it. Is this bar of somebody having come through military leadership, serving as Secretary of Defense, is there an analogy? Are military leaders barred from being HUD secretaries or CIA directors by law right now? I don't think so. Do you?
No, Senator, there is no analogy. Recently retired military officers are not barred from holding other positions, nor are recently retired Foreign Service officers barred from
State Department, or if you worked at HUD your whole career, you're not barred from being the HUD secretary. This is a very unique limitation and waiver. My colleagues have done a great job of talking about their concerns. Here's mine. I was a governor of Virginia and I had cabinet secretaries, and those who had significant experience with the agencies they were overseeing were often unwilling to be change makers. They were more loyal to the agencies they'd come up through than they were to the governor saying, we need to make some change in that agency or that cabinet secretariat. And I'm not sure that your testimony really goes to those concerns, but is that a fair concern?
Yes, Senator, absolutely. That is a fair concern. And I think it gets back to Senator Gillibrand's question as well, whether not whether the individual has the integrity to try to do the right thing, but whether the individual is so embedded in the culture and norms of their own institution that they have difficulty thinking about change in certain ways.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kaine. And now, on behalf of Chairman Inhofe, let me recognize Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the witnesses for holding this important hearing. A lot to consider here. The first question that I had is Senator Cotton made a statement that I just want the witnesses to touch on. He said he doesn't believe civilian control for the military is at risk. I would agree with that, but can you talk a little bit about that issue? I mean, that's a big statement to say it is at risk. Do you believe it's at risk? And how would you have us analyze that important issue?
Thank you, Senator. I think it's important to understand that civilian control is not an on-off switch. It's not either there or not there. It is a web of institutions and norms and practices and understandings, and it can be weakened or strengthened. I think that Senator Cotton's point was well taken. No one that I am aware of thinks that the confirmation or the waiver for Mr. Austin would break the back of either civilian control or American democracy. No one is worried about that. What we are worried about is its role in weakening these norms and institutions and their importance. So I would say, again, there are some ways that this would weaken those norms, and those norms are in danger. We have plenty of research indicating that, again, as I mentioned before, the American public is fairly comfortable turning over its own freedom and self-governance to institutions like the military because they trust them. This is a trend that must be actively worked against. And so if you choose to confirm Mr. Austin and grant him a waiver, I don't think that's the end of civilian control by any means, but it does put us all in a position where we must work extra hard to restore those norms and those institutions.
To dovetail on Dr. Cohn's remarks, the legislative history, the recent legislative history of this provision and associated things also speaks to the way the norm is being extended across the department. So in 2008, the Congress decided to revise the statutory provision from the cooling off period, as we know it, from 10 years to 7 years. Representative Walter Jones at the time said that he wanted to broaden the candidate pool available to the president for the selection of Secretary of Defense. And as you have noted during this committee's session 4 years ago, there was a lot of discussion about, to what extent, confirming then nominee Secretary Mattis might erode that norm of having civilian control and direction at the top of the department. But it's also worth noting as a counterpoint to this discussion that Congress has also strengthened the norm in other ways. In particular, by in recent years extending the statutory cooling off period to key civilian appointments within the Department of Defense. So the Congress appears to have started to look at civilian control of the military and its expression in these appointments more holistically across the department and across these different positions.
Let me ask another, just a comment and then another follow-up question. You mentioned the politics and the partisan nature, not partisan politics, but just politics and all instruments of power of being the CENTCOM commander. So I do think that there's a lot of learning, but also experience a CENTCOM commander would bring. I know that the conventional wisdom starting about General Mattis's tenures, what you two had mentioned, I'm not so sure I fully agree with that. The national defense strategy that Secretary Mattis put forward, I think is a really important development, a positive development, bipartisan development in our national security that most senators agreed with. And it was an important element of the work done by Secretary Mattis. Well, let me ask another question, a little bit of a counterpoint. Right now, as far as I can tell, the incoming Biden administration will have one cabinet official with military experience. That will be, if he's confirmed, the Secretary of Transportation, Mayor Buttigieg, who was a reservist. You mentioned that the Secretary of Defense's one of his roles would be to fight for budgets and other things that relate to the military. If there's, does it make sense to also potentially make the case that having cabinet officials, particularly on the national security team, with significant military experience actually helps in this regard? I'd like you to just comment on that. And then that's my final question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Senator, thank you for the question. In my personal opinion, there are, we have the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, whose statutory role is the military advisor to the president, and who is there to help other cabinet members understand and members of the National Security Council understand the issues at stake. I do think it's always helpful for there to be people in these roles that have broad experience, if it's a few years in the military or a few years in the State Department or a few years in a state government, for example. So it's never bad for people to have different kinds of experience. I think the problem is when we start thinking that only people with extensive military experience and backgrounds really understand the issues at stake. I do not agree that that is the case, and therefore I am not concerned when we have a Secretary of Defense who does not have extensive military experience. I think that there are already institutional there are institutional ways in which the Department of Defense, as Dr. McInnes mentioned, is already privileged against most of the other executive departments. I don't think that we need to worry about the military not having a sufficient voice at the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Sullivan. And on behalf of the chairman, let me recognize Senator Manchin.
Thank you, Senator Reid. I appreciate it, and I want to thank our presenters today and both of them for their service to our country and the job they do in such a professional way. Let me ask this question, if I may. I think everyone that knows General Austin has met with General Austin or worked with him. We've had him before the committee. I've been there for almost 11 years now, so we've had many times to have General Austin and his most professional application, his common sense approach. So I've been very appreciative of that. What I would like to ask is that, do you all have concerns? First of all, I understand that General Austin did not position himself to where he was aggressively seeking this opportunity or this job. So that was the president's decision, I understand, that basically selected him. Yeah, he did not advocate for it. And on top of that, I understand that I've been very differential to the president putting their staff together who they believe is the right person with the right skill sets at the right time. And I understand that is General Austin, which I believe also. But with that, I was concerned about those down the food chain below him. Can you tell me that as General Austin asked, or are you concerned that General Austin would try to, the people that basically have that separation between military service and civilian, is there any other person asking for waivers, or have we given waivers to anybody else besides the Secretary themselves?
Now we're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here for you on NewsNOW from 5.
Senator, my understanding is that no, that has not been, that the waiver, the statutory waiver has been provided twice for Secretary Mattis and then Secretary Marshall. The extension of the cooling off requirement was done in recent years. I think it was 2016 and 2017. So to my knowledge, that has not been applied since it's been extended.
But let me ask this question here. Did you all see any? Was there a movement that General Mattis wanted to get this waiver for other people? So he wanted more military presence or people with military services that had been out in a very short period of time? I did not see the concern. I don't know if you all seen something that I haven't. And are you concerned that General Austin would ask for waivers for other people?
Senator, I did not see any such requests from Secretary Mattis, although the White House liaison office and the process of political appointments is a bit of a black box, to say the least. So that So I wouldn't have seen that. It does speak to, however, the point that you're making, which is the broader national security team. And does the broader team bring the experience, insights, and building savvy to the department and its management? The failure to appoint political appointees in the Office of the Secretary of Defense under, particularly over the past 4 years, did have an arguably degrading effect on the effectiveness of the Office of the Secretary of Defense. A civil servant serving in an acting capacity does not have the authority to make key decisions on matters of national security strategy and policy, because frankly, another boss could come in the next day and reverse everything that they decided. It's a tenuous position to put our.
All right, folks, we are going to switch gears here. Take it right now out to the House Rules Right Now Committee as they are debating resolutions to remove President Trump from office. Let's bring that to you live right here on News Now from Fox.
For continuing to perform his duties under unimaginably difficult circumstances. We don't always agree on the issues, but there's nobody I admire more as a person and who has set a better example for how to carry on under the most extraordinarily difficult circumstances than the gentleman from Maryland. So, Jamie, just God be with you and your family. Please know we're all praying for you. We all support you. We're all proud of you for being here and continuing to perform your important constitutional functions, again, under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. God be with you, my friend. Mr. Chairman, today, as you said, is a very sad day for all of us. This is not at all how I thought the opening of the 117th Congress would begin. And I associate myself with how strongly everybody feels about what happened last Wednesday. It was a horrific day, an unacceptable day in American history, and a sobering day, and one full of tragedy that will cast a long shadow over the Congress in the weeks and months and, frankly, years ahead. Sadly, we're here today, again, on a grave matter. We're meeting to discuss HRES 21, a resolution sponsored by our Rules Committee colleague and friend, Congressman Raskin. This resolution calls on Vice President Pence to convene the officers of the Cabinet and invoke Section 4 of the 25th Amendment, declaring the President of the United States incapable of executing the duties of his office. While I greatly respect my friend, I think this resolution is misguided and inappropriate for the legislative branch to pursue. Under the 25th Amendment to the Constitution, the responsibility for initiating the process for making a determination as to whether or not the president is unable to.
All right, we just lost that feed right there. We'll try to get it back here for you right here on News Now from Fox. Live look at the White House. We do have President Trump. He is up in the air right now, headed to the border in Texas. We'll have coverage for you starting at around 2 o'clock Eastern. He is expected to land and then make a speech about 3 o'clock Eastern as well. So we'll keep you up to date on all of that right here for you on News Now from Fox. If we do get that House Rules Committee back, we'll bring it to you because it was just starting up, and there it is.
This was above reproach. Indeed, he fulfilled his oath of office and acted in a manner befitting his constitutional role as vice president. We should call this resolution what it is, a transparent attempt to pressure the vice president into performing a duty he does not believe is necessary at this time. The vice president has not done what the majority wants him to do, and so they are pushing him forward this resolution, in an attempt to make him execute the House's will. I have strong faith in Vice President Pence and believe he will consider his constitutional duty in the same manner that he carries out all other constitutional duties, in a forthright manner that fulfills his oath of office. Should he believe that the 25th Amendment needs to be invoked, I have faith that Vice President Pence, both as a leader and as a former House colleague, would exercise good judgment with respect to performing that duty. Again, Vice President Pence's record of sound judgment in times of crisis should speak for all of us on this issue. Last Wednesday's events were deeply troubling for the nation, Mr. Chairman. There's no one joining this meeting today who condones the violent and destructive actions of the mob that stormed the Capitol last week, sought to harm innocent lives and disrupt democracy at work. Indeed, it never should have happened. And I cannot condemn the lawless perpetrators of the crime strongly enough. And I know that we are all committed to ensuring justice is served to the fullest extent of the law. However, I believe the resolution before the committee today will not achieve the desired result. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I appreciate his remarks. I want to recognize our first panel, but first I also want to join with Mr. Cole, and I think I speak for everybody on this committee when I say to my good colleague, Mr. Raskin, how he and his wife, Sarah, have been in our prayers over these last several days. And you have been a great inspiration to all of us by continuing to show up to do this important work. But also your son, Tommy, has been an inspiration, and his legacy continues to be incredible with all the acts of kindness that people are doing in his honor, and all the great causes that people are supporting. So I appreciate that very much. But I want to now recognize the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, as well as the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, who will be our first panel, and I yield to Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your extremely thoughtful and loving remarks. Thanks to you and every member of this committee. Everyone has reached out to me and to Sarah and to our family in this moment of terrible heartbreak and grief for us. And we really are a family here on the Rules Committee. Mr. Cole, I am moved beyond words by your very tender thoughts, and I treasure your friendship, and I always have. And in recognition of that, I'm not even going to respond to your comments for a few minutes. I'm going to talk about some other stuff, and then I'm going to come and try to refute your always dangerously logical and precise arguments. But I think I've got some refutations of the things that you're saying. And I do hope that our whole committee on both sides will think of this resolution as a way to bring not just the committee, but the whole House of Representatives together in making clear that what took place is absolutely intolerable and unacceptable. And it is critical for us now to make clear that this was an absolute dereliction of presidential duty. It is very clear that the president did not discharge the proper duties of office. And I suppose when we come to discuss impeachment, there might be some differences in assignment of the degree of fault, blame, and responsibility that will be laid at the foot of the president. But I think that in this, for the purposes of this resolution, we can all agree that the conduct of the executive branch fell dramatically below the constitutional standards set forth for the president. Now, there are three ways to protect the nation against a president whose conduct poses a clear and present danger to the people. The first, of course, is to defeat him in an election. And the American people just did that in November of 2020, catapulting Joe Biden to a greater than 7 million vote victory over President Trump and delivering him a 306 to 232 electoral college victory, a margin that President Trump had described as a landslide when he won by the exact same numbers in 2016. So this the people have done, this the people have already accomplished, and it is indeed President Trump's persistent and obdurate refusal to accept these election results and this outcome, and his determination to discredit, nullify, and overturn the election results that has led us to the current national crisis. The second way to remove a president who has proven himself a danger to the republic and to the people is to impeach him in the House for having committed high crimes and misdemeanors within the meaning of the Constitution, and then trying him in the Senate. This is, too, a familiar mechanism that the committee knows well. And you will remember the marathon 10-hour session that our former colleague Doug Collins and I had back in December of 2019, when we voted to bring to the floor articles of impeachment relating to the president's efforts to pressure a foreign government to get involved in the 2020 presidential campaign here in the United States and to smear Vice President Joe Biden. Now, the final mechanism for removing a president who
Jamie, you need to unmute. There you go.
The final mechanism for removing a president who is failing to meet the most basic duties of his office and indeed actually harming the republic with his conduct is the 25th Amendment. Now, the whole purpose of the 25th Amendment, which was adopted in 1967, is to defend the stability of the republic and to guarantee the safe continuity of governmental operations at the very highest levels. It was adopted just several years after the assassination of John F. Kennedy. And in fact, his brother, Robert F. Kennedy, was one of the key legislative actors in pushing it, along with Senator Birch Bayh. But it was passed on an overwhelming bipartisan basis at the dawn of the nuclear age because questions of physical and mental fitness were prominent in the minds of Americans at that point. And as they often said, we have 535 members of Congress, and if something goes wrong for one of them or two of them or a dozen of them, the Congress will keep functioning. But we only have one president of the United States. And if that president is unable to successfully discharge the duties and the power of office, that becomes a crisis for the entire republic. Contrary to popular belief, the 25th Amendment has been activated and employed numerous times since it was adopted back in '67. Section 1, which establishes that the vice president becomes president in the event of a presidential vacancy, was used when President Nixon resigned and Gerald Ford became president. Before that point, it was unclear whether the vice president was actually becoming the president or just exercising the powers of the president. And it was the 25th Amendment which settled that question in Section 1. Section 2 established the way to fill a vacant vice presidency. And that took place when, for example, Spiro Agnew resigned as vice president, and then President Nixon followed the provisions of Section 2, nominated Gerald Ford, and he was ratified by majority vote in both houses of Congress. Now, Section 3, I like to think of as the section that deals with the famous presidential colon, because it has been used when Ronald Reagan underwent colorectal surgery, and he voluntarily and temporarily transferred the powers of his office to George Herbert Walker Bush. And then after that incapacity ended, he, by letter, resumed the powers of the office. President George W. Bush himself invoked Section 3 in transferring the powers of his office to then Vice President Dick Cheney when President Bush underwent a colonoscopy. And it's been used several times in the context of colonoscopy and other surgeries. But today we're looking at Section 4, which we are asking the Vice President to invoke by activating and mobilizing the cabinet to declare what is patently obvious to a horrified and anxious nation. The president is not even minimally discharging the basic duties of his office. Now, my friend, Mr. Cole, says that in drafting and adopting such a resolution, we would be operating outside of the proper legislative sphere under the 25th Amendment. On the contrary, if you go back and look at the legislative history of the 25th Amendment, it was deeply intended by Senator Bayh and Senator Kennedy and all of the members who were involved in it to promote collaboration among the different branches to guarantee the stability of government and the continuity in office. Now, Mr. Cole, of course, is right that it's up to the vice president, and we're not trying to usurp his authority in any way. We're trying to tell him that the time of 25th Amendment emergency has arrived. It has come to our doorstep. It has invaded our chamber. We just saw the unprecedented event of hundreds or even thousands of members of a mob entering the Congress of the United States without going through metal detectors or any kind of security screening, occupying the floors of the Senate and the House, occupying the offices of our leaders, chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," yelling, "Where's Nancy?" Many of them were brandishing weapons, guns, knives. Some of them had zip ties to handcuff people's hands. We were delayed in the counting of the Electoral College vote by more than 6 hours. Members, staff, families, citizens across the country were terrorized, terrified, and horrified by what took place. And no amount of euphemism or displacement on anyone's part across the country will ever let us forget what took place on that day. Now, the President of the United States on January 6th, and indeed in the several months leading up to it, violated his oath of office by doing everything in his power to thwart and defeat the proper counting of the Electoral College vote on January 6th. He did everything in his power to overturn the authentic popular results of the election in critical swing states, such as, take, for example, Georgia, which Joe Biden won by 11,779 votes, a number I remember because the president called Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and said, "All I need you to do is find me 11,780 votes, one vote more, and then I'll be able to win." So what took place with us on January 6th, dear colleagues, was the culmination of a process of an attack on the presidential election and the assemblage and then the counting of the Electoral College votes. And of course, President Trump called Secretary of State Raffensperger an enemy of the people for refusing to overturn the election results, even after a statewide recount reconfirmed the initial count. And as everyone knows, President Trump called Raffensperger on the phone saying that he was committing a criminal offense, that this was very risky for him. And all I want to do is I just want you to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won this state. I'm not going to go in excruciating detail at this point about everything that took place, but I don't think that there is a reasonable person in the country with his or her eyes open who don't understand that the president was hell-bent on trying to challenge, undermine, and overturn the results of the election in all of the events leading up to January 6th and on January 6th. That is a profound dereliction of the president's duties under the Constitution. Now, what are those duties? What are the duties that are referenced by the 25th Amendment that the president must live up to? And if the president is not successfully discharging them, the power can be transferred by the vice president and a majority of the cabinet, or as Mr. Cole tells us, the vice president and a majority of a body set up by Congress, which, alas, we have not done, although I have introduced legislation to that effect over the last several years. Well, the president swears an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. The Constitution includes the peaceful transfer of power, the counting of electoral college votes. The president has a duty to defend the American people, to defend the Congress. The president has a power to defend the country against armed insurrection, mob rule, invasion of public offices. And we will see, as you look through the very specific details of what happened, the president miserably failed in living up to all of those duties. And that is the very least that we can say. When the president was begged at various points by both Republican leaders and Democratic leaders to send more help and to call upon the mob to stand down, he was extremely reluctant to do so. He continued to send supportive tweets for periods in which we were under duress on Capitol Hill. He urged everybody during the day to fight like hell. And he sent out finally a tweet, I think, and this is the one that people are using to try to absolve the president, amazingly. This was probably his best or most exculpatory tweet. He sent out a tweet saying, these are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever. And of course, much of the damage had already taken place. As everyone knows, 5 people were lost in the mob violence that was unleashed against them.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break for some of you right here on NewsNOW from Fox.
The president quickly deleted that tweet and then tweeted, I suppose this was his most forceful one, go home, we love you, you're very special. That was at the end of the day, basically when most of the devastating damage had already been wrought on the people of the Congress. My friends, when we talk about the 25th Amendment, we don't have to find that the president committed a high crime and misdemeanor in inciting this mob insurrection. And I think there's overwhelming proof that he did, but we don't have to prove that for the 25th Amendment. All we have to ask is whether the president lived up to the most basic and minimal expectations for his duties of office. Can you imagine any other president of the United States doing what this president did? Can you imagine President Bush doing that? Can you imagine President Obama doing that? Can you imagine President Lincoln doing that? Franklin Roosevelt, the Democrat, or Teddy Roosevelt, the Republican? Can you imagine any other president in our history encouraging and fomenting mob violence against the Congress of the United States, against our people? That's the question. And if you're with me and you can't imagine any other president doing that, and you think he failed the basic duties of office, then I think the vice president has a duty to act. And I'm with Mr. Cole in saluting the vice president for doing his duty on January the 6th. He came under enormous, phenomenal, unprecedented pressure by the president of the United States to step out of his role as the person simply presiding over the counting of the electoral votes and to try to nullify and overturn the election. That just deepens the complicity of the president with this horrific assault on the counting of the Electoral College. But the vice president stood up at that moment. We are asking the vice president to stand up again. For all of those people who voted, I think, foolishly with the president's wishes to deny the Electoral College votes that were cast by our states, by our state officials, despite the fact that the president brought 62 different cases in federal and state court and lost 61 of them soundly, decisively, and in many cases of humiliatingly, as the judges castigated the president for bringing such nonsense before the courts. But for those who decided to go along with that and help to drive that wound into the country, and who are now calling for bringing the country together, those people who are now calling for reconciliation, this is the road to reconciliation. It is the vice president himself who is the key actor, and it is the president's own cabinet who make up the key actors, the principal officers of each of the departments of government. They can help to lead us out of the nightmare that we've been plunged into by this sequence of events. They can transfer peacefully the powers of the president to the vice president, Mike Pence, for the remainder of this term so we can have a peaceful transition of power. My friends, on the extreme right-wing websites that help to build the president's rally, the Save America rally, they are calling for the mobs to come back to Washington and to continue the assault on the Republic of the United States. They are calling for continued war, and they are calling it war against our government. They want to see this mob insurrection spread. One of the ones I read said that they are going to come back with so many people that no army will be able to stop them. This is not just a crisis and an emergency. It is a continuing crisis and emergency. It is not over yet. Can we say that we feel safe being in the hands of this president with the horror and the threats returning to the nation's capital? Well, we are asking Vice President Pence with this resolution and the cabinet to act with the powers that were wisely put into place by the Congress back in 1967. They should meet, they should consider all of the circumstances, and they should move to restore order to the United States of America. With that, I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And before I yield to Mr. Jordan, let me just say, without objection, any written materials that you submit to the rules documents at mail.house.gov before the conclusion of this hearing will be entered into the record. At this point, I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too want to associate myself with the remarks of the chairman and the ranking member regarding our colleague from Maryland and what his family is dealing with. Mr. Chairman, what happened at the Capitol on January 6th was as wrong can be. It is not what America is about. Political violence of any kind is wrong. We condemn this violence. We commend the men and women of the Capitol Police for their bravery, and we mourn those who've lost their lives. All political violence should be condemned all the time. This should not be a partisan issue. Republicans have been consistent. We condemned the violence last summer. We condemned the violence last week. Congress needs to stop this effort to remove the president from office just 1 week before he is set to leave. Continued calls to impeach the president or remove him from office with using the 25th Amendment, I don't think are healthy for our nation. Rushing this resolution to the floor will do nothing to unify or heal the country. Under the plan Speaker Pelosi laid out on Sunday, the Democrats plan to impeach the president a second time just days before, as I said, he is set to leave. These actions will only again continue to divide the nation. Turning to the 25th Amendment into a political weapon by demanding that the vice president invoke it to remove the president from office, I think is just wrong. Let's be clear. Democrats have been wanting to remove President Trump from office since he won the election in 2016. They failed with the Russia investigation, they failed with the Mueller investigation, and they failed with their first impeachment investigation. So here we are again, considering another divisive effort to go after President Trump. We should use this time to bring the nation together, heal our partisan divisions. We should use this time to help the small business owners across the country who are struggling because of government's actions that close their businesses and close their stores. We should use this time to honor the men and women of law enforcement here at the Capitol and across the country who sacrifice themselves to keep our families safe. But it looks like we're not going to go down that path. We're here again to consider a Democrat resolution to attack the president just 8 days before he has said he will leave office, just 8 days before we will have a peaceful transition of power as we have had in this country every 4 or 8 years since our nation's founding. I urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution and would yield back.
Thank you very much. Let me just let me begin if I could. Mr. Jordan, this isn't a both sides issue. Our Capitol was attacked. 5 people are dead. Countless people are wounded. We had a group of domestic terrorists, homegrown fascists that came to the Capitol building to desecrate this symbol of democracy and freedom, and to do harm to people. And with all due respect, I'm glad that all it took for you to call for unity and healing was for our freedom and our democracy to be attacked. But for the last several months, the gentleman from Ohio and others have given oxygen to the president's conspiracy theories. And we all want healing, but in order to get to healing, we need truth and we need accountability. People came to the Capitol building to try to launch a coup to stop us from upholding our constitutional responsibilities. I mean, I was on the floor, the House floor. I know you were and others, but I was one of the last people to walk off the House floor. And when I went into the Speaker's lobby, I saw this mob, trying to break glass doors to get access to the floor and God knows what else. They defied the Capitol Police who were bravely trying to protect us. And I saw in their eyes, hate and evil. And I'm just grateful that more people weren't harmed in this terrible attack. But they came here to destroy things, to desecrate things. And they did so because the President of the United States told them to go do it. At his urging, they came to the Capitol. Some of them, I'm listening to some of the commentary, thought he was here. But he incited that mob, and unfortunately, some of our colleagues joined in that effort to gin things up. And our job as elected officials is to tell the truth. So my question for you is, will you admit that Joe Biden won fair and square and the election was not rigged or stolen?
I have Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
I can.
Mr. Chairman, what I did over the past several months is follow the process that the Constitution prescribes. It wasn't me who said it, was Justice Ginsburg.
That's not the question I asked.
No, I'll get to the question, but I'm going to get to your comments too.
I don't need a filibuster. We just want to get.
I'm not going to filibuster, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
The late Justice Ginsburg said January 6th is the date of ultimate significance. That's how Congress set this up in the statute they passed dealing with the 12th Amendment. So we followed that process, and at 4 a.m. on Thursday, January 7th, when we concluded our business on the floor, Joe Biden became, Vice President Biden became President-elect Biden. That's how the process plays out. Those of us who spoke against the unconstitutional way several states conducted their election, we're following the process, and we did nothing different than Democrats have done every time a Republican's been elected this century. In fact, our colleague who is sponsoring this resolution objected to on January 6, 2017.
So is that
we followed the process. Of course it's a yes, and I've said that publicly on television on Sunday.
But I'm not asking about the process. I'm asking you to make a statement that the election was not stolen, that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won fair and square. That's the question.
The question you asked me was, is Joe Biden the vice president? Is Vice President Biden?
I just repeated.
And I said yes, of course he is.
You just repeated the question. So Joe Biden won fair and square.
He won the election because the way the process works is the last chance to object is January 6th, and
if we want to talk about
objection didn't prevail.
If we want to talk about healing, we have to talk about truth. And if we want to talk about healing, we also need to deal with the issue of accountability. And what this president incited last Wednesday is unforgivable and unconscionable. I'm used to the excesses of this president, the over-the-top statements, the pandering to some of the most intolerant groups in this country. But I never thought I would see what he said at that rally. And so the deal is, my question was very simple. I'm asking you to make a statement that the election was not stolen, that Joe Biden won fair and square. And, one of the ways to promote healing is for you to say yes and to put that on your Twitter account so that all these people who bought into a lie will start hearing from some of the people that were pushing this. The answer is, the American people.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Joe Biden is going to be sworn in as president. He is President-elect Joe Biden.
That's not the question I asked. That is not the question I asked. Yeah,
our concern and why we raised objections was in several states, The rules were changed in an unconstitutional fashion when the state legislature did not change election law. You had Secretary of States, you had governors, you had Supreme Courts. In some cases, you had county clerks changing the election law. That's what we're pointing out. That's all we were pointing out.
Yeah, well,
just like our colleague, Mr. Raskin, pointed out concerns he had on January 6, 2017, with the election of President Trump then.
You refuse to answer that question, and I think that's one of the. You want to talk about?
I did not refuse. He's going to be the president. I've said that on television. He's going to be the president. I know that. The country knows that.
That is not the question I asked. I asked you to lay bare the fact that this lie out there that somehow that Joe Biden did not win the election fair and square. He did. The president to this day continues to perpetrate that. And so does.
Are you saying there was no problems? There was no concerns with this election? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Chairman? Of course, I understand Joe Biden won. Are you saying there's no concerns with this election?
I will yield to the gentleman from Maryland if he has any.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make one point about this somewhat abstruse Article 2, Section 1 argument that was made the day when all of us almost lost our lives, as Lindsey Graham put it. I was moved by something Lindsey Graham said. He said, you know, these people came in to the buildings without the metal detectors. They could have been armed. They could have had a bomb, and all of us could have died. So I think we do have to try to step up our discussion from the normal level of just partisan rhetorical combat and point scoring. The point our colleague from Ohio makes about Article 2, Section 1 was raised by Trump's campaign team in numerous courts across the country, where it faced the same massive, decisive repudiation by Trump's own appointees, by Republican judges, by Democratic judges. It is ridiculous and empty. It's an empty void. There's basically nothing to respond to there. And the state legislatures that they are nominally advocating for are not taking that position. Those legislatures are not going to court to try to say our own Supreme Court violated our prerogatives, our own governor violated our prerogatives. Nobody buys that. So Mr. Jordan is correct. They had an argument. It is a ridiculous and silly argument, and this is a point of common sense. And I want America here to follow the great Tom Paine. Use your common sense. That argument was made, and it helped to delay the proceedings. And then this mob comes in, and there's at least one call from the president during the mayhem and the chaos to a senator telling him to keep the objections going and to prolong the process. So I just disagree profoundly with the substance of that argument. Every court in the land that looked at it has rejected it. The state legislatures don't buy it. It's fine that Mr. Jordan wants to go back to it, but I think all of us should do some soul searching about 5 dead Americans, a Capitol police officer who's dead, dozens of people wounded, lots of our Capitol Hill cops in the hospitals, and a country on edge, and an inflamed right wing which thinks that we are on the verge of a civil war. Now, come on, guys. Can we get it together to act as a rules committee together, as a Congress, to tell the vice president simply to acknowledge what's obvious, which is this president is not up to the job for the next 8 days, and a lot of danger still faces us. That's my perspective on it.
Well, I don't want to belabor this point, but I will be honest with you. I am stunned that after all that has happened, that we can't get a definitive answer that
Mr. Chairman.
was not.
And we will be taking another quick 2-minute break right here for you on News Now from Fox.
Done, I think, in an unconstitutional fashion in the states we objected to. I would also point out,
people came here.
You guys, do you disagree with what Justice Ginsburg said?
People came here, Mr. Jordan, because they believed the lie that the president and many people in this chamber perpetrated, that this election was not run in a fair and square fashion. And to the president to this day continues to perpetrate the lie that somehow he won this election by a landslide. And so I think, we want to talk about healing. I mean, the people who came here thought the president was telling the truth. Not many of you who were backing him up were telling the truth. And it ended up in this terrible ordeal in which 5 people lost their life. So,
Mr. Chairman, did you object in 2017 on January 6th?
I didn't say the election was stolen. I said, in fact, I acknowledged that he was the president the day after the election. Hillary Clinton conceded the day after the election.
I think you said the
electors. I think you said the electors were inauguration. And so I raised objections to Mr. Jordan, excuse me. What I raised objections to was the fact that all of our intelligence agencies had raised concerns about Russian interference in our election, which apparently didn't matter to some of you. But that's what I did. I did not question. I did not try to overturn the election. And it went. And the entire protestation.
Is that how it is?
The station was 8 minutes. All right. So anyway, I think you have answered my question, and I would now.
No, we have a double standard. You and Mr. Raskin are allowed to object in 2017. No Republicans are allowed to object.
Mr. Chairman, could I respond to that?
Yes, I yield to the gentleman.
Okay. There's a terrible false moral equivalency going on here. Throughout American history, a lot of members have tried to point out technical or procedural problems in the Electoral College. The one that I pointed out was that there were elected officials who were also electors in violation of the state constitution. I think it was in Florida, and I think I simply raised that point for maybe it was 15 or 20 seconds. Nowhere did I ever incite mob insurrection against the government of the United States. There were millions of people, to take up the chairman's point, who were convinced that Vladimir Putin, with his cyber sabotage against the DNC and Hillary Clinton and so on, had profoundly influenced the outcome of the 2016 election. But what did the Democrats do? They put on, pink winter hats, marched peacefully with 1 million people, joined Planned Parenthood, worked with their churches to try to reform America. Nobody was out there agitating for a violent armed insurrection against the government of the United States. I yield back.
Yeah, I thank the gentleman. And I'll just conclude by saying, I acknowledge that Donald Trump was the president-elect the day after the election. I didn't like it, but I acknowledged it. The trouble here is my friends have been spending the last few months saying that the election was stolen. In fact, the gentleman from Ohio even went to a rally called Stop the Steal. So, and we have a president now that continues to put out this big lie that he won the election by a landslide. So there's a big difference here. But with that, I yield to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, for any questioning and comments he may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to go back to what I see as the central issue, which is the exercise of the 25th Amendment. And when I asked you, Mr. Jordan, just a simple question. As I recall, you served with Vice President Pence when he was in the House. Certainly know him as Vice President. Do you think he's capable of exercising the 25th Amendment? Do you think he would do so if he felt that was the appropriate action for him to take?
Yeah, and he's actually answered the question. I appreciate the ranking member's question. The Vice President answered the question. He is, as a defender of the Constitution, he said he is not going to invoke the 25th Amendment, Section 4. He's said that. My understanding is the Vice President and the President were together yesterday talking about this issue and others as well. So Vice President Pence has been clear. As you know, we both had the opportunity to serve with him. He was a mentor to me. I think you and he came about the same time, but I came after the Vice President was here, and he has been very clear where he stands on this issue that the other side is bringing forward.
So you trust him to make the judgment?
Mike Pence, Mike Pence is a good guy. I trust him. I think the country trusts him. I think the President trusts him.
That's all the only question I have, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I yield to the gentlewoman from California, Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Throughout our history, the Rules Committee has met to discuss many historic measures, and today is no exception. We are making history once again, and to discuss events that will forever stain this great institution in our democracy. I speak today in support of the Raskin resolution, a call for Vice President Pence to live up to the oath he swore upon taking office. An oath that says he will protect the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, both foreign and domestic. And as we meet with wounded hearts in our wounded Capitol building, there is no debate that these hollow halls were violated last week. There is no debate that the mob that breached these walls and it was energized by misinformation, bald-faced lies, and claims that are in direct odds with our Constitution. And there is no debate as to who misled those people, who sent them here to ravage our Capitol, who it was who undermined our American democracy. President Trump, that's who it was. He called for insurrection on social media, on a stage with television cameras capturing his every word. I'm saddened that my colleagues will dare to stand on that stage and do the same. 6 Americans are now dead. 2 of them were Capitol Police officers. More than 50 officers were injured, 15 hospitalized. Trump incited this attack, and there should be no question as to what Vice President Pence needs to do right now. Like many of you, some of you, I was caught up in that attack last week. I was one of 12 trapped in the House gallery. I heard the shot being fired. I saw the smoke from the tear gas having been deployed. And I watched one officer with no protective equipment face a raging mob just outside the chamber. We crawled across the entire length of that balcony. I was in the last group to be evacuated. We ran down the halls, stairs, near a mob that was being held on the ground at gunpoint. I sheltered for 4 to 5 hours in a room that was packed shoulder to shoulder with people. Adding more trauma to the riot we had just survived were several Republican colleagues refusing to wear a mask. As a result, many of my dear colleagues and friends have tested positive. I'm waiting my results. I know some of you had similar experiences. The horror didn't care what chamber you served in. But I do know that in the balcony, it was Democrats and members of the press. Ask yourselves, is gunfire in the speaker's lobby a new normal that you're willing to accept? Should ransacked offices be part of the job going forward? A relic from our time in service that future members will have to deal with? And if it's not, ask yourselves, what are you willing to do about it? Do you have the courage to stand up for basic American principles? The Raskin resolution is not a political document. It takes no partisan position. And anyone who says otherwise is being irresponsible and is continuing to advance the hateful agenda of Donald Trump. How dare you? How dare you incite a mob to stop the final step in certifying our election, simply because they want to pick and choose whose vote should count and whose votes should not count. It calls on one man with the power to protect all of us, our institution, from this increasingly authoritarian president, to do just that, invoke the 25th Amendment and live up to the oath that he swore. Given the news of impeding armed protests here and at every capital across our country this coming week, Vice President Pence's action cannot come soon enough. Consider the full gravity of the attack last week. Yes, it was an attack on Democrat lawmakers, on this beloved building, and on Vice President Pence. They wanted to hang him. But Congress was convened last Wednesday for the ceremonial certification of our election results. So this was also an attack on our democracy. It was an attack on the peaceful transfer of power, an attack on our Constitution and the rule of law. It was an attack on the symbolism that we've provided to the entire world, that a people can govern themselves without the threat of force or the violence. And it was an attack that almost worked. All of us has a role to play in undoing the damage that President Trump has done. I urge my colleagues, when I was finally evacuated at 3 p.m. and while running for my life, I answered my phone to my son, Christopher. The call lasted 27 seconds. All I could say, sweetheart, I'm okay. I'm running for my life. And I hung up. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting this resolution. But most of all, I urge Vice President Pence to do the right thing. Not for you, sir. Not for me. Not for any one of us here in Congress. But for the future of America. We are counting on you to do the right thing and invoke the 25th Amendment. And I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. I now yield to the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Burgess.
All right, everybody. Welcome, everyone, to our new viewers on News Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. We were taking a listen there to Representative Norma Torres, a Democrat from California, talking about what happened just 6 days ago at the Capitol, where she said she feared for her life after what she is calling an angry mob coming to the Capitol there to do harm there. So we are going to continue to listen to this U.S. House resolutions. Democrats, this is what they want. They want Vice President Mike Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment. We already heard yesterday that Vice President Mike Pence would not be doing that. He met with the president yesterday, and it looks like he wants to go the next 8 days here as a vice president, as well as President Trump there still in office. But here is the setup right now, where we are listening to this House resolutions happening right now, and then tomorrow the vote will happen to once again impeach President Trump That would be the second time that has already taken place there. So we'll keep an eye on all of the movements that are happening on the Capitol. It's going to be a busy day tomorrow. Some of the highlights, though, that we've already seen, we already clipped it on some of our platforms here, where Representative Jim Jordan fighting back Republican, saying, well, let's be honest here. You don't want to just remove him now. You wanted to remove him since day one being in office there. So let's get back to some of the action there on the U.S. House.
But I think in some ways we've already crossed that bridge of the nature in which the Democrats did the first impeachment, and now it looks like they're going to do an impeachment without any type of hearings in the Judiciary Committee. They're going to bring it to the floor tomorrow. I think that does set a dangerous precedent going forward. That is, are we going to have impeachment all the time, in successive presidencies? So I'm nervous about that. And frankly, if I could, just the double standard is a problem. Mr. Raskin said on January 6, 2017, Mr. President, I have an objection because 10 of the 29 electoral votes cast by Florida were cast by electors not lawfully certified because they violated Florida's prohibition against dual office holding. So Mr. Raskin had a problem with how Florida ran their election, and he's allowed to object, even though the state of Florida said it was okay. Last week, I had an objection to how Pennsylvania ran their election. I objected. Somehow I'm wrong and he's right. The chairman of the committee, Mr. President, January 6, 2017, Mr. President, I object to the certificate from the state of Alabama on the grounds that the electoral votes were not under all known circumstances regular giving and the electors were not lawfully certified. So the Chairman McGovern, and I support his right to do this. He objected to how Alabama ran their election. No one from Alabama, their General Assembly didn't say anything. He was allowed to object, but I'm not allowed to object to how Pennsylvania ran theirs. And I would argue we had a much stronger constitutional basis for our objection, in that the time, place, and manner of elections are clear in the Constitution. They are done by the state legislature, not secretaries of state, not governors, not partisan Supreme Court, and not county clerks. So we've been consistent throughout this process. And I would just ask my colleagues, do they object to what the late Justice Ginsburg said? Ruth Bader Ginsburg said, January 6th in the process the Constitution prescribes is the date of ultimate significance. We followed that process. At 4 a.m., when that was finished, Vice President Mike Pence conducting that as he's supposed to, Joe Biden became President-elect Biden. End of story. And that's exactly where we are as a country. Now, the question in front of us, as members of the United States Congress, is are we going to move forward in a positive fashion for the entire country? Or are we going to continue to have these kind of things in front of us that I actually think further divide us? The process has been completed. Let's move forward.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Chairman, I had just one other observation on the way in today. Speaking with some of the members of the Capitol Police, it's pretty clear that they're hurting and hurting significantly. So I encourage all of my colleagues to take a moment and on our way in and out of the building, let them know how much we appreciate them, appreciate their service. Not only do they keep us safe and our staff safe, when the doors are open to the Capitol again, the public is allowed in, they keep the public safe. So they do a tremendous job for the country, and we don't thank them enough. And I'll yield back.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just say for the record, and I don't want to speak to Mr. Raskin, but nobody is saying that you cannot utilize the process that is before us. This is not about the objection. It is about, quite frankly, the lie that was told to the American people, leading up to the present day, which resulted in the terrible events that took place in the Capitol last Wednesday. I mean, I think you could do the country a great service if you just say the 5 words, the election was not stolen. That would help in terms of healing. Tweet that instead of some of the other stuff that gets put on Twitter, because I think that was at the heart of what that angry mob was here for, because they heard the president, they heard members of Congress appear at at rallies claiming that the election was stolen, and so I mean that's the difference here. And so let's be clear. I now yield to Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This is one of the most solemn hearings I've could ever even imagine participating in. What happened last Wednesday is of a nightmare, one that I never even had that nightmare. And I just remember 4 years ago, I was sitting next to a couple Republican colleagues as President Trump was being inaugurated. And I turned to them and I said, was he your candidate? And in unison, the two of them turned to me and said, well, we had 16 candidates. Was he your choice? And I said, we had 16 candidates and he was our 17th choice. Well, I think their assessment was pretty good, that he has damaged America, damaged the Republic, damaged the Constitution. And I know for me, pursuing this resolution asking Vice President Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment or the potential for a second impeachment were the last things in the world I wanted to do. And I couldn't even imagine what would prompt me to do it, except a mob rioted and attacked the United States of America as represented by the Capitol of the United States of America. A lot of people were hurt, particularly our police officers. One died physically, one took his own life, 4 other people died, 50 or more, as Ms. Torres said, police officers were injured. There were thousands of felonies committed by the ransacking of the Capitol, starting with felony murder. And it breaks my heart that we're here today. And, you know, I am somewhat consoled, Mr. Jordan, by your statement that Joe Biden won the election and he will be inaugurated next week. And as somebody who came in with me, I would ask, please repeat that and repeat that and repeat that, sir, to avoid the trouble that we all see brewing over the course of the next week. And we're not here to invoke the 25th Amendment against any members of Congress. Those that chose to object, they objected. But we're here to say that Congress believes, even in these waning days of this administration, that the president is not capable of discharging his duties for the people, for all of us. And I know I wasn't in the middle of the chamber or in the gallery. I was in my office waiting to come to the floor because we've got COVID as a background to all of this. But I do know each and every one of us, the Capitol Hill Police, our staff, the maintenance workers, the cafeteria workers, everybody was traumatized at some level. And the number 2 and 3 people in our government in succession, the vice president, then the Speaker of the House of the United States of America, were particular targets of this attack, of this mob. And I don't know how they may have been affected by this, but I do know that everybody's been traumatized. So I would just say, sort of from one lawyer to another, Mr. Jordan, in a cross-examined sort of way, isn't it true that Joe Biden won the election?
Yes, he's going to be president. And I've never said, as the chairman indicated earlier, I've never said that this election was stolen. What I've said very clearly is half the electorate, both Republicans and Democrats, have concerns, and we call for an investigation.
Mr. Jordan, it was a simple question. Isn't it true Joe Biden won the election? Yes or no?
Yes, he won. I mean, I don't know how many times I have to say it.
Okay.
Yes, he won, but there are serious problems with this election that deserve an investigation, and that's what I've called for. And it's not just Republicans who think that.
Okay.
Countless number of Democrats think that this thing had problems too. We called for an investigation, but you guys didn't want to do it. No investigation.
Mr. Jordan.
End of story. No, never mind the fact that a third of the, well, when you ask me a question, I got to give an answer.
I asked you a yes or no. I asked you a yes or no questions. Please, we're trying to bring this nation back together. Jim, geez. I really just want to bring this back together. I don't like these resolutions. I support them. We had damage, injury to this nation, the likes of which we haven't seen for centuries. And I just want the people to know from somebody who's in a leadership position, as you are, that Joe Biden won the election, Kamala Harris won the election, they're president-elect, vice president-elect, and they will be inaugurated into the position of president and vice president on January 20th.
You know who said that? You know who said that? The President of the United States has said that.
Okay.
It's going to happen. There's going to be a peaceful transfer of power. But you guys don't want uniting the country. You want to impeach the president. You want to look at the 25th Amendment. The President of the United States has been clear.
Mrs. Lesko can ask you questions, and you can add what you want. Look, I'm not trying to bark at you.
Well, you could have told me.
I'm not barking at you. I just need to have a declarative statement from you so that we can potentially get through the next week without more violence.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking you.
Okay.
I mean, you and I have been here together for a long time. You know, and we've worked together on things, and we've been opposed on things.
That's true. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And you know, I think we have a responsibility that rises above so many things to let people know that, yeah, we can work together, and we do work together. And that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will take the reins of the administration next week.
Let's work together on condemning all violence all the time. Let's work together on bringing the country together. Let's work together over the next week through this transition, as our country has always done. Let's work together on that. That's the right attitude. And that's the attitude I have. And I think that's the attitude the President of the United States has. So let's focus on that.
To the gentleman from Ohio, I'm with you. Okay? We've worked on a lot of things. We've been in a lot of hearings. We've done it. We've been colleagues now for 15 years.
Thank you.
And, you know, I mean, I think Dr. Burgess, he's left, but he made a good point. French Hill and I are co-sponsors of a resolution honoring the Capitol Hill police, and particularly the two gentlemen who've lost their lives.
I support that resolution.
And
I think all of us will.
The police force was brave. The police force was there. They were undermanned, understaffed,
And we're going to take a quick break right here for you on News Now from Fox. Just a 2-minute break, and we'll get back to the fireworks here of this House Rules Committee as House Democrats trying to remove President Trump from office.
Democracies are very fragile institutions, and they require the work of every citizen, the dialogue and compromise of leaders. It's work, and our democracy was damaged last week and over the course of the last couple months. And we have a lot of work to do. And I, for one, intend to do it to the best of my ability. We have a wonderful nation. We represent wonderful people. And we owe them to do our best in working together to bring about this peaceful transition of government next week, and to continue to work on their behalf, whether it deals with COVID or infrastructure or the climate or election integrity, whatever it may be. And right now, I renew my commitment to do the best I can on behalf of this democracy, on behalf of this republic, because it's going to take a lot of work for all of us. And with that, I'd yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me just say, I think we finally agree that Joe Biden will be the next president. And the mob that came to the Capitol to try to disrupt our constitutional responsibilities failed. So we now all agree that Joe Biden will be president. But what we don't agree on is that this election was not stolen. And I appreciate Mr. Jordan saying that he never said, I don't know, he said he never ever said anything like that. But I'm looking at an article here that he appeared at a Stop the Steal rally in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, 2 days after the election. 2 days after the election.
The 5 words.
Asking for an investigation, Mr. Chairman.
The 5 words that would be helpful, I think, in terms of moving us forward, and also signaling the people that came to the Capitol on Wednesday to desecrate this place. I think would be helpful to try to bring them down. The 5 words are: this election was not stolen. And if I would appreciate if the gentleman would say those words, because those are the words that I think would send an important signal to the types of people that came here to do harm to not only members of Congress and staff and others here, but to desecrate this citadel dedicated to democracy and freedom.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, I'll yield to the gentlewoman from Arizona, Mrs. Lesko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I make my comments and question, I just want to say that it's good to see our Representative DeSantis. Glad that you're back to health and that you're back in Rules Committee. I also am not sure I also continue to pray for Mr. Hastings in his health. And Mr. Raskins, I continue to pray for your comfort, the loss of your son. And like all of us, we pray for the families of those people that were lost as a result of the breach of the Capitol. With that, I want to go to my formal comment and say, emotions are very high, understandably so. There's something that happened in January 6th that has never happened before in the history. And I think that everyone is upset, and rightfully so. But I would like to focus on the bill in front of us. And my Democratic colleagues have won the presidency. They have the majority in the House. With the tie-breaking vote of Kamala Harris in the Senate, you have the majority vote in the Senate. And so I call on you to chalk up the win. Instead, I'm very concerned about this bill and the pending impeachment bill. I really do believe that you pushing this is going to further divide our country, further the unrest, and possibly incite more violence. On this 25th Amendment bill particularly, I agree with Representative Cole. I mean, if you have faith enough in the vice president to become the acting president, as you call for in this 25th Amendment, why don't you have as much faith in him to make a decision on the 25th Amendment? It just doesn't make sense to me. So I call on my Democratic colleagues. I do think we need to heal the nation. And you won, okay? You won the presidency. You have a controlling vote in the Senate. You have a majority in the House. Why continue this? It's just going to cause more divisiveness. I really honestly do not understand. I call on you to just chalk up your wins and let's move on. In like a little more than a week, President, Biden will be the president. So please, let's just move on and heal our country. And with that, I yield. Well, no, I don't yield back. I actually asked Mr. Jordan, since he was trying to say things and would get interrupted sometimes, do you have anything more you would like to say? You're not on.
Again, no, I think the gentlelady's comments regarding trying to bring the nation together, trying to unify and move forward is exactly appropriate. I've said that now for several days after the tragedy and terrible events that took place at the nation's capital here. So let's hope we can do that, not further divide the country. It's tough to say you want to unify on one hand and then turn around and say that we're going to invoke the 25th Amendment or push the vice president to use the 25th Amendment, and then we're going to the following day impeach the president, and we're now down to just hours left in the Trump administration. So let's hope we move forward. I agree with the comments of Mr. Perlmutter earlier that we should be able to work together on things that matter to the folks that we get the privilege of serving, all the folks that we get the privilege of serving, those who voted for President Trump, those who voted for President-elect Biden. I do think it's important that we recognize, and we do an investigation, it's why we called for it. There are voters on both sides of the aisle, 80 million of them, who have doubts about how this election was conducted. If for no other reason, we should investigate and look into this. That's what we were hoping to do. We called for an investigation 11 weeks ago, right after the election. But unfortunately, we couldn't get one. So the only chance we could have a debate was on January 6th, that date that the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg said is the ultimate date of significance in the process that the Constitution lays out for us to follow. We did all that. So we had that debate. There was objections made. Those objections came up for a vote. The objectors didn't prevail. Vice President Biden is now President-elect Biden and will be sworn in as president. The country understands how that process works now, but I think they'd appreciate it more if we'd actually looked into this election. That's still, again, half the electorate, Republicans and Democrats, have concerns about, have doubts about. That is not healthy for our country. So moving forward together, unifying the country, should involve some kind of investigation where we look at issues that arose in several states. And that's all we were trying to point out on election day. I was clear about that all the way through, as were so many of our colleagues. And I think, frankly, that's what we should focus on as we move forward. I appreciate the gentlelady's question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Let me just say to Ms. Lesko, I want to be very clear here. This is not about winning and losing and vengeance, or this is about truth. And as I said at the very beginning, I think if we really want to heal this nation, we need truth and we need accountability. And to Mr. Jordan, this is the most investigated election in the history of the world. I mean, recount after recount.
Not by Congress. Not by Congress.
The recount. And
I've been one hearing in Congress.
The reason why that there's a percentage of the American people that have doubts is because the President of the United States and the gentleman from Ohio and others have spent the last months saying that this election was stolen. And so I go back to what I said before, the 5 words that would be helpful for you to tweet or to say, whatever. This election was not stolen. And I think that is, because that is what fueled this terrible episode on Wednesday. And by the way, the president continues to do that. I mean, you might want to look at his comments today as well. You know, we're still very concerned about what happens in the next few days. I'd now like to yield to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break right here for you on News Now from Fox.
Today, as have many others stated, I very strongly believe that our country is in danger every minute that this president stays in office. If he had the character to do so after inciting this riot, he should have resigned. But clearly he doesn't, and he won't. So the next quickest way to remove him from office where he can continue to do damage is for the vice president and cabinet to invoke the 25th Amendment. And this resolution is a resolution of unity, asking for the good of the country that the vice president take that action. These crocodile tears about, oh, there's disunity, when the president and some of the people who are testifying here today have for months stoked false claims that the election, particularly in my home Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, that there was something wrong with the election, that somehow Trump actually should have received those votes. It's false. There's been no evidence presented. People have concerns because our leaders, because the president, because the gentleman from Ohio, because other people told them to have concerns. There is no reason for concern. There have been counts, there have been recounts, there have been court cases. Our Supreme Court in Pennsylvania, the US Supreme Court has weighed in here. You can't say there's reason for disunity and then say, oops, wait, now we want unity. I mean, this isn't about winning and losing. This isn't even partisan. I mean, the mob that came to Capitol Hill terrorized both Republicans and Democrats. Of the 6 people who were killed, it appears there were more Republicans than Democrats who've been killed. This is such an insane situation that we're in at this point, that we have fencing and soldiers all over the Capitol, that we have members coming down with COVID because it became a super spreader event, that there can't be unity around the idea that a president who incited a mob to disrupt a constitutional function and then refused to do anything about it, that president isn't unfit to serve the country. I mean, that's not a partisan statement. That's a statement of fact. So we would like to support the vice president, and if he's not considering it, to urge him to reconsider that he invoke the 25th Amendment for the good of the country, to prevent any further damage from being done between now and January 20th. And if he chooses not to do that, we've offered our support, then we'll have to take the next possible action available to Congress under the Constitution. And again, we would urge our Republican colleagues, some of them are already supporting both this motion and the impeachment motion. We would urge them in unity and for the healing of the country to join us, because there really isn't another rational solution. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'm now happy to yield to our newest member, Representative Reschenthaler, and welcome to the committee. I wish we had an easier matter to talk about than this, but anyway, welcome nonetheless. We're happy to have you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I truly appreciate it, and it is really an honor to be here. I just want to say that I'm very thankful to Leader McCarthy and for Ranking Member Tom Cole for placing me on the committee. It's quite an honor to be here, so thank you. As you were alluding to, it is an interesting committee topic to join for my first committee meeting, and I am disappointed that the first matter before us today and before me today is the one that deals with usurping the vice president's constitutional power and authority. I think that the Constitution is very clear. The ability to activate Section 4 of the 25th Amendment lies with the executive branch. Particularly, it lies with the vice president and the cabinet members who are vetted and confirmed by the Senate. Congress is only drawn in when the president disputes the declaration of incapacitation. So I think that we should respect the constitutional prerogative that's been laid out before us. I'm also incredibly perplexed that my Democrat colleagues are trying to force the hand of somebody who they clearly have faith in to run the country. Certainly, people have to recognize that by calling for the president's immediate resignation, they're also championing the vice president, obviously Vice President Pence, to lead this country. So if you have faith in the vice president, why wouldn't you have faith in him now to invoke the 25th Amendment if he felt that was necessary? Therefore, I think that the vice president's decision-making ability is very consistent with his constitutional responsibility, and we saw that displayed last week. I also just think it's time to look forward as we move ahead, both in our national discourse, but also with what we debate here, subject debates in the halls of Congress. I hope that we can move forward and focus on measures that unite this country rather than partisan ploys that are aimed at further dividing us. With that, Mr. Chairman, I do have a question for Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan, we've been talking about the election, whether people have faith in the election, and going back to 2016, we had a conspiracy theory that was a Russian meddling. Clearly a conspiracy theory. You had a large number of Democrats who refused to recognize that. In 2020, we have another conspiracy theory. We have members of our party unwilling to recognize that. I'm very troubled by the pattern that I'm seeing with our presidential election. Would you like to talk about 2016 and 2020 as they relate together? And I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Jordan.
I think the gentleman, yeah, I mean, look, it was, I don't know how many impeachment resolutions we've had from the Democrats over the past 4 years. We had, I think, my memory serves me right, during the impeachment of a little over a year ago, we had 16 members on the Judiciary Committee, 16 Democrats who were on record supporting impeaching the President of the United States before President Trump ever had the phone call with the President of Ukraine, which was supposedly the catalyst for the impeachment exercise we all went through. So this is just, it's been unfortunate, but since day one, I think it's interesting. January 6, 2017, Democrats objected to more states than Republicans objected to last week. And that was all fine and dandy. But last week, we object to states and, somehow you can't do that. And I would also point out to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania who spoke prior to you, she made the statement that Americans believe that there was major problems with this election because what leaders have told them. That is just not true. They didn't need anyone to tell them that there were problems with this election. They instinctively understood that there were real concerns with how this thing played out. I mean, we still have a race for one of our colleagues. What's it been, 11 weeks? They still haven't decided the winner. They found ballots in a desk drawer in the New York congressional seat that's still undecided. A couple days in a row, Shazam, here's some ballots. So Americans, they don't need leaders to tell them what their gut already tells them, what they already instinctively know. That you had for the first time in history, a sitting president get more votes than he got the previous time, but comes up short? Not just a few more votes, 11 million. You got a president guy running for re-election who wins Ohio by 8, Florida by 3, Iowa by 8, and somehow loses, who won 19 of 20 bellwether counties, who had tremendous coattails we see as evidenced by what happened in the House of Representatives where Republicans picked up so many seats. So they instinctively knew there was a problem. They didn't need anyone to tell them. What we should have done as leaders is looked into it, which is what I called for right away. I never once said that this thing was stolen. I said there were major problems, that when you got a third of the electorate who think it was stolen, that is not a healthy situation for our nation. And we as leaders in Congress, instead of just saying, oh, no, we'll let courts dismiss these cases on procedural grounds, we're never going to examine the evidence, we should have dug into it. We have a letter that Mr. Comer and I, as ranking member of Oversight Committee, ranking member of Judiciary Committee, sent to our counterparts, Chairman Nadler and Chairwoman Maloney, asking them to do just that. That would have helped the country. That would have helped satisfy the country. If we'd have got it, we'd have figured it out one way or the other. Nope, can't do it. My guess is, I hope there's been a change of mind. I hope we can do that now. Talk about this, the concern. We put out a report back in September saying, when you go with mail-in balloting, there will be problems. And guess who we cited? We cited former Democratic President Jimmy Carter and James Baker, a bipartisan report that laid that out. Democrats don't want to look at all that. Nope, can't do it. Even though over a third of the electorate to think this thing was wrong. That's the problem. So I wish Democrats for 4 years have been out to get the president. I mean, it started with, well, no, it started before he was even president, with the investigation into his campaign in July of 16. And then it was the Mueller investigation. Then it was the impeachment. And now it's impeachment second round. And it's unfortunate. We should just be investigating all the rule changes that were made at the last minute in these several states in an unconstitutional fashion that I think created this uneasiness that the American people have about the election.
Thanks, Mr. Jordan. I appreciate it. And again, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, I'm honored to be. I look forward to working with everybody. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd yield back.
I thank the gentleman. And can I just urge everybody who's not talking to be on mute so there's not an echo? And I also want to state for the record that last week's attack may not be a one-time event. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a report entitled FBI warns armed protests being planned at all 50 state capitals and in Washington, D.C. There are still serious concerns about another attack here in Washington, D.C. and in every corner of this country because of the lie election was stolen. And again, I would just say, Mr. Jordan, I think for the sake of the country, it would be helpful if you would simply state for the record that this election was not stolen. Those 5 words, I think, would go a long way to dissuading some of these people who frankly are misinformed and who were taken in, that they should clear that this election, not only is Joe Biden going to be the next president, but this was an election that was not stolen.
So now, Mr. Chairman, let me get this straight. The left says that they want to silence a conservative's speech, and now that's not good enough. Now you have to say the magic word that the left wants. I never once said it was stolen. You can ask the question 6 million times because I never said it was stolen.
5 words would.
November 15th went to start the.
But anyway, I'm going to yield to Mr. Raskin because he's also on this committee. So if he has any questions for himself, he can ask them now.
I don't think he's on. I think he's.
Jamie, you have to unmute.
Mr. Chairman, I'm afraid we've begun to hear repetition of the very same lies and deceptions about the election that got us into this nightmare in the first place. The Department of Homeland Security described this as the most secure election in American history. there were 62 different lawsuits brought against the election, asserting fraud, corruption, and so on. None of them found any fraud or corruption substantively. There was one suit that succeeded by the president, affecting fewer than 100 votes, but 61 of the 62 other cases were thrown out of court, not just on procedural grounds, as Mr. Jordan slipped in, but on substantive grounds. And I'm going to enter into the record a number of decisions by Trump-appointed judges who said that all of the assertions by the president were not grounded in fact or in law.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break for you right here on News Now from Fox. Coming up in just a little bit, Senator Chuck Schumer will be talking to the media after having a conversation with the FBI director and other federal officials about what happened 6 days ago at the Capitol.
Even after 5 people are dead, we continue to hear these lies and slurs about the 2020 presidential election. Mr. Jordan takes us to task for railing against the lawless behavior of the president since he came into office. And I suppose I feel an analogous disappointment that he will go to the ends of the earth defending the lawless misconduct of this president. Is there anything the president could do that would cause Mr. Jordan not to defend him? But that's just a matter, I suppose, of personal curiosity. Look, when he says that the only rejection of their lawsuits were procedural, he is flat out wrong. And I'm going to have somebody count up all of the substantive rejection and repudiation of the very lies that are being told and repeated today. Now, welcome to the committee, Mr. Reschenthaler. It's wonderful to have you here. I want to respond to some of the things that you said. You began by asserting that this resolution usurps the powers of the vice president. And I suppose you know you're speaking in a completely hyperbolic way. If you look at the resolution, it doesn't usurp anything. All it says is that the House of Representatives calls upon Vice President Pence to immediately use his powers under Section 4 of the 25th Amendment to convene and mobilize the principal officers of the executive departments to declare what is obvious to a horrified country: the president is unable to successfully discharge the duties and the powers of his office, and to transmit such to the president pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House according to law, according to what the 25th Amendment says. Unbelievably, we're trying to get a dialogue going here, and our colleagues are accusing us of usurping the powers of the vice president. We are demonstrating the utmost respect for the vice president in telling him what we believe the situation is. And you know what? We are backing him up, because he has come under ferocious attack from the right wing in the country, which was calling for his hanging last week. And we are backing up against those who say that he must blindly follow the will of the president. It is true that the vice president's role in normal times is to help the president effectuate his Article 1, his Article 2 plans for the country. That is the vice president's job. But the 25th Amendment contemplates a different role for the vice president. If the president is unable to successfully discharge the powers and duties of office, it is the vice president's role to convene the majority of the cabinet or a majority of a body set up by Congress to express and articulate that. We have come to that point, and that's all we are telling him to do. If you read through, Mr. Reschenthaler, the 25th Amendment, you will see that Congress is all over it. In fact, if the vice president, if we pass this resolution and the vice president takes us up on it, and decides this is the best course, which we hope he will, the president might say, no, I'm perfectly fine. I can take it from here. He and the cabinet, again, can overrule the president, and then it would be up to the Congress to vote on it. So Congress's role is contemplated to be central. I mean, no one is more central than the vice president, who is the key actor, but Congress is clearly involved, and we are being extremely respectful of the vice president's role in asking him to articulate what the country has recognized, which is we have been brought to a point of crisis and danger. And finally, the extreme right-wing websites that echoed the president's call to come to Washington, because it would be wild in protesting to try to stop the steal. Those extreme websites right now are calling for a repeat of this event. They're calling for more people to come to block the inauguration of Joe Biden as president and Kamala Harris as vice president. And they're calling for similar protests all over the country, at state capitals across the country. You will recall that an armed mob confronted the governor of Michigan, Governor Whitmer, and helped to shut down legislative proceedings there. That is a catastrophe for our democracy, when mobs can shut down the work of the Congress. Here, in our case, the counting of electoral college votes. They are also calling and demanding that the president issue pardons for the ringleaders, the conspirators who organized the inner attack on us, the people who helped to bash in the windows with fire extinguishers and take over Speaker Pelosi's office, take over the Senate, sit where Mitch McConnell sits. They're asking for pardons for all of those people. Well, this president has dealt out pardons to all of his political allies. Will those of you who are not going to vote for this resolution at least speak up right now and say that you would oppose pardons for the ringleaders of the mob, of the violent mob insurrection that almost got all of us killed and did get 5 people killed? Will you at least say that? Because I don't want your vote against this resolution to be interpreted that you are backing what the extreme right is saying, which is the president should pardon the conspirators in this event. That would be helpful. I yield back to you, Chairman McGovern.
I thank the gentleman. I now yield to Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by echoing what so many of others have said about expressing my deep sympathies to my dear brother and friend, Jamie Raskin.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break right here for you on News Now from Fox. Coming up in just moments, we'll be taking you out to New York, where we will be getting an update from Senator Chuck Schumer about his latest conversation with the FBI director about what happened 6 days ago at the Capitol. We'll bring that to you live right here on News Now from Fox.
There continues to be an effort to undermine our democracy, and there is a continued attack on the Capitol. I find it unsettling that virtually every conversation I have now, whether it's on the phone or in meetings like this, the first question that people ask are you okay and are you safe? I mean, isn't it astonishing that we would have to ask members of Congress whether they feel safe and whether they're safe in simply carrying out their constitutional responsibilities? And we've all been in briefings around security issues, and I obviously not going to reveal anything that relates to confidential information, but the fact that we continue to have to be briefed on the security leading up to and beyond Inauguration Day is startling. It is shocking, and there is much for all of us to process. I keep thinking to myself that we all need to ask the questions: when does service to Donald Trump end and service to our country and our democracy begin? Because I think we're at that inflection point. I think we were at it months ago, but to every single American, they need to ask themselves that question. It should be an easy one to answer, it seems to me. I am frustrated, I will admit, by the continued conversation, the articulation that this election is not legitimate or was stolen. I think my dear friend, Jamie Raskin, I always speak after him. I find myself crossing out a lot of my notes because he articulates so much better than I would many of the same points. And it is so frustrating when there are lawsuits. I served in a state legislature for nearly 3 decades. And we often state legislatures delegate responsibilities to boards of elections and to secretaries of state, things that are part of the statutes that we pass at the state level. And then to make certain that those statutes are carried out appropriately, we turn to the courts to make judgments on whether the laws have been violated. There is clear, compelling evidence that this election was legitimate, was fair, and record numbers of voters throughout America participated. I find it odd to suggest that somehow the election would not be appropriate because the sitting president got more votes than any person in history, other than Joe Biden, who was elected president with a plurality of over 6 million American votes. And leadership matters. The fact that there are so many Americans now questioning the legitimacy of the election has nothing to do with their insights on the election. It has everything to do with people who continue to undermine it in the national media, on social media, repeatedly, over and over and over again. It is foundational to this democracy. I've been involved in a lot of elections in my life as a candidate and as many of you, as a person helping other candidates. On a personal level, I've won a lot more elections than I've lost, and I'm grateful and I'm blessed that that's the case. But I've been involved with a lot of campaigns on the losing end. And what I've always said to my friends, and I was the party chairman back home for a number of years, when the people speak, we are done. The campaign is over. If we don't believe in that, if we don't come together around that single fundamental issue, we have nothing. There is no democracy, there is no republic, there is no America. It relies on our ability to accept election. The election was not stolen. Those 5 words need to be said over and over and over again. Less important that it be said by Democrats, more important that it be said by Republicans. This election was not stolen. America will bend, but it will not break, and our democracy will not be undermined. With that, I do want to ask a question of Mr. Raskin. Much has been said about the question of unity versus accountability. Are these mutually exclusive? Is this a binary choice that we're left with the question that the only way we can find unity in America is by not carrying out responsibilities for accountability and oversight? Is that the choice that we're left? Is there no way? Is ensuring accountability in your mind foster further unrest or incite violence? Or can we as a nation both heal and unify and still hold a people accountable for their actions?
Mr. Morelli, your question fairly answers itself, and I want to thank you for your eloquent insight in putting this directly on the table. And I think you're echoing the chairman here, who also said that we need to have unity and we need to have reconciliation, but it is through an honest assessment of what happened and accountability for those people who committed crimes against the United States government. You know, those people who injured or killed other people, those people who pilfered and destroyed government property, those people who attacked federal officers, all of them must be held to account under the law. And if there's any member of this committee who disagrees with that, I would gladly yield to them to explain why they think people should be able to get away with this attack on America that we just experienced Wednesday. But having said that, and I'm not seeing any of my colleagues gesture, but having said that, obviously we need to heal. My family, Mr. Morelli, suffered the loss of a child, and I know you, Mr. Morelli, have suffered a similar terrible, terrible misfortune. There are now hundreds of thousands of families in America who lost a family member in 2020 to COVID-19 as that terrible disease spun out of control under the lethal negligence and recklessness of people in government, as well as a lot of propaganda and disinformation about that. And I don't think we can tiptoe around that reality either. There was a lot of propaganda and disinformation from denial of the reality of COVID-19, which still persists in some places, to asserting that you could, cure yourself with injections of bleach and so on, to continued, disinformation about the vaccine and so on. So we've got to get back on the high road there. But we have millions of people who are mourning family members who died of COVID-19, who died in the opioid crisis, who died of gun violence. Our country is hurting. Our communities are hurting. The economic effects of the COVID-19 nightmare have devastated lots of families and communities. So we need to heal our country, but we're not going to heal our country by pretending that this violent assault on democracy itself, this massive insurrection in our buildings, which came within a hairbreadth of being a violent coup. We're not going to get anywhere as a country if we deny that. This is what we need an investigation into. We don't need another investigation into the electoral results in Georgia or Pennsylvania or whatever. We've got dozens and dozens of cases. We have more than 88 judges who have rejected all of these claims. In fact, one of the things that kind of struck me about what we were trying to do on January 6th, before the mob got in, was that although there were repeated invocations of the discredited Article 2, Section 1 argument that found no favor in any court in the land, there wasn't any attempt to put any facts on the table about any corruption or about any fraud. So the rhetoric is all about corruption and fraud, but there's no evidence even attempted to be offered. They go back to this extremely formalistic, legalistic argument about Article 2, Section 1, which no court in the land has accepted, including the Supreme Court, which has 6 Republican nominees on it now, and which President Trump said needed to be embellished with another Supreme Court justice as quickly as possible so they could rule on it. And everybody in all of the courts simply rejected that argument. There is nothing there. So I think at the very least, I hope all of us will repeat what the chairman of the committee is asking us to repeat, which is this was not a stolen election. This was a valid, honest election. But we did experience something real for the first time since at least the War of 1812, which was a violent mob insurrection and attack on legitimate authority in the United States of America. And I hope that every member of this committee will at least perform the mental thought experiment of turning the political parties around and imagine that the president that you dislike the most of the opposite party coaxed a mob, advocated to a mob, incited a mob to commit these kinds of acts. And would you really be saying that that president should remain in office, even if it is for one more day, much less 8 or 9 days, when a lot more damage could still take place? So that's where I am, Mr. Morelli. I appreciate very much you're saying we are all still in shock. We are all still in trauma. And so, forgive us our trespasses if we are not thinking clearly. We have to do our best to keep together. And I thought that this resolution was something that would be unifying for Congress to get all of us together, not to transfer power to Joe Morelli or Nancy Pelosi, but to transfer power to Vice President Pence under the 25th Amendment of the Constitution, Section 4.
Well, I appreciate very much the answer. I do find it ironic that it is not divisive in some people's mind to question the election, but it is to question the insurrection. And let me just finally, Mr. Chairman, on the question of the resolution itself and whether this is an overreach, we often articulate the sense of Congress on critical issues facing this country and this nation. There is nothing we'll do on the floor later that is inconsistent with our powers, Article 1 responsibilities. We're not directing anyone to do anything. We're simply expressing our belief that the 25th Amendment ought to be invoked, that it is in the interest of the American public and the interest of world security, that this is in keeping with our Article 1 responsibilities, and that we believe that there are clear and present dangers to this country. And so I think the resolution is completely in order, and I will give it my full-throated support. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. And I now want to recognize our friend from California, Mr. Sanye, and I want to join with Ms. Lesko in welcoming you back to the committee. You've been in our thoughts and prayers for the last several months, but you look great, and we're thrilled to have you back. And so welcome back, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your kind words. To the ranking member, thank you as well for your support to me individually in the last year. You're good people, you're good men, and although we often disagree, I have nothing but respect and affection for both Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. For my colleague, Jamie Raskin, the admiration I have for you in your presentation today, what you've been through, and most importantly, the grace and the responsibility that you have demonstrated in your job and in your personal life, in your wife and your family, having had behavioral health history in my family. I know how difficult this is, but I also know the road to recovery in this instance, which I'd like to talk about more in another instance, is honesty. And that what happened to you, as tragic as it is, as a tragedy that happened to my family, is part of life. And the way to recovery and healing is accepting that and helping other people to not go through the tragedy that you experienced. So thank you so much for being who you are. And today, you know, we both history buffs. America is filled with providential people and providential moments. And you and this, in my view, will go down in history as one of those moments. So thank you so much. To Ms. Lasko, thank you for your comments. And just briefly, I can't help but say with all affection, respect, and honesty, how incredulous I have been since Wednesday. And I am more now. I think I am someone who tries to listen, is even-handed and even-minded in my discourse, and really attempts to understand and be empathetic towards my colleagues who have a different perspective on an issue, or indeed often in life. What we are talking about today, why we are here today, although there's lots that experts and we will reflect on of how this happened and how we got here, but we wouldn't be here with this resolution in the Rules Committee today if not. But we wouldn't be here with this resolution in the Rules Committee today if not for what happened Wednesday. And in my view, and very clearly and obviously, the president's role in what happened Wednesday, that he clearly, to me, uncontestedly, on Wednesday, incited a riot. And he organized and invited people, saying it'll be wild, you've got to be here. His comments incited what happened. He incited insurrection of the United States. And what he had in mind was to prohibit us from having the debate and the vote in the United States Congress to certify a presidential election that had been reinforced through the court actions, as Mr. Raskin has said, over and over and over again. That was his vehicle. That was your vehicle to contest the election. And prior to that, it was to compete. And all of us have competed. I have no doubt in my mind, and I know others don't have this perspective, but if this president is given another opportunity, he would avail himself to undo what happened in this election, to ignore the Constitution, and in my view, install himself, much like the president of Russia, for all intents and purposes, for the rest of his life. That's my view. I think in those circumstances, for myself at least, and for many of my colleagues, we have to take what measures we can under the Constitution to hold him accountable. Completely agree with the accountability for everyone involved, but first and foremost him. And this, unfortunately, as weak a tool as it is one of our remedies. And I think the Speaker is doing it in proportion, at least in proportion, given the tools we have. So let me just conclude by saying, I've learned this past year, having been on a ventilator for 4 weeks, having had doctors in ICU tell my 2 sons that I would not survive, that I had perhaps a 10% chance of surviving. And sitting here today, I think I know something about health and how you heal and the fragility of life, and unfortunately today, the fragility of our democracy. We can learn from history. The only way to heal this country is with truth, as the chairman has said. It can be painful. It can be dangerous. But these actions we have to take. History will not forgive or forget us if we don't do it.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break for you right here on News Now from Fox.
I thank the gentleman. I thank him for his eloquence. And again, we are thrilled to have him back in the committee. I now want to yield to one of our newer members, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross. I think you need to unmute. No, we can't hear you.
Down at the bottom of your screen.
We still can't hear you.
All right, so as you can see, they were having some issues on their end, but that worked out, though, because now we have Senator Chuck Schumer coming up to the podium in New York to talk about the meeting that he just had with the FBI director, as well as fears of more protests for Inauguration Day.
Okay. Whoa.
Say when. When? Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming. We have 3 subjects today. First, the subject at hand, which is the no-fly list. Second, my response to Trump's despicable comments this morning. And third, how we can get the Senate back into session very, very quickly. That only Leader McConnell is standing in the way. We've had some new discussion on that. First, on the no-fly, and we're going to try to be as quick as we can because you're all together. So we know that many stormed and breached the Capitol just days ago, and then they traveled afar. They were on airplanes, and some were arrested when they arrived at airports. One person was arrested as far away as Hawaii. And there are many examples of travel, and we have seen online, and the authorities have seen online, desires to come back to Washington and to go to other places to cause more trouble and more violence. And there are many examples of this kind of travel. There are many examples of this kind of travel. So, here we are today, and we are concerned about these people getting back on airplanes and doing more violence. And so he today, ahead of the concern for possible future attacks, and with the law on our side, we are to say that these insurrectionists, many of whom are known to be at large, should not be able to hop on a flight. We are here today because the people, the insurrectionists who breached the U.S. Capitol fall under the definition of threats to the homeland and should be immediately added to the TSA no-fly list. We are calling on the authorities, the FBI, the TSA, any of those who are inside the Capitol should be placed on the no-fly list and not be allowed to fly because just wait till he goes. Any of those who are inside the Capitol should not be able to fly and should be placed on the no-fly list. We are calling on the authorities, FBI, TSA, Department of Homeland Security to put them on the no-fly list immediately. amidst the continued threat of future violence online, the federal government's own concerns. I spoke to Director Wray about this twice in the last few days. We cannot allow these same insurrectionists to get on a plane and cause more violence and more damage. These individuals are a threat to the homeland as defined by the law. The law allows this, and they should be placed on the no-fly list. Look, the attack on our Capitol remains under active investigation. The situation has many concerned about the possibility of another attack or attacks, and rightfully so. I'm continuing to be briefed on an almost daily basis, as recently as last night, by law enforcement. To one, ask them what their threat assessments are. To two, make sure they're going after every person who is inside that building. And three, to do everything they can to prevent any future attacks like the one that occurred in the Capitol. So, if these insurrectionists are not prosecuted to the full extent of the law, their pledges to disrupt and incite further violence could occur again. The law says that acts of terror that, like those perpetrated by the people who unlawfully and violently breached the Capitol, must be considered threats to the homeland. Once you're considered a threat to the homeland, you should and must be placed on the no-fly list. Plain and simple. The threats to violence cannot be allowed to fly, and neither can these individuals. Let me give you a little more background. Many of the individuals who were part of the attack last week, as I said, remain at large, are wanted for questioning, violent acts, and more. The founding member of the Proud Boys Hawaii was arrested last Thursday, accused of unlawful entry into the U.S. Capitol building, captured in an airport in Hawaii. According to the Times, the Justice Department and the FBI have embarked on a nationwide manhunt to track down scores of people, and now it's even larger, who've attacked the Capitol. With so many questions about safety and the worry about future possible threats, the least we can do is make the skies, the inauguration, the Capitol, and the country safer. And that's what I'm asking be done today. Now, I'm going to go to two other subjects. First, what President Trump said this morning, showing how despicable a president he is. He blamed the violence that he helped cause on others. He blamed the divisiveness that he regularly caused on others. He blamed so much on others. To this, what Trump did today, blaming others for what he caused, is a pathological technique used by the worst of dictators. Trump causes the anger. He causes the divisiveness. He foments the violence and blames others for it. That is despicable. The technique Trump is using is used by the worst dictators the globe has ever seen. Donald Trump should not hold office one day longer. And what we saw in his statements today is proof positive of that, if you needed any further proof, which I didn't. As I've said, if he won't resign and Vice President Pence and the cabinet won't invoke the 25th Amendment, he will be impeached by the House and, as the law requires, tried by the Senate. Okay, now about the Senate trial. So Leader McConnell is saying he can't call the Senate back after the House votes for impeachment because it requires unanimous consent, the consent of every senator. That's not true. There was legislation passed in 2004 that allows the Senate minority leader and majority leader to jointly reconvene the Senate in times of emergency. This is a time of emergency. McConnell claims he needs unanimous consent, the agreement of all 100 senators, but it's not so. I've asked him to call the Senate back. All he needs is my agreement. I'm still minority leader, and his agreement. He's majority leader. And we could come back ASAP and vote to convict Donald Trump and get him out of office now, before any further damage is done. The legislation that passed in 2004 puts a dagger through the heart of this idea that you need unanimous consent for every senator to call back the office.
What a racist. I'm glad what the Trump protesters did. Take your hands off me. No, you don't need to touch me. I'm talking to this racist anti-Semite. I am glad. I didn't think that the Trumpsters had it in them. I didn't think the conservatives did. But you know what? You racist socialists can dish it out, but you can't take it. And remember this, Adolf Hitler was a socialist, and that's exactly who you follow. You're nothing but a coward. See, you kind of need your death. I actually got sexually excited over it. That's how much I loathe you. That's how much I'm glad what they do. And like Nancy Pelosi said, people do what they do. After all, she doesn't care about monuments, and neither do I. And where the First Amendment doesn't say that you have to protest peacefully and politely. As long as there's outrage and unrest in our hearts, there's going to be unrest in these streets. I don't give a shit whether you believe me. You're nothing but a cracker. That's all you are. You're a racist cracker. You can get you out. Look, you got protection. Why don't you tell them to stand down? Did you tell the Capitol Police to stand down? Did you tell them to stand down? Answer the question. No, stand down.
Can we remove
the
her?
Police to stand down in Kenosha, Seattle, Portland, Chicago, Boston, New York, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. And you know what? These Trump supporters are going to go to your house. They're going to go to Pelosi's house. They'll destroy her vineyards. And I will be right there to support them. Don't you say it's enough. No, shut up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. This is a racist.
All right, so we got to pull away from that. That's what happens sometimes when you have these types of news conferences on the city streets in New York City. You just don't know what's going to happen. And this one getting derailed there as a protester coming out there and really bashing Senator Chuck Schumer there. So we'll see if we could go back to that here in just a little bit. I think it's a perfect time, though, for us to take a quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox. Always worldwide here with you.
$175 million for garters. Move back, move back, move back. Take your hands off me. Take your hands off me. All right? I'm a transsexual and I'm a gypsy, which makes me a minority of color. Not do it. It's not going to look good for you, Schumer. It's not going to look good. You're nothing but a sellout to the Jews.
Okay, let's.
We will be at your house. I don't care what you do.
Okay, so the bottom line is the bottom line is that Leader McConnell has the ability to call us back into session, and we can then move to convict Donald Trump, try on the impeachment trial and try him. And that's what we hope McConnell will do. We're now ready for. I'm just going to wait a few more minutes till she leaves.
Welcome back to our viewers from across the country here on News Now, as we are taking a live look there at Senator Chuck Schumer. There was a protester there moments ago. Let's see if he's able to take some questions here.
I can't hear what you're saying. You got to speak louder.
Are you aware of any specific intelligence that there's a plot to kidnap members of Congress?
Look, the authorities are doing a thorough investigation. They are briefing us regularly. I'm not going to comment on the specifics, but there was real danger to many members of the Senate, many members of the House, and their staffs. Next question. The Capitol Police officer has been suspended, and we look forward to a complete and thorough investigation. And if they violated the law or their oath of office in any way, they should be fully punished. Next. Pardon? Yes. I believe they have the legal ability and authority to put them on the list, and I hope he will, and do it ASAP. Yes, but the standards and criteria are public, and the people who entered the Capitol meet those criteria.
Can you please put some meat on the bones? I got a couple questions. How long would the ban last? What would the threshold for inclusion be? Would this be indefinite? Is there some form of due process?
This would be up to the authorities under the basis of the law in terms of who creates a real danger to the security of the United States.
So, I mean, in terms of
it would be up to the authorities to make the details on it.
Due process?
There is due process in the way they put people on the no-fly list.
Okay, and just last question for you. Is this a one-time thing, or do you envision this being used indefinitely?
It's up to the authorities in terms of the dangers to society.
So you're deferring...
Okay, next question, please. Next question, please. Look, again, I've received a whole lot of briefings. There are people plotting to do danger, at least online, and the bottom line is our authorities have to be completely on top of it. This afternoon, our senators are receiving, Democrat and Republican, a briefing about how the inauguration is going to be made safe by both the Secret Service and the DOD. And so we are making sure, staying on top of the authorities to make sure that any future plots are thwarted and that the people who were involved in the Capitol are punished. She's next. I got to give some, yeah. Well, if they find out that they meet the criteria of the law, they should be. I don't know what they have been suspended, but I don't know the exact charges yet.
So anyone who's in the Capitol...
No. Someone else, please. I feel, look, I have to do my job, and I have a great deal of faith in the safety procedures that are now being put in place.
All right, we're good.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Nice to see you.
All right, Senator Chuck Schumer, they're demanding that President Trump just resign right now, saying that he will be impeached tomorrow there on the House floor, and he wants to speed up the process there and try to get the majority leader, Mitch McConnell, to bring back the Senate so they can have the trial before the inauguration. We'll see if that happens there. It doesn't look like that will happen, as Senator McConnell has already said they're not coming back till the 19th. More News Now from Fox continues. When we come back here on News Now, we will take you out to the Operation Warp Speed update, the very latest on vaccine rollouts across the country.
These vaccines and interest in taking them. We are now the House that is being requested for vaccination within the line of the ACIP and CDC guidelines that came out.
All right, obviously that audio came out very bad for all our fans there on YouTube. So what we will do here for you is get that video another way for you.
Confidence in the integrity of our distribution system, which is now successfully delivered to over 14,000 locations, essentially without a hitch. Over the last several days, we've averaged around 700,000 reported vaccinations each day, and we are on track to hit 1 million per day in a week to 10 days time. In total, we have more than 9 million first vaccinations already given, far more than any Western country. By the end of next week, 95% of long-term care facilities will have had their first visit with vaccine doses. All of this means it's time to move on to the next phase of the vaccination campaign, as we had planned to do when the data showed we could. This next phase reflects the urgency of the situation we face. Every vaccine dose that is sitting in a warehouse rather than going into an arm could mean one more life lost or one more hospital bed occupied. The next phase has several components. First, we're expanding the groups getting vaccinated because state restrictions on eligibility have obstructed speed and accessibility of administration. Second, we're telling states to expand the channels and access points for administering vaccines, and we're helping them to do so. Third, we are releasing the entire supply we have for order by states rather than holding second doses in physical reserve. Fourth, we are announcing a forthcoming change to how we allocate doses in order to encourage states to support rapid vaccination and to focus on the most vulnerable. To the first point about expanded eligibility, we are telling states today that they should open vaccinations to all of their most vulnerable people. That is the most effective way to save lives now. And some states' heavy-handed micromanagement of this process has stood in the way of vaccines reaching a broader swath of the vulnerable population more quickly. Specifically, as Dr. Redfield will discuss, we are telling states they should open vaccinations to all people over age 65 and over, and all people under age 65 with a comorbidity with some form of medical documentation as defined by governors. Leaders in some states have forged ahead with steps like this in very diverse settings and demonstrated real success. I'll just mention a couple, like Governor Lamont in Connecticut and Governor Justice in West Virginia. Expanding eligibility to all of the vulnerable is the fastest way to protect the vulnerable. It's simply much easier to manage allocating vaccines and appointments to everyone 65 and over rather than narrower, more complex categories, and it enables states to use much more diverse administration channels. There was never a reason that states needed to complete vaccinating all healthcare providers before opening vaccinations to older Americans and other vulnerable populations. States should not be waiting to complete 1A priorities before proceeding to broader categories of eligibility. Think of it like boarding an airplane. You might have a sequential order in which you board people, but you don't wait until literally every person from a group is boarded before moving on to the next. You have to keep the process moving. Imagine if you fined gate agents for boarding people out of order. You'd be standing at the gate for hours. Of course, moving on from an initial phase of, say, healthcare workers before everyone is vaccinated is not declaring victory for that category. States should continue working to support vaccinations of those populations. But moving on to broader populations when supply meets demand was always part of the recommendations that CDC had provided to states. Second, we are telling states to open up more channels for administration, and we're helping them do so. Hospitals made sense as the early distribution sites when the focus was on healthcare workers, but they are not where most Americans go to get vaccines. States should move on to pharmacies, community health centers, and mass vaccination sites as desired or needed. To support that work, last week we announced that states could start using pharmacies enrolled through our federal partnership with 19 pharmacy chains and associations. General Perna, Dr. Redfield, and some pharmacy leaders held a briefing for governors on this topic last Thursday. This federal partnership allows states to allocate vaccines directly to these partners, and these partners can then administer vaccines to particular groups and eventually to the general public. These pharmacy partners handle the administrative tasks such as scheduling appointments and reporting vaccinations. States can and should choose the most strategically placed pharmacy partners to send vaccines to now. We're also activating our federally qualified community health centers for vaccination. Some of these community health centers are already being utilized by state plans, but every state should be using them. Community health centers have more than 13,000 delivery sites across America, and they have both particularly convenient locations and strong connections in low-income and minority communities. Further, if states wish to set up mass vaccination sites, we stand ready to help, both through CDC guidance and other support, including deploying personnel to assist with technical expertise and setup. We're here to work with them. States have ample funding, including $3 billion more on the way to support such efforts. Third, we're now making the full reserve of doses we have available for order. We are 100% committed to ensuring a second dose is available for every American who receives a first dose. Let me repeat that. Our approach continues to ensure that there will be a second dose available for someone who gets a first dose of vaccine. Based on the science and evidence we have, it is imperative that people receive their second doses on time. That's what the science says, and ignoring that would be reckless. But we had always planned to move to a more advanced phase of how we manage this once we had confidence in our supply chains. That is the key trigger we needed to see. Because we now have a consistent pace of production, we can now ship all of the doses that had been held in physical reserve, with second doses being supplied by doses coming off of manufacturing lines with quality control. Going forward, each week, doses available will be released to first cover the needed second doses and then cover additional first vaccinations. Finally, effective 2 weeks from now, we are changing how we allocate first doses among the states in order to ensure doses are being put to use and put to use for the most vulnerable. We will be allocating them based on the pace of administration as reported by states and by the size of the 65 and over population in each state. We're giving states 2 weeks notice of this shift to give them the time necessary to plan and to improve their reporting if they think their data is faulty. This new system gives states a strong incentive to ensure that all vaccinations are being promptly reported, which they're currently not. And it gives states a strong incentive to ensure doses are going to work protecting people rather than sitting on shelves or in freezers. With the case counts we face now, there is absolutely no time to waste. We need doses going to where they'll be administered quickly and where they'll protect the most vulnerable. Finally, as we face rising case counts in a number of parts of the country, we need all Americans to keep up the same public health measures we've been recommending throughout this crisis. Hope is here in the form of vaccines. We just have to keep up our guard for a bit longer. I want to add one more key message to our recommendations of washing our hands, watching your distance and wearing your face coverings when you can't watch your distance. If you test positive and are at risk for severe disease, meaning you are over 65 or have a comorbidity, you should be asking your doctor or healthcare provider why you are not being given one of the FDA-authorized antibody therapies that are in ready supply. We have products sitting on the shelves that can help keep people out of the hospital. That is just as unacceptable as vaccines sitting on shelves unused. People in the appropriate categories should be asking their doctors or healthcare providers why they aren't being offered these antibody therapies. With that, I'll hand things over to Dr. Redfield, our CDC director. Dr. Redfield?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I want to echo some of the important comments that the Secretary made. Clearly, as we began vaccination with our frontline healthcare workers and individuals in long-term nursing care and assisted living, that was the initial phase to begin to roll out this vaccine distribution. As the Secretary said, that as we sit here in the 4th week of this vaccination program, we now are at a time where actually there's more vaccine available than's being requested for vaccination within the 1A group. The ACIP and CDC guidelines that came out on vaccination to the states were never meant to be somehow finish the first phase, then you move to the second phase, then you move to the third. So I'm here as the CDC director to ask our governors to echo what the Secretary said and strongly recommend that vaccination now be expanded to those individuals 65 or over, and those individuals between 16 or 18, depending on the vaccine being used, to 64 that have a comorbidity with a medical documentation of such. We clearly have enough vaccine at this point to begin to expand and get more and more of the vulnerable individuals in our country vaccinated. This is particularly important right now as we're seeing the post-holiday surge. We have many jurisdictions now that are on the verge of going from a linear growth to basically exponential growth. And we believe it's critically important at this time to get those most vulnerable people as quickly as we can into vaccination programs as a key strategy to maintain hospital resilience. I also want to echo what the Secretary said about the importance of using the approved, EUA-approved monoclonal antibodies for individuals at highest risk that develop symptoms prior to hospitalization. That's a second really important intervention that we have at this moment to maintain hospital resilience. And finally, I just have to echo also the closing comments of the Secretary. This is a time that we call on all Americans to be vigilant in the mitigation steps that we've asked, particularly in their own households. Most of the transmission that is occurring in our nation right now is not occurring in the public square. It's occurring one household to one household to one household. So again, wear a mask, they work. Social distance, it works. Staying away and being smart about crowds, washing your hands, they work. We need to work all together now. It's going to be a difficult January and probably February. But with the vaccine and the new therapeutics we have, there's really strong light at that end of that tunnel as we enter March. But we need to really commit right now and get as many Americans vaccinated as we can that are particularly the most vulnerable and at risk for hospitalization. Thank you.
We'll have General Perna next. Oh, Monsef is going to.
Yeah, General Perna will talk next.
Good morning, everybody. So we are in the beginning of or continuing our execution, right? And I'm very excited and I'm very proud about it. A month ago is when we started delivering vaccines around the world, around the country. And they went to the hospitals as we focused on the categories for first-line medical responders. 4 weeks later, we've made significant progress, as the Secretary has highlighted. And there is nobody working harder, right, to ensure that vaccines are being distributed than the OWS team in execution to get it to where it needs to be. So distribution of the vaccines is getting them to the states so that they can ensure that it gets to the arms. And we are enabling that every day. We, as the Secretary said, have sent over 25 million doses of vaccines over to 16,000 different locations. Really, really great effort. The cadence of allocations, the cadence of orders, the cadence of picking and packing, the cadence of what's being shipped has really become a remarkable feat for all of us, right? The whole of America to be proud of. We're
going to take another quick 2-minute break right here for you on News Now from Fox.
Safe and effective vaccine to the American people. I do want to, as I always do, thank the men and women of Pfizer, Moderna, McKesson, FedEx, and UPS who are working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to deliver the vaccine in a timely manner. As the Secretary talked about, our responsibility is to make sure all vaccine that is releasable, available for distribution gets out to the American people, and that is what we are doing. As early as 24 November, standing right here talking to you, I talked about our ability to plan, our ability to collaborate, our ability to see ourselves, and then to make sure we continue to execute to the maximum extent possible, delivering the most vaccines to the American people. That is what we're doing now. That is what the Secretary laid out in execution of how we are managing the second doses to ensure, first and foremost, it's always available, but second, we ensure that the max available doses of vaccine are available to the American people every day. My personal confidence in both the distribution capability as demonstrated over the last 4 weeks and the addition of manufacturing confidence has increased significantly, which allows me to approach and execute distribution and allocation of the vaccines differently. It ensures maximum execution and allows us to pass maximum doses of vaccine to the American people in a timely manner. Today, I want to give you a quick update of where we are with the facilities that we've made significant progress in working to get long-term healthcare facilities up and running in collaboration with CVS and Walgreens. We know we have 70,000 facilities that are enrolled, which includes skilled nursing facilities and assisted living facilities. We started in week 1, right, 3 weeks ago with 900 facilities. In 3 weeks since, we've completed over 11,000 facilities. Just under 1 million first doses have been given. 12,000 more clinics are scheduled this week and every week following as we go forward. Today, we know that we are making a difference in these facilities, and it is because of the great work by the CDC, CVS, and Walgreens that are making the difference. As the Secretary said, we are quickly coming on to administering first dose to everybody in this category. We are expanding our distribution to the retail pharmacies, as the Secretary talked about. We have opened it up for states to utilize the over 40,000 pharmacy providers that are enrolled. And we want to expand it up to 70,000 providers that are enrolled. We think that we can open up the aperture and give access, greater access to the American people through the pharmacies. What does it do? It allows us to have confidence in the executors. It allows us to distribute it throughout the country. It allows us to give a place where the American people are comfortable of going and receiving the shot. I want to give you 4 slides that I asked the team to put together. The first slide is the vaccinations that we executed on day 1 of distribution of the Pfizer product, right? We went to over 636 sites on day 1 across the country of our country. Why did we do this specifically? It was the Pfizer vaccine. We knew there was cold chain requirements. We wanted to ensure capability and capacity match the distribution. We worked with states, we collaborated with them, and we put it exactly where they wanted it, when they wanted it. On the second week, when we brought the Moderna vaccine in, we were able to expand distribution, primarily because of the availability of doses at lower amounts, where the Moderna vaccine is at 100, minimum ordering at 100 doses. So what could we do? We could expand out through the country because of the dose requirement, minimum dose requirement, and also less refrigeration requirement. We were able to send doses to long-term healthcare facilities. We were able to extend it into doctors' offices and into pharmacies as the states asked us to do. So the expansion was quick and rapid in just a week. Now today, as of yesterday, we have gone to over 16,000 locations across the country, right, as depicted on this slide. We go there on a routine basis, delivering vaccines as directed by the states in distribution to the quantities and locations that they want, really covering the mass population of the country. Now, what is in the realm of possible? This last slide. As we open up the 70,000 pharmacy chain and individual capabilities, we are covering the entire United States. And vaccine can be distributed as of this week to where the states would like it to go across the country. We know that these pharmacies, because we've been working with them at the CDC level, are ready to execute this mission. And as the states allocate vaccine to them and direct it, we are ready to deliver to all these locations every day, every week, every month, as required. This alone will open up the capability and capacity to ensure that the American people have direct access to the vaccine as we go forward. So in closing, challenging times, as I've told you many times, and the Secretary said, we are not fighting the plan, right? We are fighting the situation, and we are making adjustments and moving forward in that light. Just like we had always planned to do, we are just able to change in a more rapid and steady pace. I want to say thank you for all the support from the states. I want to say thank you again to the industry partners that are helping us execute this flawless distribution, because every day they do their job, more vaccine gets out to the American people. And then in closing, as I like to remind us all, there is a group of people that are on the front lines every single day, helping us take care of those who have reached a certain point of their illness. And these medical professionals and their supported staff are really just doing a tremendous job. And I just wanted to say thanks to all of you. So that concludes my comments, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you very much. And I did want to note, as you saw, Dr. Slaoui is with us on stage and will be available for questions. He just didn't feel the need to have an opening statement. But Michael Pratt.
Thank you all. We will now open up for questions, operator. A friendly reminder that when asking a question, please state your name and publication, and please keep your questions as short as possible so we can get to as many as we can in the time that we have. And I'll turn it over to the operator.
Thank you so very much. If you would like to ask a question, please press star then 1 on your phone. and be sure to provide your name and media outlet. Our first now is from Drew Armstrong with Bloomberg News. Sir, your line is open.
Hi, it's Drew. I run our vaccine tracker here and had a question for you all about what has actually been the problem in administering shots in some of these states that are showing low numbers of percentage of the distributions to them used, because clearly there's a number of states that are working through between 70 and 80% of their distributions on a rolling basis, but others, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, perpetually kind of stuck in a very low percentage of what's been shipped to them. Did it get distributed to the wrong places? Are they having problems are there holdups in shipping? What is actually going on here? Because I don't think we've really gotten a good answer from anybody about where these bottlenecks are that are preventing some states from reaching some of the numbers that you all have cited as being successes elsewhere.
Yeah, Drew, and I'll ask General Perna or Dr. Redfield to add to what I've got to say. But first, we need to recognize that we're now 4 weeks into this program, and this is a major operational and logistics issue. It's a scale-up. As with any enterprise, you're going to have a scale-up that is predictable and known that would happen. But we have seen variable performance among the states and among providers. What's going on there? Now, each state may be slightly different, but for the most part, what we have seen is the states that are lagging. It certainly could be a data issue. The health commissioner here in the District of Columbia, for instance, revealed that 40% of pharmacies aren't reporting. We had data reporting issues with one chain pharmacy in terms of its ability to connect into the system on vaccinations. We had one state that has had some significant challenge with interconnectivity of data reporting systems. And as Dr. Redfield can let you know, what we're asking for is very novel in the history of vaccination programs in the United States. Usually, with public health vaccinations, our providers have to report within 30 days, right, Bob? Yes, sir. Within 30 days. Now, they've signed as part of their agreement to be providers in Tiberius with Operation Warp Speed agreements to provide their data within 72 hours, but that's a major workflow change for them, and there are going to be kinks in the system on that data improving consistently over time. And I think with the new incentives that we are announcing today, that states will receive their allocations in part based on the data that we have on what percent of vaccine that they've received have they actually gotten administered. We'll see that data improve. The other major barrier, and I talked about this last week, has been states that are being overly prescriptive and trying to micromanage every single dose of vaccine down to who gets it, to ensure that only Group 1A people get vaccinated before they're willing to open up and look at Group 1B people, even if that's the approach that they're taking. So that might be states that are insisting that all healthcare providers have to be vaccinated before you start vaccinating the most vulnerable. That's why from the get-go, I've talked about the need to not be cabined in by the different groups from the ACIP or from the CDC. They're not meant to be prescriptive. Some governors have overreacted, have taken them in an overly prescriptive manner. And this is a logistical issue. This is an operational issue. If you try to be too micromanaged, too tailored, too focused, you let the perfect be the enemy of the good in a mass vaccine campaign like this. I said last week, we would rather have some lower priority individuals get vaccinated along with the high priority individuals if it makes us go fast and if it avoids vaccines sitting on the shelves and for the love of God, not having vaccine actually wasted or thrown away because of a failure to administer. So those have been the major issues really at the state level. It's first reporting, overly prescriptive approaches to vaccination, and then finally an unwillingness to move to alternative channels of distribution, over-reliance. I call it the hospitalization of vaccine distribution, and that was natural, as I said at the outset, but it's time to move beyond that. We have too much vaccine sitting in freezers at hospitals with hospitals not using it. Now, sometimes hospital systems can be very effective partners in these vaccine programs as they have networks, they have primary care practices, they are themselves health systems, not just hospitals. And so if they can get to their patients, get to their customers and clients that are vulnerable, those 65 and above, and those under age 64 and below who have comorbidities, well, that's ideal also, but use every channel. Get the vaccine out there. I would rather have people have people working to get appointments, to get vaccinated, than having vaccine going to waste sitting in freezers. No, General Perna or Dr. Redfield, anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and I agree with your answers. The other thing I would just say is right now CDC is doing I will call it deep dive on the 64 jurisdictions to try to understand exactly what that issue is. I do think a lot of it is reporting. As the Secretary said, the standard that CDC has had in the past for reporting vaccination was to providers to report within 30 days. We're now asking them to report within 3 days. So I do think some of that is part of the hiccup, but we're doing a deep dive in all the jurisdictions. As was mentioned, some of them are less than 15%. And then we have other jurisdictions that are over 80% to understand exactly what those factors are, and pretty confident we'll have an understanding of that by the end of the week.
General, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Mr. Secretary, I agree with all that was just said completely. I would just add the separation of distribution from actual administration. We are tracking distribution at a success rate of 99.999%. So in other words, if a state tells us where they want it in one of the 70,000 enrolled providers, we are able to distribute there in accordance with the order. And we, Pfizer, Moderna, McKesson, UPS, and FedEx are literally going through snowstorms and distributing vaccine every day to the location as desired at a very high success rate.
Next question.
That is from Dan Vergano with BuzzFeed News. Your line is open.
Thank you. Dan Vergano, BuzzFeed News. I'm wondering if this change will necessitate any widening of the time window for the 21-day and 28-day second dose. What is the widening? How close to 21 or 28 days do you have to get now? WHO's advisory committee has said you might go to 6 weeks. What do you see as the window for that, or what do you recommend?
So Dan, thank you for asking about that. I want to be very clear. The labeled indication from the FDA on the vaccines for the Pfizer vaccine is 21 days between first dose and second dose, and 28 days between first dose and second dose for the Moderna vaccine. That's what the clinical trials were based on. That is the data submitted to the FDA, and that is what we are executing towards. So that is the goal. Now, if people end up coming in a day or so on each side, the goal is still 21 or 28 days, but we are not comfortable with approaches that are not.
We want to break in right here, take you out live right now to Texas, where President Trump is coming down Air Force One, just landing there right now. Pretty soon, in about less than an hour, he will be going to the border near Alamo, Texas, where he will be talking about the mission that he had really as President of the United States to strengthen the border wall there. And this is a live look right now where the speech will take place. We will take that in full when it does happen here for you on News Now from Fox. You can see the American flag is up. You got flags that are really all in the background there as well. Oh, looks like we're getting some more here of President Trump. Let's listen in. There, so President Trump there just moments away from making a speech at the border wall, and we'll bring it to you here on News Now from Fox. Let's take a 2-minute break right here.
Thank you. Our next from Ricardo Alonso Zaldivar with Associated Press. Your line is now open.
Hi, thank you for taking my question.
And Mr. Secretary, can you walk us through the change in allocation to the states that you announced today? Does that mean that some states may end up getting less than they otherwise would have? And is there a risk of disruption with that? And finally, do you have buy-in to that approach from the incoming administration?
So, Ricardo, thank you for the question on that. So the two changes that we have outlined are, first, that our allocations among the states will not remain purely on a per capita basis, but rather be based on the reported data showing the percentages of vaccine administered versus their allocations that they've received. In other words, if you're not using vaccine that you had the right to, then we should be rebalancing to states that are using that vaccine. It is common sense. It seems hard to actually defy that. But we want to give notice, especially because of these data issues. We want to give notice. Within 2 weeks, we'll be doing that. So get your data in order. Work on that data. For Ricardo, you may remember we followed a very similar approach when we were in shortage situations with remdesivir, doing allocations to the states and needing to get reported data on remdesivir location and utilization. And so we followed that approach, and it worked exceptionally well in the context of remdesivir. And then the other change is to really emphasize, to make it very clear how vitally important it is to prioritize and focus on those who are most vulnerable, for whom the vaccine will have the biggest effect, and those are those age 65 and over, and those 64 and below with comorbidities. And so that will be a change. I believe it's about 10 states most impacted based on the data there. It'd be fairly common sense where that would be. But again, our states aren't using 100% of their allocated vaccine. So this ends up being, I think, at least in the interim, a redistribution between and among the states that should not necessarily hurt many states, but will enhance the benefit to those that are actually getting vaccines done and performed. Thanks. Next question, please.
Time for one last question.
Our final question is from Tom Howell with the Washington Times, and your line is now open.
Hi, thanks for doing the call. Can you address the back end of Ricardo's question about whether the Biden team has bought into that plan? And also, can Dr. Slaoui update us on AstraZeneca and J&J? When will they seek approval, and how many doses have you secured of either one? Thanks.
So we at the Operation Warp Speed Board made the determination on the changes in distribution allocation methodologies among the states. While we will certainly brief the Biden team on those changes, we operate, as you know, with one government at a time, and this is the approach that we believe best fulfills the mission and the current situation that we are facing. Thank you. Dr. Slaoui?
Thank you for your question. So regarding the Janssen's vaccine, as you know, the phase 3 trial is fully recruited. There are, fortunately for the trial, very significant number of cases accruing. We are very clear, we meaning the operation and Janssen's Pharmaceuticals, that analysis will be completed before the end of the month, and the EUA submission will take place at the end of this month. In terms of vaccine dose availability, if submission is happening at the end of January, one could project that approval of the emergency use authorization may happen somewhere in the middle of the month of February. We project to have single-digit million number of doses available in the second half of February. We're trying to make that number get as close to a double-digit number as possible, and then a larger number in March and a much larger number in April. Remember, this is a one-shot vaccine, so those are millions of individuals fully immunized. In terms of the AstraZeneca vaccine, the assumption we are working on is that the emergency use authorization will be submitted on the basis of the ongoing phase 3 trial in the US. The phase 3 trial is effectively fully enrolled. There are a few individuals more enrolled on primarily to ensure appropriate representation of all diverse population in the country. Cases are accruing. the 60 days upon completion of full immunization schedule follow-up safety as required by the FDA guidance happens during the first week of the month of March, and the projection would be to have a submission of the EUA around that time, assuming, of course, that cases have accrued. Again, unfortunately, I think that will be the case, and hopefully the vaccine, again, is efficacious, as has been shown in the trials conducted in Brazil and in the UK. So maybe an approval somewhere towards the latter part of the month of March, and a significant number of doses available around that time. And since you asked the question, maybe I'll also update on the Novavax vaccine. The Novavax vaccine is the 5th program out of the 6 programs we have that is in phase 3 trial, or completed the phase 3 trial. The phase 3 trial has now recruited about 8,000 or so subjects. Is recruiting very fast at a rate of 800 subjects per day, volunteers. Hopefully we can go to a higher number. It's very important that people continue to participate generously to be volunteers in this clinical trial. The projection is to complete recruitment of this trial somewhere very early in the month of February, and based on timelines of immunization, etc., maybe there we can have an outcome somewhere in the month of very late March or in April. The Sanofi trial program, which is the last program in our portfolio, will start phase 2B trial in the middle of February in a comparative trial to a messenger RNA vaccine. Maybe also on the progress part of things, we are working now experimentally testing sera for identification of immune correlates of protection. That's really super important, because if and when we have the data, somewhere in the middle of February is the projection currently, that identify an immune correlates of protection, that will dramatically accelerate potential approval of other vaccines, including the protein vaccines, particularly that from Sanofi, and vaccines from others. And of course, across the world, provided people use readouts that are validated or cross-validated with the readouts that have been used. I do want to say a final point is we are running a clinical trial, a phase 3 trial in adolescents 12 to 18 years of age with the Moderna vaccine. It's a real challenge. It's been 4 weeks ongoing. We only recruited about 800 subjects in the trial. Remember, I just said earlier, the Novavax vaccine is recruiting 800 subjects per day. Here we're talking about 800 subjects in a month. It's really very important for all of us, for all the population in America, to realize that we can't have that indication unless adolescents aged 12 to 18 decide to participate, of course, as a voluntary decision, into the clinical trials. We need to recruit about 3,000 subjects into the trial to complete them. Thank you.
So this is very likely the last Operation Warp Speed briefing with this team for you all. I just wanted to express 3 notes of thanks. First, I want to thank the members of the media who participated in these Operation Warp Speed calls. You have been unfailingly professional and allowed an educational and technical level briefing that I hope your readers and listeners and viewers have appreciated. We have tried at every step of the way to be factual and transparent with you and bring you on the journey with us of vaccine approvals and distribution and now administration. So thank you for making that possible. Second, I want to express my appreciation to former Secretary Esper, Acting Secretary Miller, and Deputy Secretary Norquist of the Defense Department. The collaboration between DOD and HHS has been unprecedented, and really in my decades around government service, I've just never seen this type of collaboration and cooperation. That comes from the top. That is a credit to the leadership of the Defense Department to make this happen. So thank you for that. Finally, people is policy. And we fortunately, at the outset of Operation Warp Speed, were able to have some exceptional people leading this. In all of my time leading in business and in government, I have never been part of a team that has demonstrated teamwork and professionalism and integrity, discipline, as this team does. And I want to express my personal appreciation to all of the members of the team, but especially General Perna, who was a hero for America before he did this. Now he's a hero for America's public health. To Moncef Slaoui, who was a hero of the biopharmaceutical industry before doing this, and is now a hero of America's public health. These selfless individuals have dedicated every waking minute since they were tapped back in May to lead these efforts. The results have been remarkable, and I hope that the next team with the Biden administration will be able to carry forward these results. We will do everything in our power to ensure a smooth and effective continued transition. The first meeting, I believe, of any transition team between this administration and the Biden administration was before Thanksgiving, and it was for Operation Warp Speed. And we'll continue those efforts up through the last day of this administration into the Biden administration. So thank you all very much. We appreciate everything.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Additional follow-up questions
for you in the next hour here on News Now from Fox. We got two big events that will be coming up. President Trump will be at the border wall there near Alamo, Texas, to give an update there on really one of his top priorities and one of his big moments there when he was on the campaign trail back in 2015 and 2016, talking about border wall security. He's going to talk about that at the border, and we're thinking, oh, much, much more as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll also be keeping an eye out at the DOJ, where the DOJ and FBI coming together to give an update, their first on-camera update about the Capitol Hill riots that happened 6 days ago. So they've been silent. We're going to hear from them coming up in the next hour as well. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox. When we come back, we're going to have Governor Ron DeSantis. He's always filled with sound bites. He's going to be talking about the COVID response there in Florida.
Well, it's great to be in Okaloosa County again, and I want to thank Publix. I have Dane Rusk next to me, who's the VP of Pharmacy. As many of you know, last week we announced a partnership between the governor's office and the state of Florida and Publix supermarkets to bring coronavirus vaccine shots to Publix pharmacies in 3 counties. So those counties were Marion, Citrus, and Hernando. They did 22 different stores in those 3 counties. Seniors were able to sign up on the website last Wednesday. The shots started last Thursday, and I was able to go this weekend to Hernando County and watch what they were doing. And I just want to say Publix has done a great job with this. We knew that they would because people love Publix in Florida. But because they've done such a good job, we are now expanding the footprint and allowing more folks to be able to do this in other parts of Florida. And so Publix was ready to go from the very beginning. And I think this is going to be really important as we continue our mission to put seniors first when it comes to these shots for the general public. And as you remember, we obviously, the initial doses went to nursing homes and the hospitals. They were doing the staff. But I made clear at the end of December, we wanted the next to go to 65 plus. That was not what the CDC was trying for. They wanted a lot of younger workers. They would have preferred, incredibly, a 20-year-old worker over a 74-year-old grandfather or grandmother. That is totally not the way to do it. So we did 65 plus. We did not follow that. Now reports today say that the federal government is going to advise all states to follow Florida's lead, for all of them to do 65 and plus. And I think that's the best approach. If you look what Florida has done, we've done by far the most senior citizen shots, but then the percentage of all shots we've done have been a majority have been for seniors. There's no other state that's even close to a majority for seniors. So we think we got it right by prioritizing seniors first. We're going to continue to do it. And as we get more doses, we're going to be able to do even more. So today's announcement is very, very exciting because in partnership with Publix, we are now able to expand this program into the Panhandle. So we have the following, I'm able to announce right now, the following 3 counties, Okaloosa, Santa Rosa, and Escambia. So there are 7 Publix in Okaloosa who will be accepting reservations starting tomorrow and starting to do shots on Thursday. There are 5 in Santa Rosa County, and there are 6 in Escambia County. And so this is each Publix can do between 100 and 125 shots a day. They're going to be taking online appointments beginning tomorrow on Wednesday, and then the sites will open up on Thursday. And I just want to emphasize to people that these vaccinations will be by appointment only, and they're only going to be offered at the designated stores. That's a lot of stores, but it may not be offered at every single Publix in those 3 counties. So don't just show up. Make the plans to get there. If you do just show up unannounced, what they'll do is they'll just provide you the information in terms of how to sign up. But they have to do it this way. We want it to be orderly. We want people to be able to get in and out. And I can tell you, I visited a number of their stores in Hernando County on the weekend, talked to all the seniors. 100% of them gave everything high marks. It was easy to get online. They had a great system to get people through. And people were happy with it. So that's what's going to happen here. People are going to be happy with the way that this works. So again, this is for people who are 65 age 65 and above. And this is also for Floridians. I mean, I know we have other states that are close by here. You guys follow with what your state's doing. Here, this is going to be for folks who are in Florida. So we really wanted for the Escambia, Santa Rosa, and Okaloosa residents. But I want to thank Publix for their willingness to step up. The website that they have publix.com/COVID vaccine, and that has the information on how you're going to sign up. But again, the sign-ups will start tomorrow, which is Wednesday, shots beginning Thursday. Each location across these 3 counties will do 100 to 125 shots a day, and you're going to start to see those numbers, which is really, really good. So this has been exciting over the last many days. If you look, Florida has done over 300,000. I think we're actually close to 350 in terms of senior citizens who have received shots. The majority of all of our shots have gone to elderly people in the state of Florida. We're the only state in the country where a majority of our shots have gone to elderly people. And if you look at some of the numbers from last week, that was the first full week, since Christmas. And so the hospitals were engaged. We obviously have a number of sites. We had Publix engaged. And you had some days last week where there were close to 70,000 shots in one day. We thought 50,000 would be a good clip. We were at almost 70,000 on the 7th of January. These numbers continue to get updated. So if you look at what happened yesterday, check back on Friday. Monday's results will be even higher than what they are today. So we believe that we have the throughput through a variety of actors, the hospitals, many of whom are doing a good job. We have county health departments who are working to set up. We have over 40 sites set up across the state. I was just in the Villages retirement community. We did a drive-through site for the seniors there. They actually can take their golf carts, but it's a little too cold right now to do that. So they were doing their normal cars, and that's fine. We also we converted Hard Rock Stadium down in Miami, just had the national championship game. We converted that test center into, at least part of it's a vaccination center now. And even when they had the game, we still vaccinated people that day leading up to the game. Had to stop a little early, but we were able to do it. So there's a lot going on. The throughput is really, really good. The federal government's talking about releasing more vaccine. And I can tell you, we got 250,000 doses that arrived yesterday and today. And with the throughput that we have, those will definitely be given out in the next 7 days. And so if you give us more, we're going to be able to do more. And so I think that this is, the momentum is good. I think we're leading the nation in putting seniors first. Other states are now going to start following suit, and I think that's good. But from the drive-through test sites to the county health, to the hospitals, to Publix, to houses of worship, which we're now doing, you're seeing more and more people get the vaccine. So we appreciate the momentum. We appreciate what Publix is doing. I think this is going to make a big difference. And at the end of the day, almost everyone is comfortable coming to the supermarket. Not everyone wants to go to a hospital. Not everyone can drive across town to go to a big drive-through test site. And so, elderly people, we need to do what we can to get it in their communities. And I want to thank Publix for stepping up. They've been ready to go from day one. And, I knew they would do a good job because I'm a Florida native, grew up with Publix. But I can tell, just top to bottom, it's been a very professional effort. And it exceeded even my high expectations. So we're glad that we're bringing this to the Panhandle, and I know a lot of people are going to be able to have a great sense of relief when they finally get the first shot in the arm. Take a few questions before I leave, and it is cold. All right, well, thanks a lot. We're going to be, yes.
Sorry. We mentioned a little while back ago about the release of more vaccine. Do you support President-elect Biden's proposal to take what was going to put on the side for a second dose and actually just rush all of that out?
Right. So the question is, right now, the way they're doing it, if Florida gets 250,000 shots, that means they're holding another 250,000 in reserve for the booster shot. So we've gotten booster shots for places that have already done the shot, and they wanted to do it that way because they didn't want a hospital to say, well, I can't give it out. No, give out everything you get, and then they send you the booster. I suggested last month, the production is going to continue to ramp up, and so you need to do the booster. We're not saying that, but maybe just send it and get as many of those first shots done, and as the boosters come in, you're going to be able to do it and make adjustments along the way. Biden is now suggesting that. The media treated Biden's suggestion with a little less hostility than they treated mine. I wonder why they would do that. Why the difference there? Geez, I really need Inspector Clouseau after that one. But it's a sensible thing. You have to think through the implications of it. But if you can get more shots going, knowing the production is going to continue to come, you're almost assuredly going to be able to make it work so that you have the booster shot ready to go. So we're monitoring what they end up deciding to do because they're actually HHS now under Azar, they're even thinking about doing that too. So I told my guys just be ready to go. Actually, I told Publix, I said, hey, if they unleash that, then we're going to want to expand to even more stores, and they stand ready and willing to do that. So I think it could be a good thing. And here's the thing about it. You need the booster to get 95. Some said, like Britain saying, just give everyone one dose. I think you do need two, but the one dose does provide protection. It's not 95%, but people think it's 40, 50, somewhere in there. That makes a big difference. So the more people that get that first dose, that is a really, really good thing as well. So the good thing is because we have partners with Publix, because we have all the county health departments working, we have so many hospitals geared up, these community sites, the churches, we have the ability to apply these doses, I think, in a way that's very efficient. So we'll look forward to doing that. Thanks, everybody. Where are we going? Okay.
Thanks, guys. Good to see you all.
All right, and today, Florida reporting just under 14,000 new cases there. So we'll keep an eye on all the movements there in Florida with the latest updates that we really get across the country. Live look right now at the Capitol Hill here, where you can see just there, right above the footsteps of Capitol Hill, you can see some of decorations that are happening. We got some of the American flags out there getting ready for the inauguration that is happening in just 8 days there for Joe Biden. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back here on News Now, we will hear from Mayor Bill de Blasio out of New York, and then we are on a holding pattern for President Trump and the DOJ as well for a separate news conference there.
Year-old woman, Marcia, amazing woman from Southeast Queens. Her son made sure she got the appointment, drove her to it, made sure that she could get everything she needed. She said it was great. She said everyone that took care of her, they saw that she needed help on the line. They got her up immediately to where she needed to be. We have navigators at these sites to make sure if someone is in any way in need of special help that they get it. But look, for this to work, we got to be there for the seniors in our lives. So I'm saying to everyone, help out your family members, help out your neighbors, help out people you worship with, whoever in your life is in that group, 75 years old and older, who wants to get this vaccine. Let's go the extra mile to help them do it. Just go online with them, get on the phone, whatever works. We can make sure that folks get an appointment. And as we're saying, more and more locations opening up all the time, longer and longer hours all the time. Lots of opportunity to protect people. Please lend that helping hand to the seniors in your life.
Can I just say the
Please,
number in
Lorraine,
Spanish?
yes, go ahead.
Una cuanta palabra en español. Tenemos una oportunidad enorme, grandísima.
To get to homebound elderly. Is there any more information about that and how that would work?
Juliet, we're really concerned, and this is going to take some real work to get this right, because right now, obviously, what we're doing is focusing on reaching as many people as possible in these central locations. And we got a lot of work to do to make that as effective as it can be. If someone's homebound, that creates a real challenge we have to overcome. We're working right now on those plans. We're working with Department for the Aging and the advisory group we've put together. We're going to have an announcement on that very shortly. In some cases, there might be cases where an individual can be brought to a hospital or a center for vaccination. In other cases, obviously, we're going to have to send medical staff to them. But you can imagine that's going to take a lot of very precise work. But we will have a plan on that shortly. Go ahead, Juliet.
Okay, great. Now, also today, the AP is reporting that the Centers for Disease Control is expected to recommend opening up the vaccines to everyone older than 65 and to get the vaccines to more people by not holding back the second dose. Do you know anything more about that? And as far as accessibility, how would that work as far as the city getting more?
Yeah, you know, Juliet, very important question. We have not gotten confirmation that that's what the Centers for Disease Control are going to do. And we certainly have not gotten confirmation about the kind of supply of vaccine we're going to have. So I want to see as many people vaccinated as quickly as possible. And I'm really worried about folks over 65, folks with pre-existing conditions. We want to get to them very quickly, but we have to have the doses to do it. Right now, with the current structure, and this is something President-elect Biden's talked about, that the federal structure is going way too slow in terms of getting vaccine to us. Right now, we could run out by the end of next week. So I definitely want to see over time the expansion of categories, but we've got to have a much bigger supply of vaccine and a much more reliable supply if that's going to turn into something that actually reaches our seniors and people who need those shots. Go ahead.
Next up, we have Rich from WCBS Radio.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, and everybody on the call.
Hey, Rich, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. A little chilly these days. Anyway, so the city has contracts with the Trump organization that apparently are worth millions of dollars, and we know there apparently is some consideration to canceling those contracts. How close are you to doing that? Is there a possibility of doing that?
We are looking at that very, very carefully and very quickly, Rich. The president incited a rebellion against the United States government, clearly unconstitutional act, and people died. That's unforgivable. So our legal team is right now assessing the options, and as quickly as we come to a resolution, we're going to have something to say. But yes, there are several contracts with the city of New York, and they're all under review right now. Go ahead, Rich.
Another question has to do with an initiative that the governor has proposed prior to this, and that is the proposal to spend, I don't know, some $60 million in public and private funds to extend the High Line to the Moynihan Train Hall. Do you think the timing of that makes sense, given the fact that the city and the state are kind of going to Washington hat in hand. Would this provide some possible arguments on the other side?
I think it's a good proposal. I don't think it creates that kind of exposure. Look, we need to bring the city back in so many ways. And something I've talked about a lot is bringing back the city in an equitable fashion. I know the governor has too. But we also know that this city has to come to life again, and we want attractions that will be there for people who come to visit, because we're going to get those tourists back. We're going to get that energy back. But we also want things that are great for New Yorkers who have been here the whole time, the 8 million plus people who stuck with the city the whole time. And, you know, something like the High Line is a great amenity. So if it can be extended, I think it simply adds to what's great about New York City. Go ahead.
Next is Katie from the Wall Street Journal.
Hey, good morning, everybody. And let's go Mets. My question is about accessibility to the Citi Field site and then other sites across the city. Obviously, it's accessible by the 7 train and the Long Island Railroad, but that's not running overnight. I know you've supported the state's plan to continue stopping overnight service. I don't know if you would change that now that we have the possibility of a really accessible location. And then also, you know, I was at the Hillcrest site yesterday too, and I met a lot of seniors who had trouble getting to Hillcrest High School. The parking was pretty bad. I don't know if there's any kind of citywide initiative to say, let's organize buses or other transportation for people who are who don't have as much accessibility to location sites so they can get vaccinated.
Yeah, I'll start and I'll turn to Lorraine. Definitely, that's the kind of thing we're looking at right now. I don't have final details to tell you, but I can tell you we're working right now on the ways to support seniors getting to these sites, to make transportation options available to them. Now, remember, when you put a site in a neighborhood, that's supporting the people who live right by the site. That's supporting folks who can get there from mass transit, supporting people who drive. The more sites, the better, by definition. The more we spread out the sites, the better. There's a huge number of people who live right near that Hillcrest site. But we want to make it easy for folks. We definitely, look, someplace like Citi Field's amazing because you get the advantage of the mass transit. And yeah, it doesn't run 24/7 for now, but the parking is fantastic too. So a lot of people, of course, will come by car or will create other ways to help them get there. I am certain that Citi Field site is going to be just doing a great impact for the city and for the people of Queens. But Lorraine, you want to talk about some of the initial thinking on how we can help get seniors to these sites?
Thank you for the question. It's a very good question. We are right now looking at the contracts that we do have that provide transportation for older adults currently, and repositioning some of those contracts so that they can be used for appointments for vaccination. We're also looking at the network of senior centers that also have vans and seeing if we can mobilize those. We are in the plans of developing a more comprehensive plan for alternate transportation for older adults, and also we're working closely with Accessoride to make sure that we do that. So once we have a fully developed plan, that will be rolled out and made public. Thank you.
Go ahead, Katie.
Hey, thanks. And then my second question is just, I've heard from small business owners and restaurant bar owners who obviously it's been, I guess, more than a month now that they've been closed by the state, of course, but you supported that. And they're just curious, what are the guidelines for when they can reopen? No one wants to be unsafe. No one wants to put people and diners and then, of course, employees of these places in danger. But I've heard from business owners who just want to know if there are any guidelines that they can hide. Sorry, that was my nephew. If there are guidelines for when they can reopen, and if so, you've spoken to the state about it, so they can actually have something to look forward to.
Yeah, look, we've been obviously in this experience before with the reality indoor dining having been shut, and then it started to open up. I look forward to the day when it's going to reopen. I don't think that day is too far in the future as we're now able to distribute the vaccine. I think it's really a matter, as I've talked about, how much vaccine we get, how quickly, and what the response is from New Yorkers. But I think since, for example, restaurant owners have been through that experience before, they understood.
All right, everybody, we're taking a quick 2-minute break right here for you on News Now from Fox, everyone.
Knowledge of the kinds of things they have to do is clear. We'll go right back to that. But if there's any specific changes, we'll certainly be informing people and educating them well in advance. We want to make sure everyone is safe. That's the bottom line. Go ahead.
Next, we'll go to Henry from Bloomberg.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. How are you doing today? I guess you're doing pretty well with your Mets cap. And
I'm feeling good, Henry. I'm feeling good. It's like this is a really good thing. A lot of people are going to get their vaccine at Citi Field, so I'm excited about that. How you doing today?
I'm good. I was up at Bathgate yesterday, and I couldn't get a handle on how many vaccinations they intend to give up there. It was pretty quiet. It was advertised as being at the industrial site. It wasn't at the industrial site. There was no signage at the industrial site pointing people to where the vaccination site was, about 2.5 blocks away. And there was no subway stop nearby. And and now I see that Worth Street is coming online. That's not particularly close to a subway stop either, although it's closer than the Bronx location. So I'm wondering, how are you citing these places, and what's your expectation of how many shots you can produce in a 24-hour period in a site like Bathgate or Worth Street?
Okay. Couple of different points. I'm going to be turning to Dr. Ted Long in a moment. He was with me at Bathgate on Sunday. I'd like to start by saying we were there with Bronx Borough President Ruben Diaz Jr. We were there with the new state assembly member who represents that immediate area, Chantel Jackson. They were extremely pleased to have the Bathgate site. And they said this is a community that really was hit hard by COVID, a community that often is overlooked, and they thought it was very, very important that there was a site there to serve the Bronx community. So I just want to say, having talked to people who live there and are connected to the community and the residents of the community, they thought it made a lot of sense where it was. In terms of your point about signage, I'll have Dr. Long follow up. If there's any confusion about the site, we should put up really clear big signage about where the site is. If there's confusion about the other location, we put signage there to redirect. I'll have Dr. Long, who's very efficient and effective, make sure that signage is up. But Henry, the other thing I'd say is, look, you go online, you see a variety of sites. We're talking here about the initial 24/7 sites. We're going to keep adding them. But there's so many more sites all over the city in every kind of neighborhood, and there's going to be more and more. We're going to be up to 250 sites or more by the end of the month. So I would say each of these plays a role, but just assume there's going to be a constant expansion so we can reach as many people as possible. And I can tell you, the sites are filling up constantly. Really, the question is, can people get to them? Do they want it? Is it working for them well? People are voting with their feet. They're taking those appointments, and the sites are filling all the time. Dr. Long.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Henry, I appreciate the question. The first point I want to make is that we chose this site in part because this was one of our testing sites. It was a very popular testing site. Many, many people from the Bronx relied on this site to keep themselves and their families safe from COVID. And as a primary care doctor in the Bronx myself, I know my patients went to this site and had a great experience. And the community identifies this particular site as a place where they can go for care related to COVID. As the mayor said, people in the Bronx and people in New York City vote with their feet. Last night, overnight, from 12 a.m. to 4 a.m., all of our slots were taken by people in the Bronx because they identified this site as a site where they can come for everything that they need to keep their families safe. So we've been successful testing there. We're going to be successful with the vaccine there. And I just want to say, this is our first 24/7 site in the Bronx. We're going to do more, but nothing will stand in our way of getting our vaccines to New Yorkers, and in particular to New Yorkers 75 and above. As a doctor, I've been waiting for the day to give my patients this vaccine. And whether they want to come at 2 in the morning or 2 in the afternoon, nothing will stand in my way of protecting my patients in the Bronx or our way of protecting New Yorkers. And now they can come overnight.
Amen. Go ahead, Henry.
Okay, thank you. My second question has to do with how are you going to, because there's a shortage of vaccine, I ran into several people who were coming from outside the city. One couple in particular came from Putnam County. The city has so much of an infrastructure for delivering vaccine. Other counties don't. Are you concerned that the city will become a mecca of vaccine tourism, if you will, and people will be coming into the city to get their vaccine, and of course that will deplete the city's supply and make it more difficult for city residents to get vaccine?
Yeah, important question, Henry. In fact, Borough President Ruben Diaz Jr. raised this on Sunday when we were up at Bathgate. Absolutely a real concern. And the way to address that concern is the appointment process. Folks who live in the 5 boroughs who are qualified under categories 1A, 1B are who are supposed to be getting these shots. There are obviously also people who live outside the 5 boroughs, but are part of our public service community. They either work in our hospitals, they're police officers or firefighters, they're teachers. Obviously those people who serve us connect constantly with residents of the 5 boroughs. They also deserve the shot. But if someone is from outside the 5 boroughs, is not a healthcare worker or a first responder or a teacher or an essential worker in New York City, they should not be getting a shot in New York City. They should be getting a shot at their local vaccination centers, whether it's Nassau, Suffolk, Rockland, Westchester, Putnam, anywhere. That's the breakout. And when you sign up, you're supposed to give detailed enough information for us to be able to determine whether someone really qualifies to be at one of our sites. We're going to be constantly screening to make sure that that is followed. Henry, it's the real world. Sometimes there'll be a miss and someone will get through who shouldn't have and wasn't in one of those categories. But the rule that's been laid down is everyone who gets vaccinated in one of our sites has to be in those appropriate categories. And generally speaking, the reservation process is going to catch that. We'll also make sure there's tight follow-up at the sites. Go ahead.
Next, we'll go to Sean from the Daily News.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I wanted to follow up on Juliet's question about the sort of expected federal guidance on vaccinating people age 65 and older. I mean, my understanding for why some states have already done that is the median age for COVID-related deaths is under 75 for Black and Hispanic people. So, I mean, just given, how much you've emphasized addressing disparities in the COVID outbreak, why didn't you start, or why didn't you initially call for the city to make the threshold for seniors not 75 but 65?
For 2 reasons, Sean. The first is, remember, I had to fight for the freedom to vaccinate those who are 75 and older. So let's be clear. Just a few days ago, the state of New York was not even allowing me to vaccinate those in the single most vulnerable group, 75 and older. I'm glad we won that battle. But now, again, 561,000 people 75 and older, the single most vulnerable group. Why do I know that? Because our healthcare leadership across the board is saying this. I'm going to turn to Dr. Varma to elaborate on this. I want people to understand it. We're concerned about people over 65, over 55. We're concerned about people with pre-existing conditions. All of these are areas of tremendous concern in all communities. And you're right, communities of color are borne the brunt. But the single biggest determinant of vulnerability has been age. And that's how we made the priority. And as I said before, until we get a much bigger supply of vaccine, we also know realistically that we're going to have a tough time just keeping up with the demand among the over 75 and the essential workers and public servants unless we can get a much more reliable supply of vaccine. Dr. Varma, would you speak to why you and other healthcare leaders have really focused on the 75 and up group?
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for the question. There is no perfect answer to this question. We're in a situation where we have limited supply, and we need to maximize the utility of that. So the decision that was made regarding using 75 as a cutoff was based on the recognition that people in that age group really do have the highest rate of death. It doesn't mean that a 74-year-old is absolutely, protected and a 75-year-old is not. It's just that when you make public policy at such a large scale, you have to draw cut points somewhere. So you're absolutely correct, as the mayor has been saying as well, that the more vaccine that becomes available, we need to expand it to more and more groups, because we know, as you have pointed out, that people in the 60s and people younger than that who have pre-existing medical conditions are also at very high risk too. But I do believe that the original decision to make a cut point at 75 and also to prioritize people in long-term care facilities was the right decision at that moment. But as we get more vaccine available, we absolutely need to continue to expand that so that everybody at risk, which is really ultimately all of us, gets vaccinated.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for that.
Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, so switching gears, I wanted to ask about the warning from the FBI that armed protests are being planned in all 50 states around Joe Biden's inauguration. Can you say if the city has gotten any intel about threats here, and if you and the NYPD are going to be taking extra safety steps, I guess, between now, the 20th, and maybe afterwards?
Yeah, Sean, I appreciate the question. I was asked this yesterday, and I said yesterday, but I'll affirm today, no specific and tangible threats against New York City at this moment. Very close monitoring being done by our intelligence division. As I said, they made a decision over the last year or two to really focus more and more on domestic threats, racially and ethnically motivated hate crimes and terrorist threats that were based on white supremacy. That's where a lot of the intelligence gathering has been. We are not picking up any threats directed at New York City, but we'll be watching constantly. We'll be able to move resources very quickly if we need to. The central problem appears to be at this moment state capitals. So I think there's a real concern for Albany, obviously. But we'll be watching every day, every hour, and if something does emerge as a threat, I'm going to talk about it publicly, obviously, and we will move resources accordingly to meet that threat.
Next is Rima from Chalkbeat.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, how are you?
Good, Rima, how you doing?
Good, I'm doing well. So my first question is about vaccines. Now that they're available, just in terms of schools, at what point do you think it becomes possible to offer 5 times a week in-person school to everyone? And, how will you make that decision? What sort of public health factors will you consider when making that decision?
Yeah, that's one that would have to be made very carefully. And we would certainly want to make sure that it was the right time. Look, I remain hopeful that we are going to be able to bring a lot more kids back in the course of this current school year. Really want to see our middle school kids come back who have been waiting. But I think this will go in stages by definition. It will all come down to how much vaccine we get, how quickly we can distribute it, obviously how many people are willing to take the vaccine. Our educators and school staff, so far, we're seeing a lot of interest in the vaccine. The more who get vaccinated, the better. So that's something we're going to be assessing